Chapter 775. Do it. Go to the city and leave immediately. The Thunder Monarch's voice was cold and murderous. Little brother, why are you stopping? Maple Leaf Mountain is almost there. When the four of them saw Yi Qinghan suddenly stop, they all looked at her in surprise. However, they discovered that this amiable little brother's expression had suddenly turned cold at this moment, and his body's murderous intent had skyrocketed. They were all confused. Then, they saw Yi Qinghan looking at them mockingly, as if he was looking at four corpses. Buzz. Suddenly, a translucent celestial territory enveloped the four. It was Wu Shan's celestial territory. The four's expressions changed when they saw a flexible sword in Yi Qinghan's hand. The murderous intent in their eyes intensified. They would be fools if they still did not understand what was going on. Little brother, what is the meaning of this? We are outside the Nether City. The four of them trembled slightly. They were all divine generals. Even Yi Qinghan, who was at the peak of the divine general realm, was no match for him, let alone Wu Shan. Nether City? One day, I will flatten this city. As for your young master, it won't be long before you meet him. Yi Qinghan snorted. With Lei Zhen's temper, as long as he did not give him a chance, he would definitely dismember Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan did not waste any more time with them. He merged with his beast and the flexible sword turned into a sky full of sword shadows that engulfed the four. After dismembering the four, Yi Qinghan ordered Wu Shan to turn the corpses into dust and the two left quickly. Wu Shan, fly at full speed. I will chase after you. Let's see how fast I am. Not long after, Yi Qinghan sent a telepathic message to Wu Shan. Wu Shan was stunned. He thought to himself, little brat, do you think you are a martial artist from the Phantom tribe? A peak godly general wants to chase after me? However, he did not dare to disobey. He flew forward at 80% speed. Xiao. Although Wu Shan had only used 80% of his speed, it was still very shocking. In the blink of an eye, he was already tens of thousands of meters away. He stopped in his tracks and wanted to wait for Yi Qinghan. This was outside the city. Although it wasn't too far from the city and there probably weren't any powerful demonic beasts, it was still better to be careful. Buzz. However, what scared Wu Shan so much that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets was that before he could turn around, he saw a shadow appear thousands of meters in front of him. Like a cool breeze, the shadow slowly solidified. It was Yi Qinghan. In the name of the Supreme Divine Emperor, am I seeing things? Wu Shan blinked his eyes in disbelief. After looking at Yi Qinghan a few times, he flew over and looked closely at Yi Qinghan. Then he cried out in shock, young master, how did you do it? Little Yi Yu. Little man, is this the new profound mystery you fused? It's so powerful. At the same time, two surprised voices quickly transmitted into Yi Qinghan's ears. Yi Qinghan was also in a daze. He was extremely shocked that his speed was faster than Wu Shan, who was a god emperor. A peak god general's speed could match a god emperor's? Furthermore, his imminent skyline had not been completed yet. This was a little scary. Uncle Lei Zhen, Reign Empress, this is indeed the heart-profound mystery I fused. It's a high-grade profound mystery, imminent skyline. I also used this profound mystery to enter the sacrificial altar. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice honestly. The two already knew that he had created a new profound mystery. No one in the realm of the gods had successfully fused it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter the sacrificial altar. You're a freak indeed. You boy are too freakish. Little man, this profound mystery of yours is too powerful. When you reach the God Emperor realm, even a peak 7th grade war god won't be able to catch up to you. With your speed, you can kill a group of 7th grade war gods. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress sighed and transmitted their voices over. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to play around anymore. He asked Wu Shan to take him away. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun if he was discovered. This was a life-saving technique. He made up his mind to fuse this profound mystery to completion when he had time. Then, he would cultivate his divine energy and break through to the God King realm. At that time, his speed would probably be comparable to a lower 6th grade war god. If I follow this little master, I might really be able to do something earth-shattering. Wu Shan pulled Yi Qinghan and flew toward the Nether City. In his heart, he was even more determined to follow Yi Qinghan. This kid had shocked him too much. He was only a little god general now, but he had already done so many earth-shattering things. What would happen when he reached the God Emperor realm in the future? He was a soul cultivator. The two of them quickly entered the city. Without hesitation, they walked to the transportation array in the plaza. Under the shocked gazes of a group of guards, they handed over 100 million divine stones and teleported to Beacon Smoke City. Beacon Smoke City was huge. Just the plaza alone was 10 times the size of the Nether City. Moreover, there were more than 100 huge transportation arrays in the plaza. Yi Qinghan had only seen such a large transportation array on the Ascension platform. He knew that these were transportation arrays that could teleport to the main cities of the 108 prefectures. Moreover, the price would definitely be sky-high. There were countless martial artists in the plaza. God Emperor martial artists could be seen everywhere. Among the guards guarding the transportation arrays, there were many God Emperors. Moreover, Yi Qinghan saw countless strange races on the plaza. There were martial artists with blood-red wings under their ribs, six-eyed freaks, a fat man who looked like a rubber ball, a half-meter-tall dwarf, and a martial artist with a bone knife on his back. There were hundreds of races. It seemed like there were tens of thousands of races, right? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. This was only one prefecture main city. There were 108 prefecture main cities in Ethereal City, not to mention the other 5 continents, the Star Sea, and the Supreme Island. Finally, Yi Qinghan's gaze landed on a huge statue in the plaza. The statue was very lifelike, as if it was a real person. It was a martial artist with golden skin. He was handsome and had a deep gaze. The statue gave off a heart-palpitating aura, as if a god of war had descended. Yi Qinghan did not need to ask to know that this was the master of Beacon Smoke City. He was a peak 7th grade war god, Xiang Yiyong Xiang Di. They did not stay for long. Yi Qinghan and Wu Shan walked around the plaza, then asked about the transportation array to Dripping Spring City and walked over. After asking, it cost 300 million divine stones per person. Beacon Smoke City was connected to Dripping Spring City, yet it still cost 300 million divine stones. No wonder Elder Lu said that it would cost at least 10 billion divine stones to teleport directly to Soul Eater City. Yi Qinghan did not lack divine stones. He had 3 billion divine stones on him. Of course, a large portion of it came from the Cloud Emperor's ring. The Cloud Emperor was dead, and these divine stone crystal cards did not have any soul imprints. They all became nameless divine stone crystal cards. However, when he took out the divine stones, he still felt his heart ache. God damn it, this transportation cost hundreds of peak godly general divine crystals. The guards beside the transportation array were dressed in blue armor. As guards of the prefecture main city, they had clearly seen the world. When Yi Qinghan asked for 600 million divine stones, they did not show any expression of surprise. They only glanced at Yi Qinghan with a hint of mockery and jealousy before activating the transportation array. Their meaning was obvious. Another prodigal son. In the divine realm, unless there was an emergency or a truly important person, most people would use flying tools to slowly travel to the transportation array. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan was leisurely strolling around Beacon Smoke City. His lazy attitude was misunderstood as a prodigal son of a large family. These guards, who were stationed at the transportation array all year round, and could not earn more than 100 million divine stones a year, despised this kind of son of a large family. Wasn't it just because he had a good father? Reincarnation was a skill. In reality, Yi Qinghan was not the son of a large family. He was a young master, yes, but in his family, he was the strongest and wealthiest. Of course, he would not get angry at someone else's gaze. He had always believed that those who did not attract jealousy were mediocre. Only trash would envy others all day long. Even if one's eyes were red, what belonged to others was still others. Only by working hard could one obtain what was one's own. Rather than envying fish in the abyss, it was better to retreat and form a net. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. One had to take one step at a time to succeed. Chapter 776. Dripping Spring City was named after the Dripping Spring Manor's Manor Lord. The Manor Lord of the Dripping Spring Manor, Venerable Dripping Spring, was rumored to have grown up by the Dripping Spring River in the Misty Spring Manor. He had given himself the surname Li. 1,000,000 years ago, he had challenged the previous manor lord and defeated him in 3 moves. His innate ability was extremely strange, and his strength was publicly acknowledged as an 8th-grade war god in the divine realm. Dripping Spring City was very beautiful. Several 100,000 years ago, Venerable Dripping Spring City tore down the entire city and rebuilt it. He doubled the size of Dripping Spring City. He had also used a lot of strength, wealth, and countless martial artists to forcefully draw the dripping spring water from 1,000,000 miles away, allowing it to flow through the city. However, the number of buildings didn't increase. Instead, there were countless towering ancient trees, all sorts of exotic flowers, and countless oddly shaped ancient stones. Furthermore, he had constructed a spirit-gathering array under Dripping Spring City, increasing the density of the energy of divinity by several times. After the reconstruction, Dripping Spring City became ethereal and beautiful. Anyone who stood in the city would feel as though they were in harmony with nature. It was abnormally comfortable and warm. Such an earth-shattering construction naturally shook the entire divine realm and established Dripping Spring City's reputation. From another perspective, it also proved that Venerable Dripping Spring City wasn't afraid of being challenged by others. He didn't want to waste his efforts. The facts proved that Dripping Spring City was still called Dripping Spring City after 1,000,000 years, and the Manor Lord was still Venerable Dripping Spring City. While listening to Wu Shan's introduction, feeling the intoxicating atmosphere of Dripping Spring City, and admiring the beautiful natural scenery, Yi Qinghan developed an indescribable respect for Venerable Dripping Spring City. He had learned from the Thunder Emperor that Venerable Dripping Spring was very strict with his own family members. There had never been a case of the Li family bullying the weak in Dripping Spring City. This Venerable Dripping Spring was a very particular person. "Let's find a place to stay first," Yi Qinghan said to Wu Shan. Although Dripping Spring City was famous, none of them had been here before. They could only find a place to stay first and slowly inquire about it. After asking around, he found out that all the buildings in the city had been designed by a master architect hired by Venerable Li Quan. All the hotels and restaurants in the city were located on both sides of the Li River. The Li River was the river in the city. While admiring the beautiful scenery of Dripping Spring City, Yi Qinghan looked at the beautiful flowers and plants on both sides of the street, as well as the strange ancient trees. Dripping Spring City was truly a good place to live and cultivate. He reckoned that the prices of the courtyards here were also sky-high. Without some status and strength, it would be difficult to even afford a house as big as a toilet. The speed of the two was very fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach the side of dripping water. The river was very beautiful. It was not very wide, and the river water was very clear. There were all kinds of beautiful fish happily chasing each other in the river, and the surrounding atmosphere was very peaceful. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that the new city he built should be similar to Dripping Spring City. It didn't matter if he had to spend a lot of money. The most important thing was to live comfortably. He didn't lack divine stones, right? Beside dripping water were rows of huge restaurants. The architecture was very special. It wasn't as dignified as Yi Qinghan's Phoenix Dance City, nor was it as stingy as Phoenix Dance City. The architecture here looked very grand, but it didn't seem solemn. Instead, it gave off a gorgeous and warm feeling, like a warm home. Yi Qinghan casually picked a restaurant and walked in with large strides. He directly booked a top-notch suite and was led to the top floor by 2 maids. The suite was very big. There was a living room, a tea room, and 7 or 8 bedrooms. What surprised Yi Qinghan the most was that the room's barrier was very strange. It was actually transparent. Standing in the room, one could admire the beautiful scenery outside through the window and watch the beautiful dripping water. Just now, Yi Qinghan had observed that it was impossible to see inside from the outside. Not even divine senses could be used. After sending the Thunder Emperor Rain Empress, Yi Yaorao, and Feng Qi out, they didn't release their auras. If they stayed in the room, no one would be able to detect them. Yi Qinghan got Wu Shan to go out and ask around. After a while he received news and confirmed the location of the auction house. After discussing with the Thunder Emperor Rain Empress for a while, Yi Qinghan brought Wu Shan and Yi Yaorao to the auction house. Dripping Springs City was a prefecture capital city, and its safety was guaranteed. Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress couldn't show themselves. The auction house was very big. Actually, they didn't need to ask around to find it. This was because it was just opposite the City Lord residence. Every City Lord residence had a trading market and a battle god pavilion. Normally, martial artists would go to the City Lord residence to replenish their supplies, and battle gods would go to the battle god pavilion to submit missions. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't accept any missions at this moment. He directly entered the auction house. Immediately, a martial artist who looked like a middle-aged man came forward to welcome him. Welcome, esteemed guest. This humble one is Li Shi, the fourth shopkeeper of the auction house. May I ask what esteemed guest would like to auction? Wu Shan had already asked around. This auction house belonged to the Li clan. Every month, there would be a small auction. Every 3 months, there would be a medium auction. Once a year, there would be a large auction. Hence, he wasn't surprised that this shopkeeper would ask such a question. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, I want to see your chief shopkeeper. Chief shopkeeper? Li Shi's brows twitched. He was delighted. Without a transaction worth more than 10 billion, one wouldn't be qualified to be received by the chief shopkeeper. It seemed like a big business had come knocking. However, he still politely reminded, This esteemed guest, please come in. Do you know our rules? Kiki. Yi Qinghan didn't say much. He led Yi Yaorao inside. However, he thought to himself, I'm afraid that even your chief shopkeeper wouldn't be able to accept this business. Li Shi's smile widened. This young master had an extraordinary bearing and knew the rules. It seemed like a big business had come knocking. He hurriedly led the way for them. Finally, they arrived at a small hall. After entering the small hall, a maidservant served fragrant tea. Li Shi politely said a few words before turning and walking into another small hall. Not long after, Li Shi appeared again and said that the chief shopkeeper wanted to see him. As they walked out of the small hall, the people in front of them caught Yi Qinghan's attention. Even Wu Shan and Yi Yaorao, who were at the side, could clearly feel Yi Qinghan's hostility and a flash of killing intent. Wu Shan's heart tightened. He looked up and vaguely understood what was going on. There were 3 cultivators walking in front of them. The one in front was a young master. He was dressed in white and had an unusually handsome appearance. His aura was like a sword. Even from afar, one could feel his arrogant bearing. However, this kind of bearing wasn't annoying. Instead, it felt like he was born with it. This was a person that was hard to forget with just one look. Behind him were 2 old men. Although they could restrain their aura, Wu Shan could clearly feel their mountainous aura. These 2 were experts that made him feel fear. The 3 of them all had one thing in common. They all had dual pupils. Dual pupils from the Netherworld race. The young master's purple and green eyes were unusually bewitching. It also added a bit of demonic charm to his aura. The 2 experts behind him both had red and brown eyes. They made people feel like they were 2 ancient beasts that could break through the heavens and devour the stars. The 3 of them could clearly feel Yi Qinghan's hostility. The 2 old men only glanced at him indifferently. However, the young master didn't even look at Yi Qinghan and disappeared at the end of the long corridor. It was as if he didn't even look at Yi Qinghan. Is this Master Evil Moon's disciple? Yi Qinghan calmed down and turned to look at Li Shi with a smile. Yes, it is young Master Tu Xie. This way please, young master. Li Shi was slightly shocked. He glanced at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Since he dared to release his killing intent towards young Master Tu Xie, this young divine general wasn't as simple as he seemed. Chapter 777. Young Master Tu Xie? Haha. Yi Qinghan smiled warmly as he followed Li Shi inside. However, he was laughing mockingly in his heart. He broke through to the God King realm at the age of 18, and was only at the peak of the God King realm after 50 years. His aptitude couldn't be considered peerless, right? According to the time in the divine realm, his cultivation time was even shorter than young Master Tu Xie's, and he was about to break through to the God King realm and become a soul cultivator. If young Master Tu Xie was a peerless genius, then wouldn't he be called a world-destroying genius? Soul cultivators were the strongest group of people in the divine realm. Once they broke through to the God Emperor realm, they would have the strength of a 7th-grade war god. Ordinary martial artists who broke through to the God Emperor realm would have the strength of a 5th-grade war god at most. Even some low-level God Emperors who had comprehended the laws of nature could not reach that level. In this way, young Master Tu Xie's aptitude was nothing compared to Yi Qinghan's. Walking into the small hall inside, Yi Qinghan discovered that this small hall was clearly more luxurious than the previous one. Inside, there was an old man who was even more amiable than Li Shi, who was smiling at the door. This person's face was round, and his eyes were squinted into slits from smiling. His smile gave people a feeling of familiarity, like a spring breeze, but it didn't give off the feeling of flattery. "I am Li Huang of the auction house. Honored guests, please take a seat." The shopkeeper was very polite. He waited for the three of them to sit down before sitting down. Shopkeeper is too polite. Yi Qinghan naturally did not dare to belittle this harmless-looking old man. Wu Shan transmitted his voice, indicating that this old man's strength was slightly higher than his own. Moreover, when Yi Qinghan heard the name Li Huang, he thought of Li Bai and Li He. Their names were similar, and they were obviously from the inner circle of the Li family. "May I know your surname, young master?" Li Huang's amiable smile made Yi Qinghan admire the Li family for being good at doing business. Amiability brought wealth. It was very comfortable to do business with such a person. "My surname is Yi. I am here to trouble you to auction a batch of fruits." Yi Qinghan did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. He was very busy, even busier than Du Fu in his previous life. "So it is young Master Yi." Li Huang was puzzled. There wasn't any big family with the surname Yi in the Misty Manor, right? He had never heard of any supreme expert with the surname Yi. However, Li Huang didn't slack off and replied politely, "Oh, what fruit is it? Can I feast my eyes on it?" "It's nothing special. I got some by chance, and I want to trade them for some divine stones." Yi Qinghan chuckled and casually threw out a jade box. He young master must be joking. Of course, Li Huang didn't believe Yi Qinghan's words. If it was an ordinary fruit, why would it want to see him? However, he did not have much hope in his heart. After all, Yi Qinghan had already said that it was nothing special. Li Huang casually sent out a stream of divine power to break the seal on the box. Then he gently opened the box. At the side, Li Shi also looked over curiously. Buzz! As soon as the box was opened, a dazzling 7-colored light instantly bloomed. A refreshing fragrance instantly filled the entire hall, causing the maids at the side to feel refreshed. Bang! Li Huang and Li Shi's expressions changed drastically. Li Huang quickly covered the jade box and directly smeared a divine power seal on it. His hands were trembling slightly. "It's a mutant fruit." Li Shi looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise, but in his heart, he thought that this was a prodigal son. Obviously, he thought that Yi Qinghan must be a descendant of an aristocratic family. The mutant fruit that his family had auctioned, but he squandered it by selling it for divine stones. It's a top-notch mutant fruit. Li Huang didn't have time to care about what Li Huang was thinking. His smiling face became very serious at this moment, and he corrected Li Shi's statement. He had auctioned many mutant fruits in his hands, and he could tell at a glance. Top-notch mutant fruit. Young Master Yi is really generous. Li Shi was shocked again. Top-notch mutant fruits were auctioned here, and each one was sold for more than 100 billion divine stones. The most expensive combat-type top-notch mutant fruit was auctioned for 200 billion divine stones. However, he was puzzled again. Only a few dozen of these top-notch mutant fruits were auctioned, so where did this young master's mutant fruits come from? Young Master Yi is really generous. You have shocked me to the point of losing my composure. I am ashamed. Li Huang tried his best to calm down, but when he thought of young Master Yi's words just now, he couldn't calm down no matter what. He took a few deep breaths and said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi, did you just say that you have a batch?" A batch. Li Shi's eyes suddenly widened. Only now did he remember that Yi Qinghan had indeed said that he obtained some by chance. A few. Li Shi felt his heart start to beat faster. Every time a top-notch mutant fruit appeared, it would cause the aristocratic families to fight for it, and a large amount of divine stones would be thrown down. This young god general actually said that he had a batch? Could it be that there were other places in the misty continent that had mutant fruits other than the sealed God Valley? It had to be known that every martialist could refine 5 mutant fruits in their lifetime. For example, a top-notch offensive mutant fruit could increase the might of one's attacks by 5%. 5% might not be a lot, but once a martialist reached a certain realm, it would be extremely difficult to improve further. If refining a single fruit could increase the might of one's attacks by 5%, what was the point of spending some divine stones? As long as a family clan owned a city, its annual divine stones would soar, let alone a large family clan that owned a prefecture. I do have some. Can your auction house take them? If you can't get a good price, I can go to the Star Sea. I heard that there are many wealthy buyers there. Under Li Huang's and Li Shi's fervent gazes, Yi Qinghan picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then, he told them about the discussion he had with the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress. Li Huang swallowed his saliva and said respectfully, "How many do you have exactly? Young master, can you give me a rough estimate? This matter is very important, so I can report it to my superiors." 300 ordinary mutant fruits and 20 top-notch mutant fruits. Yi Qinghan's casual words made Li Huang's body tremble. He sucked in a few breaths of cold air, and nearly choked on his own saliva. Li Shi was even worse off. He actually slid off his chair and stood up awkwardly. His expression was exceptionally interesting. This little divine general's generosity was too great. Ordinary mutant fruits would sell for at least 10 billion divine stones. As for top-notch mutant fruits, as long as they were advertised properly, they would sell for at least 100 billion divine stones. This way, they would be able to get at least 5 trillion divine stones. 5 trillion divine stones. This amount was definitely comparable to the millions of years of accumulation of a medium-sized family clan. Even Dripping Spring City's annual income of divine stones was only about 100 billion. Furthermore, a portion of this income had to be distributed to the various families in the city. The two were stunned for a long time. The way they looked at Yi Qinghan had already changed. It turned from affectionate to passionate, and even a little flirtatious. The two had already raised Yi Qinghan's status to that of a supreme powerhouse. After all, having such a terrifying amount of wealth was also a representation of great strength. As long as you took out a few 100 billion divine stones, presumably there would be some 7th-grade war gods who would be willing to do some things for you, such as killing some people or eliminating a city lord. Li Shi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite the deputy city lord over. Li Huang looked at the dumbfounded Li Shi and couldn't help but become angry. It seemed like this 4th shopkeeper had to be changed. How could such an impatient person accomplish great things? However, he didn't know that he had also lost his composure a moment ago. Young Master Yi, my servant lost his composure just now. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Only then did Li Huang look at Yi Qinghan with a face full of smiles. He even addressed him as young master. At the same time, he waved his hand and instructed a maid beside him. Go and bring me my collection of million-year-old dripping spring tea. Today, I want to make friends with young Master Yi. Chapter 778. A million-year-old dripping spring tea. Head shopkeeper is too polite. Although Yi Qinghan didn't understand how much divine stones a million-year-old dripping spring tea was worth, just the words a million-year-old was already worth a lot of divine stones. Although he knew this was Li Huang's way of winning people's hearts, he was still in a good mood. Wu Shan, who was at the side, was secretly astonished. He knew the value of the dripping spring tea very well. The dripping spring tea was a special kind of tea that could be found at the bottom of the dripping spring river. It was rare, and the tea leaves were guarded by powerful water-type demonic beasts. Even ordinary god kings would find it difficult to approach. He had only heard of 100,000-year-old dripping spring tea. A small handful was worth tens of millions of divine stones. A million-year-old dripping spring tea. Taking advantage of Yi Qinghan, Wu Shan and Yi Yaorao each got a cup of dripping spring tea. Yi Qinghan took a small sip and instantly felt the fragrance in his mouth. His whole body felt comfortable, and his mouth felt like it was holding a piece of warm jade. It was wet and smooth. It felt like he was kissing a young girl. It was abnormally comfortable. A warm current surged in his body, and his divine power actually increased a little. Good tea. Yi Qinghan wasn't stingy with his praise. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed this incomparable taste for a while. Then he opened his eyes and praised loudly. It is indeed good tea. Although Yi Yaorao didn't know what it was, even a fool could feel that this tea was a rare treasure. Li Huang was smiling, but his heart was bleeding. This tea was something that couldn't be bought with divine stones. He smiled and said, Hee hee, young Master Yi, I'm not bragging, but if it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't bear to take it out. This little bit is enough to make my heart ache for a long time. Li Huang's secret pat made Yi Qinghan feel very comfortable. The atmosphere in the small hall became harmonious. Thump, thump, thump. Not long after, strange footsteps echoed in the small hall. These footsteps seemed to contain some kind of heaven and earth profound mystery. Li Huang's face tightened, and he quickly stood up. Yi Qinghan also knew that the main character had arrived. The three of them stood up and looked at the door of the small hall. The newcomer was dressed in black armor and was 2 meters tall. He had a dignified appearance with a hooked nose and the appearance of an ambitious and ruthless overlord. He did not release any aura, but as soon as he walked in, Yi Qinghan could feel a natural pressure being released from this person's body. This had nothing to do with one's realm. This was the pressure of a person in a high position, someone who often gave orders, someone who could decide the fate of many people with a wave of his hand. Come, young Master Yi, let me introduce you. This is our Dripping Spring City's Vice City Lord, Lord Li He. Your Excellency, this is Sir Yi. Li Huang revealed a respectful look, introducing the two people. Greetings, City Lord Li. Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at Li He's eyes, which were sparkling and filled with an intimidating aura, and spoke in a neither humble nor respectful manner. Even though the City Lord's aura was powerful, the Thunder Emperor's aura was stronger than his. Furthermore, he had 2 7th-grade war gods under his command. Thus he was not afraid at all. Haha, a young hero. Li Shi reported that there is a young master with an extraordinary bearing. Now that I look at him, he is indeed extraordinary. Sit, sit. Li He's voice was like a large bell, abnormally loud and straightforward. It was very dignified yet amiable. Yi Qinghan leisurely sat down. Yi Yaorao also sat down without any misgivings. However, Wu Shan did not dare to sit. He waited for Li He to sit down before slowly sitting down. He could clearly sense that this person's cultivation was incredibly powerful, definitely not weaker than the Wind Emperor. City Lord Li is too polite. Come to think of it, this Yi is already 60 or 70 years old. I don't deserve to be called a young man. And I don't deserve to be called a hero. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands and greeted him politely. However, he was secretly admiring this person. This person's bearing was truly extraordinary, and he was far inferior to him. Li He waved his hand, disagreeing with Yi Qinghan's point of view. He said very seriously, Haha, Sir Yi is too humble. I think you truly deserve the title of a young hero. Divine rank martial artists have long lifespans. Those who cultivate less than 100 years are all considered youths. As for the word hero, Sir Yi is even more fully deserving of it. Sir Yi having such cultivation at such a young age, if it were to spread, it would shock the entire divine realm. Li He's words made Li Huang stunned. This Li He was proud and arrogant and rarely praised people. Why did he praise Yi Qinghan today? Furthermore, he even gave such a high appraisal? Cultivation? Could it be that this Sir Yi concealed his cultivation? This was a little terrifying. Yi Qinghan naturally did not conceal his cultivation. He looked at Li He's eyes that were as deep as the sea and determined that this Li He definitely knew that he was a soul cultivator. It was just that. How did he know? Sir Yi, I'm a soul cultivator too. Rest assured, I'll keep it a secret for you. Li He secretly transmitted his voiceover, dispelling Yi Qinghan's doubts. Similarly, soul cultivators, they could sense each other. Of course, Yi Qinghan had just stepped into the palace of soul cultivators, and could not sense it yet. City Lord Li is too courteous. Let's get down to business. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and did not mind. However, his sense of closeness towards Li He grew even stronger. He did not continue with the small talk and spoke directly. Yi Qinghan's indifferent expression and direct manner of speaking were to Li He's liking. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll accept all the mutant fruits this time. There are more than 2 Moon Queen, and it just so happens to be a large-scale auction. This time, I'll be in charge of the entire process. I guarantee that your mutant fruits will fetch no less than 5 trillion divine stones. The auction house will compensate you if it's not enough. Furthermore, we will only take 4% of the processing fee this time. We can give you 3 trillion divine stones in advance. What do you think of these conditions? And Li Huang was shocked again. This Li He's conditions were too good. Originally, the processing fee was 5%. This way, they would lose 50 billion divine stones. Moreover, there was an advance payment of 3 trillion divine stones. This was unprecedented. As for Li He saying that he could fetch 5 trillion divine stones, Li Huang was not worried. This auction house was built by Li He himself. Alright. Yi Qinghan did not expect Li He to offer such favorable conditions. The Thundertharch had told him that with so many mutant fruits being auctioned together, it would be considered not bad if they could fetch 4 trillion divine stones. This Li He actually started with 5 trillion divine stones, and could even pay 3 trillion divine stones in advance. This person was not bad. As expected, coming to this auction was the best choice. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said, "The rest is not a problem. As for the processing fee, let's charge it at 5%. I can't let you work for nothing." Alright. Young Master Yi, I like your temper. I'll befriend you. Li Huang, go get 3 trillion divine stones. After we finish this matter, I'll have a good drink with young Master Yi. Li Quan was very direct and efficient. He immediately sent someone to get the divine stones. However, Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. This Li Quan manner's wealth was indeed frightening. They could easily gather a few trillion divine stones. Li Huang left very quickly, and came very quickly. Clearly, the auction house had several trillion divine stones prepared all year round. What Li Huang brought was a nameless divine stone crystal card, but Li He directly threw it to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan scanned it, and Wu Shan also took out his divine stone to check. After confirming that there was no mistake with the divine stone crystal card, Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and threw out the mutant fruits that he had prepared. Li Huang took a deep breath and waved his hand. A group of professional appraisers came in and quickly verified that the mutant fruits were all genuine. The hearty smile on Li He's face became even wider. He quickly got Li Huang to prepare the contract. In less than 2 hours, this huge transaction of several trillion divine stones was already successful. After rejecting Li He's repeated invitations, Yi Qinghan walked out of the auction house under Li Huang's personal escort. In the hall after entering, Yi Qinghan stopped in his tracks and transmitted his voice to Li Huang. "I stay at the Yihang courtyard by the Lishui River. Ask Li Bai to come and meet me. We are old friends." Oh. Li Huang was overjoyed. Li Bai was of the same generation as Yi Qinghan. He didn't expect Li Bai to be old friends with him. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was a super big client in Li Huang's heart that he had to rope in. It would be best if Li Bai could form a relationship with him. He quickly replied, "Alright, I'll go pass the message to Lord Li He now. Li Bai will visit you tonight." Chapter 779. After bidding farewell to Li Huang, the three of them entered the City Lord Manor. Yi Qinghan was the last to enter the Battle God Pavilion. After confirming that the God's crystal card was effective, he split the God's stone on the card into 3 portions. After everything was done, the three of them walked on the wide street in front of the City Lord Mansion. Yi Qinghan felt much more relaxed. With 3 trillion divine stones in hand, the new city was basically completed. With the divine stones, he would have enough money to travel to the Soul Eater City. At this moment, he really wanted to go to the teleportation formation on the square and teleport to the Soul Eater City. However, he had not arranged everything yet. Moreover, he had to deal with little firework. If he left like this, he would be letting Leijin down. So he held back his longing and prepared to teleport away after the auction was over, and the matter with little firework was cleared up. At this moment, he felt a little strange. Since Lord Devour had taken Yu Qingqing and the others to the Soul Eater City, she should have come to take him as well after receiving the news. Could it be that Lord Devour wanted him to take another task? Or did she know that he would have to pay for the teleportation? Da-da-da. At this moment, A series of roaring footsteps from afar woke him up. He looked up and his eyes suddenly lit up. It was a carriage rushing towards him at high speed. No. To be exact, it was not a carriage because it was not being pulled by horses, but by two demonic beasts with terrifying auras. These two demonic beasts looked exactly the same. They were more than 2 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. Their whole bodies were silver without a single strand of hair. They had a single horn on their head, and their eyes were snow red. However, they did not hurt people. Instead, they dragged 4 iron chains and ran towards the City Lord Mansion. Silver Wolf War Chariot? It's the Yang family of the 100 Battle Mansion. To be exact, it should be Yang Di's great-grandson, Yang Chui Hua. Young Master Yang. Did you see the purple gold flower on the war chariot? That is the symbol of young Master Yang. Haha, Lichuan City is going to be lively this time. I guess all the famous young masters of the ethereal mansion will come here. I have never seen young Master Tu Xie, young Master Yao Yu and other famous young masters in the continent. She'll stop talking here. It'll be troublesome if the official army hears you. The war chariot charged straight into the city lord's residence. The cultivators on the way made way for it, revealing envious gazes as they discussed in whispers. However, when they saw the rows of official army in the city lord's residence, they stopped talking. Young Master Yang? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was astonished. Was something big going to happen in Dripping Spring City? Why were there so many famous young masters rushing over? Wu Shan had clearly sensed the auras of the 2 experts in the carriage just now. Not having the time nor the mood to inquire about it, Yi Qinghan and the other 2 quickly headed towards the Leishui area, and finally returned to the Red Joy Courtyard restaurant. After letting Yi Yaorao return to her room to rest, Yi Qinghan told the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress everything that happened at the auction. Only then did he take out a crystal card and hand it to Lei Zhen, and the other to the Rain Empress. Both were nameless crystal cards. 2 trillion divine stones. Lei Zhen was slightly shocked when he took a look at the crystal card. Yi Qinghan had casually thrown 2 trillion divine stones to him. It wasn't that Lei Zhen had never seen a divine stone before. At his level, divine stones were actually very easy to come by. However, Yi Qinghan had given it to him so easily. He still felt a burst of astonishment. This brat's boldness was really great. He was someone who could do great things. Hee little man. Are you trying to drive me away by giving me travel expenses so early in the morning? The Rain Empress was also shocked. Yi Qinghan had given her 800 billion divine stones, which was enough for her to teleport to Nanling Continent and back. Although she was teasing him, she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. This little man still missed her. How could she bear to leave? Why don't you stay? I'll even give you the position of City Lord. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. She had already gotten a bargain, yet she was still pretending to be innocent. It seemed like he had to find time to use the Yi family's spear skills to give her a good beating. Women. 3 days without a beating. Alright, let's get down to business first. Lei Zhen coughed lightly and said, the auction will be held in 2 Moon Queen. During this time, Feng Qi and I will disguise ourselves and buy some materials to build the city. We will also look for a formation master. Wait. Little Yi, didn't you say that you have an old friend in Lichuan City? Help me find out about the fireworks. Don't worry, Uncle Lei Zhen. That person will be here soon. He's a member of the inner circle of the Li clan, and I reckon that he's an elder. He should be able to get the exact news of the fireworks soon. Yi Qinghan quickly explained. Oh, that's good. Does he know that you have fallen into the Sealed God Valley? Lei Zhen's spirit was shaken. He would know about his daughter soon. Perhaps he would be able to see her soon. This thought made his tiger body tremble slightly. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said, I'm not sure if he knows or not. It's fine, I will bluff him. Even if they guessed it, it doesn't matter. To them, I am a big customer. Moreover, their young miss and I are old friends. There shouldn't be any big problems. Alright. Lei Zhen nodded. His expression became calm again. However, his emotions were getting more and more agitated. His eyes looked through the transparent barrier of the window at the beautiful Leishui River outside. In his heart, he was thinking about little firework, little firework. Li Bai came very quickly. After receiving Li He's message, he put down everything he was doing and sat on a war chariot. He rushed out of the Li family's courtyard, Lei Shui Pavilion, and rushed towards the Yihong courtyard. Old friend? Li Bai sat on the carriage, but his face was filled with bewilderment. He ultimately could not recall when he had such an old friend. He was an elder of Lei Shui City. However, he was of the lowest rank. If it wasn't because he had to serve young Miss Li Shui, he wouldn't even have this elder position. But now an old friend suddenly appeared. A peerless young master with immense wealth. An old friend that even the Li He city lord couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Rope in this young master. If he has any request, as long as it isn't too excessive, agree to it without asking. Thinking about the Li He city lord's instructions, Li Bai became even more nervous. From the Li He city lord's words and expression, he could tell that the city lord cared a lot about this young master. This Li He city lord was a soul cultivator. His strength was ranked top 3 in Lei Shui City. He had always been arrogant. Previously, when young Master Tu Xie asked for a meeting, he only met him out of courtesy. But now he was actually so courteous and valued a young master? Could this person be even more peerless than young Master Tu Xie? Creak. The war chariot stopped. Li Bai collected his thoughts and tidied up his luggage. After taking a few deep breaths, he walked towards the Yihong courtyard. As soon as he walked in, the head shopkeeper of the Yihong courtyard immediately came to welcome him. He heard from the servants that the Li clan's war chariot was parked outside. Of course, he knew that a big shot from the Li clan had arrived. Begging for food in Lei Shui City, the people from the Li clan had to treat him politely. This morning, the fishes in Lei Shui were swimming very happily. I was wondering what happy event was happening. So it is eminent elder Li Bai. Please come in, quickly come in. The head shopkeeper was a flirtatious woman. When she saw Li Bai, her face immediately bloomed into a smile. She swayed her plump buttocks and spoke in a sweet voice that could make one go numb. How could Li Bai be in the mood to waste time with her? He immediately asked, "Is there a young master staying at Sky Character number 1? There is indeed a young master staying there. He is a wealthy guest. He has been staying here for 2 months. The head shopkeeper knew that Li Bai definitely had something to do and didn't dare to say any more polite words. Serve him well. This is the esteemed guest of Liha City Lord. Serve him according to the highest standards. As for the extra divine stones, report it to me." Li Bai's expression was solemn as he instructed. After that, he ignored the manager and walked upstairs. The esteemed guest of the Lihe City Lord? The head shopkeeper shuddered. This gentle and amiable young master actually had such a great background. She quickly ordered the servants beside her to serve him the highest standards. She didn't dare to report it and wouldn't report it. She didn't have the chance to come into contact with such a big shot like Li Bai. How could she let go of this opportunity? After giving her instructions, the head shopkeeper quickly jogged to catch up with Li Bai. When they reached the top floor, the head shopkeeper pressed the mechanism on the door to alert the guests inside that someone was asking for an audience. Not long after, the stone door opened, revealing Wu Shan's stern face. Wu Shan sized him up and realized that it was the head shopkeeper of the restaurant. He asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" "Eminent elder Li Bai of the Li clan has arrived." The head shopkeeper wanted to introduce Li Bai. Unexpectedly, Li Bai waved his hand and cupped his hands in greeting. He wasn't an idiot and didn't dare to put on airs at this moment. Didn't he see that the people who opened the door were all 5th grade war gods? Hee. It's Li Bai. Wu Shan, please invite him in. A gentle laughter came from inside the hall. Li Bai raised his brows. He was somewhat familiar with this voice, but he couldn't remember who it was. When Wu Shan moved aside, Li Bai saw a green-robed man standing in the hall and smiling at him. His eyes suddenly widened and his body trembled. He cried out in alarm, "It's you, Han Yi." Chapter 780. Senior Li Bai, long time no see. Yi Qinghan rudely interrupted, causing Li Bai to sober up. He hurriedly waved his hand at the manager beside him, and then walked into the suite. Wu Shan immediately closed the barrier. "Sit." Yi Qinghan casually pointed at the jade chair beside him. Wu Shan skillfully poured tea, and then returned to the room silently. He seemed to have successfully changed from Rain Emperor Mountain's commander to Yi Qinghan's housekeeper. Han Yi Battle God, Didn't you fall into Sealed God Valley? What? Li Bai tried to suppress the shock in his heart. He remembered clearly that Yi Qinghan fell into Sealed God Valley. That year, Lord Devour used hundreds of thousands of god bandits and tens of thousands of corpses of the Liu family in Dancing Phoenix City to prove this point. But now, Yi Qinghan was standing in Dripping Spring City alive. And his soul spirit aura was exactly the same. What did this mean? Did this mean that Yi Qinghan came out of Sealed God Valley? Yi Qinghan came out. What did this mean? This meant that Sealed God Valley's restriction was broken. The second most desolate place in the divine world was no longer a desolate place. If this news was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire ethereal manor. It should be known that the secrets of Sealed God Valley were something that countless experts wanted to explore but didn't dare to. The mutant fruits inside were enough to make countless experts envious. No. Li Bai's body shook again. Wasn't this Yi Qinghan here to auction the strange fruits? And he even auctioned hundreds of strange fruits. It must be. The more Li Bai thought about it, the more excited he got. If he reported this news to the supremacies, it would be a great merit for him. Yi Qinghan was very clear that once this strange fruit was auctioned, it would definitely arouse the suspicions of experts everywhere. Li Bai also knew that he had fallen into Sealed God Valley. His current expression wasn't strange. He chuckled and said, "No. Actually, I didn't fall into Sealed God Valley. I was trapped by a restriction and was rescued by my lord." Yi Qinghan did not mean to deceive Li Bai. After all, this matter was of great importance. Before the city was built, it was better to keep this information to himself. In his heart, he was prepared to deceive her to the end. No. Li Bai's eyes widened, and it was obvious that he did not believe Jiang Yi's words. He said, "If they did not fall, then why did Paragon Butterfly Dance ask people to kill all the god bandits in the entire mountain range, and send people to the Dancing Phoenix City to exterminate the Liu clan? What? Is that so?" This time, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be shocked. The venerable butterfly dance that Li Bai mentioned was undoubtedly Lord Devour. Ever since he came out of Sealed God Valley, he hadn't had the time to inquire about what happened in the past. Now that he suddenly heard about it, he was startled. "You don't know? This has shaken the entire Misty continent." Li Bai was confused. Yi Qinghan's expression wasn't fake. Even if Yi Qinghan came out of Sealed God Valley, he could easily find out. "That year, I was rescued by my lord. Then I went back to soul-devouring city and went into seclusion. Not long ago, I came out of seclusion and was sent here by my lord. Actually, these fruits were sent by my lord to auction. Tell me in detail what happened that year." Yi Qinghan measured his body and said in a low voice. His mysterious look caused Li Bai to be even more confused. Could it be true? Yi Qinghan really didn't fall into Sealed God Valley? If these fruits were sent by Lord Devour, it would be easy to explain. After all, Lord Devour was a peerless character that even his venerable respected. It wasn't impossible for him to take out several hundred of these fruits. Han Yi Battle God, you don't know this. That year, after we entered the passage, a peerless soul cultivator, Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao, came to Phoenix Cloud Mountain in less than an hour. Then Venerable Butterfly Dance also came. The entire Phoenix Cloud Mountain was covered with corpses. When I returned to Dripping Spring City, I heard that Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao had barged into Dancing Phoenix City alone, single-handedly annihilated the Liu family, and left calmly. Li Bai spoke excitedly, and he spoke to the point his blood was boiling and he felt extreme admiration. It wasn't difficult to annihilate a group of people in Phoenix Cloud Mountain. Any soul cultivator could do it. Even an 8th grade war god could do it easily. Barging into a small city like Dancing Phoenix City and annihilating a family wasn't difficult. However, Lord Devour did it openly. At that time, not a single expert dared to come out of Dancing Phoenix City. After the incident, Dancing Phoenix City and Longyang Manor didn't say a word. The Misty City also pretended that they didn't see anything. It was terrifying. After all, the iron law of the divine world was established by the 8 sovereigns. Although the big families and forces treated the iron law as a piece of paper in secret, no one dared to be so presumptuous in public. This was a blatant slap to the Misty sovereign's face. However, the strange thing was that the Misty Sovereign didn't say anything. This was worth pondering. Moreover, after that incident, Lord Devour was conferred the title of Venerable Butterfly Dance by the Misty City. This allowed people to deduce many things. At the very least, the name of Venerable Butterfly Dance was exceptionally famous on the Misty Continent. It was so famous that it completely overshadowed the 5 venerables under the Misty Sovereign. It's Lord Mo. Lord Mo hid so many things from me. Yi Qinghan was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He knew about Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao. He was the strongest expert in Baleful Een Stream, a soul cultivator. He didn't expect it to be as he had guessed. He was Lord Devour's subordinate. Regardless of whether Lord Devour was angry for him or Xiaohei, Lord Devour's actions still shocked him. He was also shocked by Lord Devour's strength. However, as a soul cultivator, his mind worked quickly. Even though he was shocked, he continued to fool Li Bai. Venerable Butterfly Dance must be worried that it will affect your seclusion. War God Han Yi, Venerable Butterfly Dance must think highly of you. Li Bai saw that Yi Qinghan's expression was so real. He was even more confused. Could it be that Yi Qinghan really didn't fall into Sealed God Valley? Did Venerable Butterfly Dance really obtain this fruit? Yi Qinghan started to fool him again. Let's not talk about this. I'll ask Lord about this later. Oh right, Senior Li Bai, please don't tell anyone about this fruit. My lord likes to keep a low profile. You know. Of course. Not to mention Venerable Butterfly Dance. Even if it's an ordinary customer, we won't leak this information. Li Bai's face tightened. He thought to himself. Who would dare to leak this information? What if your lord sends someone into Dripping Spring City to kill me? That won't be fun. Low profile? Your lord is indeed very low profile. But when he's high profile, he can scare people to death. Let's not talk about this. I want to ask you about something. Yi Qinghan told Li Bai the main purpose of his visit today. I want to ask about a person, Lei Huahua. Don't misunderstand. She and I are old acquaintances. We knew each other before I knew you. Miss Huahua, War God Han Yi, eh? Young Master Yi, you actually know Miss Huahua? Li Bai frowned and thought for a while. He felt that with Yi Qinghan's status he wouldn't lie to him. Miss Huahua is indeed at Dripping Water Pavilion. She's staying with my lady. Chapter 781. Yi Qinghan was delighted and asked urgently. Could you arrange for me to meet Miss Firework immediately? I have something important to talk to her about. Although Yi Qinghan's divine sense didn't enter the unfettered pavilion, he knew that Lei Zhen must be very excited. He didn't see his daughter after she was born. He only received news that his wife had given birth to a daughter named Firework. This, Li Bai said awkwardly. Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't want to help, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult even for the Leiha City Lord to help. Why? Yi Qinghan was stunned, but her heart was extremely nervous. Could it be that something had happened? Li Bai said helplessly. Because no man can enter my young mistress Xiling Pavilion now. You know that Miss Firework is here, so you must have heard about Mr. Tu Xia. I'm afraid that without my young mistress's company, Miss Firework won't be able to leave Xiling Pavilion. You also know that my young mistress won't be able to come out to meet anyone these few days. Yi Qinghan was even more surprised and asked, why can't your young mistress come out to meet anyone? You don't know? Li Bai looked at Yi Qinghan as though he was a monster. After making sure that he wasn't joking, he said, my young mistress has just transformed into a human. 3 Moon Queen is her coming-of-age ceremony. Didn't you see that countless famous young masters of the continent are here? I thought you came from my young mistress. Oh, I see. Yi Qinghan quickly communicated with Lei Zhenyu and found out that the moment a super divine beast transformed into a human, there would be a coming-of-age ceremony, which was similar to choosing a son-in-law. Sir Li Quan was an 8th grade martial artist, and was the leader of a prefecture. Moreover, Li Shui was also a super divine beast. She had reached the Emperor God transformation realm in less than 10,000 years of cultivation. That was why so many famous young masters of the Misty Continent came to watch the ceremony. They hoped to be valued by Li Shui, and become the son-in-law of the Li Quan prefecture. Does that mean I have to wait for 3 months before I can see your Miss and Miss Fireworks? Yi Qinghan was slightly disappointed. 3 months wasn't a long time. It would pass in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Qinghan was burning with impatience to go to Soul Eater City. The sooner he could settle things here, the sooner he could see his 3 wives and the son he had never met. "All right." Li Bai suddenly thought of something and said to Yi Qinghan with a chuckle, "A Moon Queen, young Miss will invite all the young masters from the prestigious clans to the banquet, but young Miss can only appear with her face covered, and she will not stay for long. How about this? I'll ask Leha City Lord to prepare an invitation for you. When the time comes, you can privately send a voice transmission to young Mistress, and see if she can arrange for you to meet with young Mistress Fireworks." "A Moon Queen? All right." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. As long as he could get in touch with Li Shui, he could get her to pass a message to Fireworks, and it would be easy for them to meet. Li Bai hurriedly left to report to Leha City Lord. Lei Zhen Feng Qi finally came out of the free and unfettered pavilion. Lei Zhen's complexion improved a little, knowing that Fireworks' safety was guaranteed. He didn't need to worry about anything else. Since he had come out, anyone who dared to touch Fireworks would have to be prepared to face his boundless anger. In the following time, Yi Qinghan had nothing to do. Li Shui's banquet was still a month away, and the auction was going to be held for another 2 months. He might as well go into seclusion for a month to cultivate and see if he could break through to the God King realm. Lei Zhen was preparing to buy the materials to build the city. He asked Wu Shan to buy 3 human skin masks, disguising himself and concealing his presence. Then he brought Feng Qi and Wu Shan out to buy the materials. Since Empress Rain didn't know anyone in the Misty Building, she wasn't afraid of being recognized. She just concealed her presence and took Yi Yao Rao and Feng Qi out for a stroll. At this time, Lakewan City was in a state of chaos. Every young master had a supreme expert protecting them, so they didn't have to worry about their identities being exposed. Yi Qinghan's figure flashed and appeared in the War Imperial Hall. This War Imperial Hall was very mystical. It didn't even need a teleportation gate. With just a thought, he could directly enter. It was very strange. Standing in the empty hall, Yi Qinghan opened all the restrictions in the hall with a thought. Instantly, an incomparably dense divine aura enveloped the entire hall. Yi Qinghan was startled. This war god hall was indeed terrifying. Cultivating divine power. Here was like a rocket. With a thought, he recalled the other 2 halls that he hadn't had the time to explore. Now was the right time to go and take a look. Swish. His figure disappeared from the hall, as Yi Qinghan appeared in the hall that was filled with stone tablets. There were a total of 100 profound diagrams. Yi Qinghan casually circulated his divine power and observed a diagram. He felt that it was even more profound than the diagram left behind by the Rain Emperor and the Soul Emperor. He couldn't help but question the strength of this War Emperor again. This War Emperor was very likely a legendary 9th-grade war god. But since he was an invincible war god, how could he have died? Thinking about the War Emperor's words, Yi Qinghan knew that if he wanted to know how the War Emperor died, he would probably have to break the 3rd layer of the seal himself. He just didn't know how much strength he would need to reach to break the 3rd layer of the seal. With a flash, Yi Qinghan appeared in that small room. This was the room where the War Emperor stored his secret manuals. Looking at the several books on the bookshelf that were glowing with blue light, Yi Qinghan's heart started to race. How could the War Emperor's collection be ordinary? The bookshelf had a total of 3 layers, and each layer only had 2 secret manuals. Yi Qinghan's hand emitted divine power as he casually placed it on the 2nd layer's half-yellow secret manual. In the end, he discovered that he couldn't pick up the secret manual. Then, he reached for the secret manual at the side, and discovered that he still couldn't pick it up. He tried the last 6 secret manuals, and only the first 2 secret manuals on the 1st layer could be picked up. It was obvious that he didn't have the strength to break the seal on the first 2 layers. Entry level of restrictions? Yi Qinghan picked up a book and flipped it open. For large words appeared on the first page, and his mood instantly surged. This War Emperor claimed to be the #1 expert in restrictions in the immortal world. Moreover, he had personally experienced the power of the restrictions in the Sealed God Valley. The upper 7th grade Cloud Emperor was blasted into smithereens by a single bolt of lightning. If he could learn this War Emperor's restrictions, wouldn't he be awesome in the future? However, After looking through it for a while, Yi Qinghan helplessly placed it back on the bookshelf. This study of restrictions was too complicated, and he didn't have the time to learn it at the moment. He could only slowly ponder over it in the future. Soul extermination? Yi Qinghan flipped open another book, and the two large words in flamboyant calligraphy suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, and it pierced Yi Qinghan's eyes to the point of pain. Not only did he jump in fright, but he hurriedly closed the secret manual. His heart was incomparably shocked. What the hell was this secret manual? It could actually attack a martial artist's soul? Unable to control the turmoil in his heart, Yi Qinghan took a deep breath and opened it again, but he realized that the strange thing just now didn't happen this time. He hurriedly flipped through it. This secret manual was very thin, and it didn't take long for Yi Qinghan to finish reading it. However, after reading for a long time, Yi Qinghan was still staring at the secret manual in a daze, as if he was having a stroke. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what kind of ghost created this soul skill? It's so scary? So domineering? With this soul skill, it can actually let a soul cultivator who has just entered the sect kill an ordinary peak stage God King expert? Yi Qinghan couldn't stay calm anymore. At this moment, how could he still care about fusing the profound mysteries and breaking through to the God King realm? He immediately sat cross-legged and directly entered the soul stillness state. His two souls circulated at high speed, and he directly comprehended this soul skill. Chapter 782. The principle behind soul extermination was very simple, but one had to be a soul cultivator to cultivate it, because the soul extermination attack was a divine sense attack. This divine sense can actually attack martial artists. This soul extermination is too strange. Yi Qinghan was still secretly shocked at this moment. Divine sense was a very common ability. When Yi Qinghan was in the sage realm, he could already release his divine sense. After breaking through to the God realm, his divine sense became divine sense. Divine sense was silent, colorless, and formless. It could radiate outwards. Even if one closed their eyes, they could clearly sense every movement in the distance. Martial artists with powerful divine sense could even observe more clearly than their eyes. Divine sense was the most sensitive. It could clearly sense the sound of an ant scurrying. Martial artists with powerful divine sense could silently eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Divine sense could also transmit voice. There were too many functions of divine sense. But this was the first time Yi Qinghan heard that divine sense could be used to attack. Divine sense was silent. If it attacked a person's soul, it was indeed a sharp weapon that could kill without leaving a trace. Although a peak God King was very strong, their soul was not strong. Their soul defenses were naturally not strong. Under a sneak attack, it was theoretically possible to annihilate the soul. In reality, the more Yi Qinghan comprehended this soul extermination mystic art, the more shocked he became. This mystic art actually refined divine sense into thin threads. Moreover, they were sharp spiral-shaped threads. Once attacked, the divine sense would turn into trillions of golden soul threads that would attack the enemy's soul sea. Every martial artist's soul sea had a layer of soul defense barrier. But once these golden soul threads successfully attacked the barrier, they would enter the cavernous body of the soul sea and rapidly destroy the soul. If a martial artist's soul was not strong enough, it would easily cause their soul to collapse. With two souls revolving at the same time, and with his soul in a silent state, Yi Qinghan's comprehension speed was very fast. With two souls simulating at the same time, corroborating and deducing each other, this comprehension speed was more than 10 times faster than ordinary people. As Yi Qinghan was happily comprehending this soul skill in the combat Imperial Palace, Dripping Springs City was becoming increasingly lively. Li Shui, coming-of-age ceremony was the first super beast to transform into a human in the past 300,000 years. Furthermore, it was said that she was a charming little beauty with an extremely charming temperament. As a transcendent grade divine beast, Dream Demon Dragon Mount, Li Shui's innate mystical ability was very strange. It could make a martial artist enter a dream and never come out, or directly die. Most importantly, Li Shui was the only daughter of Reverend Li Quan. Although there were many people in the Li family, Li Shui was the only direct descendant of Reverend Li Quan. Marrying Li Shui or was equivalent to obtaining an incomparably strong backer and half of Liquan Manor. The famous young masters of the floating continent had all arrived a long time ago, and they had all directly teleported over with their families, experts, and wealth. As for those young masters who were not famous and did not have much hope, they could only take the flying tools and rush over. Fortunately, before Li Shui, transformed into a human, the news had already spread out, giving the continent's young masters enough time to travel. The young masters of the 4 directions had gathered, and experts from all directions had gathered. The restaurants and inns along the riverside were almost all full. Not to mention the heaven-class rooms, even the ordinary rooms were rare. All the accommodation fees had directly increased by a few times. The entire Dripping Spring City was bustling with noise and prosperity. As the old saying went, where there were people, there would be a pugilistic world, and where there was a pugilistic world, there would be disputes. Many young masters gathered along the riverside, and these young masters were the elites of the various families. They had noble statuses and were proud and arrogant. Naturally, it was easy for conflicts to arise. These few days, there were already many fights between young masters in Dripping Spring City, and there were even a few times where they openly fought in the city, causing the accompanying elders of their families to start fighting. Dripping Spring City was not easy to handle such matters. Everyone was here for your young miss, and you couldn't just lock them all up according to the iron rules of the divine world, right? Of course, the city's guards had been strengthened recently, and the patrols had also become more diligent. Even so, today in Yihong Courtyard, someone still made a move. The Rain Empress and Yi Yao Rao, 2 peerless beauties with different temperaments, were like 2 fatal poppies. For the past 20 days, they had been entering and exiting daily, and there were no experts protecting them. The Rain Empress had also concealed her strength, and had long been targeted by the nearby young masters. Today, Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for 27 days. Someone made a move. The person who made a move was a young master dressed in yellow. Normally, men rarely wore yellow clothes, but on this young master, it was a perfect complement to his elegant temperament. However, at this moment, his elegant temperament was instantly destroyed when he stretched out his hand to block the Rain Empress and Yi Yao Rao's path. 2 young misses, I am the flower-loving young master of the heavenly demon residence. Can I treat the 2 young misses to a drink? Yi Yao Rao looked at the smiling flower-loving young master in front of her, and the chill on her body became even heavier. On the other hand, the Rain Empress smiled. Her beautiful red lips curved into 2 beautiful arcs, and her eyes were smiling like a fox. Over the past few days, she and Yi Yao Rao had been strolling around the city, going in and out of the Red Joy Courtyard. She could sense many hateful gazes that could even make her want to kill. Young Master Pity Flower was one of them. All right, Yao Rao, let's go and have a drink. To Yi Yao Rao's surprise, the Rain Empress, a supreme expert, did not get angry. Instead, she smiled and walked to the table at the side. Yi Yao Rao had no choice but to follow her. The Rain Empress was indebted to Yi Qinghan, and took good care of her. Although Yi Yao Rao could vaguely see something, she did not mind. Instead, she listened to the Rain Empress. Wow. There were some martial artists sitting in the hall, as well as a few young masters. They saw the 2 beauties who had made their eyes red for countless days being easily taken care of by the flower-loving young master. They were filled with regret. If they had known earlier, they would have made a move as well. The smile on the flower-loving young master's face became even more elegant. He looked at the nearby young masters with some arrogance, and then sat opposite the Rain Empress and Yi Yao Rao. He smiled and said, "It is my honor to meet the 2 young misses. What would you like to drink? Don't stand on ceremony. Please help yourself. Flower-loving young master is too polite." The Rain Empress replied with a smile. Then, she turned to look at the shopkeeper who came out in a hurry and said, "Shopkeeper, please give me 2 cups of million-year-old dripping spring tea." Hiss! Gasps could be heard in the hall. The flower-loving young master's face instantly paled, and the 2 war gods behind him revealed slight anger in their eyes. However, the flower-loving young master did not say anything, so the 2 of them did not say anything. The flower-loving young master naturally could not lose face. He merely gave the shopkeeper who was walking over a look. He was clear that the courtyard of joy definitely did not have such goods. He gave the shopkeeper a look, hoping that the shopkeeper would help and not make him lose too much money. "Young miss, where does our humble store have such treasures?" The shopkeeper's name was Ru Hua. When she heard that someone was going to offend a customer of the #1 Sky restaurant, she hurried over. She was prepared to give the flower-loving young master a warning. However, when she saw the Rain Empress' playful gaze, she knew that this woman with an extraordinary temperament was going to have some fun today. She did not look at the flower-loving young master's gaze and said with a smile, "However, there is still some that are 300,000 years old. Do you want 2 cups?" Chapter 783. Then 2 cups it is. The Rain Empress smiled faintly and casually ordered 2 cups of tea worth hundreds of millions of divine stones. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and turned to young Master Compassion. "Young Master, do you want a few cups as well? I heard that this dripping spring tea is very tasty, but I never had the chance to taste it. Thanks to young Master Compassion's kindness, I finally got what I wanted. Cough cough, I've always liked to drink. Ladies, please enjoy it." At this moment, young Master Lien Hua even had the heart to burn down this restaurant. This was a scam. Not only did the accommodation cost 10 million divine stones per day, but he was now recommending 2 cups of tea worth hundreds of millions of divine stones without any regard for the owner's intentions. But since he had made such a request, he could only swallow it. Not to mention in front of 2 beauties, he could not afford to lose face even in front of all the young masters and young masters in the hall. He thought to himself that it was a good thing there was no million-year-old dripping spring tea here. Otherwise, he would not be able to pay for this even if he sold all his treasures. Since he had spent the divine stones, he decided to attack immediately and capture these 2 peerless beauties, especially the ice jade body. As long as he could capture her, the divine stones would be worth it. However, no matter what he said, no matter how much he used his eloquence, Yi Yarao only sipped her tea calmly and did not say a single word. And the Rain Empress did not speak a single word of truth. It was obvious that she was just brushing him off. The young masters at the side were already snickering. 2 of them even looked at him mockingly from time to time, which made him very annoyed. Seeing that the tea was about to reach its end, young Master Compassion was afraid that the 2 of them would drink too much and ask for another cup or something. Then he would be damned. As expected, he made his request. "Ladies, the weather is nice today. Why don't we go for a walk? How about sightseeing outside Dripping Spring City?" The Rain Empress drank the last bit of tea and stood up leisurely. Yi Yarao also stood up. Young Master Compassion was delighted. There was hope. However, he thought to himself, if the 2 of them do not cooperate after leaving the city, then I'll use force. However, before the Flower Pity Prince could fully smile, the Rain Empress said mockingly, "We sisters have already seen the lousy scenery outside the city. Thank you for your hospitality, hee hee. Let's have a drink together next time if there's a chance." Puffed. The young masters at the side spat out the wine in their mouths at the same time. The complexion of the Flower Pity young master immediately became gloomy. The anger in the eyes of the 2 war gods behind him became even more intense. If they still couldn't tell that the Rain Empress was toying with the Flower Lover Prince, then they were all idiots. The Empress of Rain's last sentence was a resounding slap to the face of the flower-sympathizing prince. The head manager, Ru Hua, had been watching calmly from the side. When she sensed the faint killing intent in the Flower Pity Prince's eyes, she shot a glance at the 2 female attendants beside her. The 2 female attendants immediately split up. One of them headed for the top floor, while the other headed for the back door. "Ladies, I think the scenery outside the city is really good." The Flower Prince now realized that it was as if he had thrown nearly 1 billion divine stones at them. But he had not even asked for their names. He was very clear that experts were gathering in Dripping Spring City at this moment, and these 2 people might really be the women of some supreme expert. So he suppressed the rage in his heart and emphasized once more, "Oh, really? Other than the 5 great scenic spots, is there a place I don't know?" When the Rain Empress saw the head manager's small movements, she originally wanted to leave, but she stopped. She reckoned that it was about time for Yi Qinghan to come out of seclusion, so she simply decided to wait for Yi Qinghan to come down. She inexplicably wanted to see Yi Qinghan stand up for her and fly into a rage because of her. Perhaps this was a scene that every woman would fantasize about when they were in danger. A prince riding a white horse would rush out and rescue them from the hands of a demon. Even though the Rain Empress had been cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, her mentality was clearly no different from that of a young girl. The flower-pity young master was stunned. How could this woman change her attitude faster than flipping a book? However, he immediately followed up and said, "Of course there is. This young master has discovered a wonderful place. I guarantee that the two ladies will be amazed." "Is that so?" The Rain Empress's two beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted, as if she was considering whether to go or not. However, the time she took to think seemed to be a little too long. Just as the flower-pity young master was getting impatient, the Rain Empress suddenly smiled. Her smile was very charming, like 100 flowers blooming. It made the flower-pity young master's heart beat faster. She leisurely opened her mouth, but her tone was a little cold. "Forget it, I'm a little tired today. Next time, young master, bring some dripping spring tea that is 1,000,000 years old. We can go there to walk while drinking tea." Pfft! Countless precious wines were spat out. There were even a few young masters who lowered their heads and laughed softly. The flower-pity young master's expression completely changed. It was fine if he was treated like a fool and slaughtered, but now he was played like a pig twice. Even a saint would have a temper. "Two ladies, are you really not willing to give this one face?" The killing intent on the flower-pity young master's body could even be felt by a pig. The aura of the two war gods behind him also rose greatly, and the air in the hall suddenly became extremely cold. The Rain Empress smiled leisurely and extended her hand to stroke the light blue nails on her hand. Without even looking at the flower-pity young master, she coldly said, "How many divine stones is your face worth? Get out of the way." The godly energy on the flower-pity young master's body suddenly rose, and a snow-white jade sword appeared in his hand. His face was covered in frost, and the sword was not unsheathed, but it was filled with killing intent. He shouted in a deep voice, "Of course my face is worth a lot of divine stones. Do you believe that even though this young master ruthlessly destroyed a flower today, he can still continue to invite beauties to drink tea in this dripping spring city?" The flower-pity young master's words were very straightforward, and the killing intent on his body was also very obvious. The arrogance in his words was also very clear. The young masters in the hall all understood that the flower-pity young master was speaking the truth, because just a few days ago, this flower-pity young master had killed a young master on the spot, and now, he was still drinking tea here. This young master doesn't believe it. Just as these young masters were sighing for the Rain Empress and Yi Yaorao, a calm voice came from downstairs. Immediately after, they saw a young divine general in a green robe walk down lazily. He looked down at the flower-pity young master and the two guards from above, and mocked. "This young master only believes that if you dare to make a move, on this day next year, your family will burn a lot of divine stones for you to spend in the netherworld realm. Of course, to speak the truth, let alone your face, you are really not worth a few divine stones." Scram. The words of the young divine general in a green robe were a little hard to pronounce, and it also felt like a tongue twister. However, the last word scram was said with great vigor and power, and it actually scared the flower-pity young master so much that he took a step back in fear. This also caused Yi Yaorao and the Rain Empress faces to blossom with smiles, and the countless martial artists in the hall were even more shocked. "Impudent! You actually dare to treat my young master like this? Do you want to die?" The two level 5 experts were enraged. Although their young master could not be considered a peerless young master, he was still somewhat famous in the floating continent. Moreover, in this dripping spring city, their families also had a certain level of connections, so killing one or two people was really nothing. Immediately, two treasured swords appeared in their hands, and they were about to attack Yi Qinghan. Chapter 784. The bodies of the two fifth-grade war gods moved, but all of a sudden, they stopped. Their bodies slightly stiffened, and sweat began to trickle down their faces. Their expressions were abnormally tense, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Pa. At first, the flower-sympathizing prince was wondering why the two doyens were behaving like this. However, in the next second, an expression of boundless terror appeared on his face. His body began to tremble violently, and he could not even hold the snow-white jade sword steadily. It fell to the ground with a clear sound. "I think you're the ones who are presumptuous. How dare you treat my young master like this? Do you want to die?" Just as the young masters and martial artists in the hall were astonished, a sinister voice rang out. Then an incomparably powerful aura enveloped the entire hall. The violent aura was like a mountain pressing down, like a flash of lightning, causing everyone in the hall to feel suffocated. 3 martial artists walked in from the entrance of the hall. The martial artist at the front looked somewhat feminine, and held a long black spear in his hand. Black chi revolved around the tip of the spear, revealing a trace of a destructive aura. He was the one who had released the aura just now. He was the one who had caused the 2 elders of Prince Lianhua's family to not dare to move. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, everyone present swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Many of the young masters present were people who had seen the world. At this moment, this warrior carrying a long spear was emitting an aura that made it easy for them to judge his realm. His strength was definitely above the 6th grade, and it was very likely that he was a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th grade. Young master? Young Master Pity's body trembled even more violently. He had touched an iron plate. It was true that their family was a first-rate family in the Heavenly Demon Mansion, but their strongest expert was only a 7th grade war god. Below the 7th grade war god level, there was only one vice patriarch who was a lower 6th grade war god. For the family to send 2 5th grade war god elders to be his bodyguards, it would be a great honor for him in the future. However, the green-robed young god general in front of them had guards at the peak of 6th grade war gods, or even war gods at the peak of 6th grade. A young master's bodyguard could tell how much the person was favored by the family, and it could also tell the strength of the family behind him. How could a clan that could send out a peak rank 6 bodyguard be an ordinary clan? They were definitely at the level of a manor lord. In fact, they might even be one of the top super families in the ethereal continent. Why does this young divine general look so unfamiliar? Could it be that he was a descendant of one of those super clans that had hidden themselves from the world? All the young masters had their eyes fixed on Yi Qinghan, who was standing on the stairs with a faint smile on his face. They were all trying to recall the information they had on the super families of the Misty Manor, but they couldn't find any information on the person in front of them. Young master. Feng Qi and Wu Shan bowed to Yi Qinghan at the same time. Lei Zhen, on the other hand, looked towards the back of the rain, as if wondering what she was up to. With her strength and status, bullying these people, it seemed a little degrading, right? Yi Qinghan also looked at Rain Empress. Looking at Rain Empress' crafty gaze, he knew very well that this was Rain Empress doing. But looking at the mischievous expression on the Rain Empress' face, Yi Qinghan felt helpless. Since his woman wanted to play, then he would play. He knew that the Rain Empress was not the type to pick a fight, let alone Yi Yaorao. This good-for-nothing young master in front of him looked like he was asking for a beating. Thus he said calmly, "The 3 of you climb up the gate from here, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, leave behind a leg each." 2. The Rain Empress' eyelashes fluttered and smiled like a little fox. She was truly not the type to pick a fight. It was just that every day, she would be stared at by this group of hateful gazes without the slightest scruple. Her heart was already burning with anger. At this moment, it was even better for someone to run into her blade. She could use him as an example to intimidate those so-called young masters in the city. "All right, the 3 of you make your choice." Yi Qinghan gave her a look that said, "I'll deal with you later." He lazily looked at the flower-pity young master and the 2 5th grade war gods, his eyes filled with mockery. Following Yi Qinghan's words, the black mist on Feng Qi's black spear became even denser. Wu Shan, who was beside him, held a mountain-splitting axe in his hand. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as if the space was filled with gasoline. The slightest spark would immediately cause an explosion. Looking at Yi Qinghan's lazy expression and nonchalant words, cold sweat trickled down the young masters' faces. However, the light in their eyes became even more intense. At the same time they were thinking, what is a young master? What is a peerless young master? This green-robed divine general in front of them is one. These so-called young masters are all trash compared to this person. A 6th grade war god as a guard and let the flower pity young master, and the others crawl out? This is even worse than killing them. Needless to say, these 3 people would not be able to keep their legs today. Without a single word to the flower pity young master, and without asking for his opinion, he wanted to cut off his 6 legs. What kind of arrogance was this? What kind of tyranny was this? In other words, what kind of boldness and confidence was this? Young master, there was a misunderstanding just now. We are from the heavenly demon residence's Lian family. The flower pity young master was already suppressed by Feng Qi's imposing manner to the point that he could not say a word. The 2 5th grade war gods could only force a smile and withstand the pressure. One of them cupped his hands toward Yi Qinghan and began to explain. I don't care which family you are from. Just tell me, will you crawl or not? Yi Qinghan waved his hand and rudely interrupted the 5th grade war god's words. His tone was no longer lazy, but extremely cold. He had just come out of seclusion in the morning and successfully cultivated the soul extinguisher. Yi Qinghan was in an extremely good mood. However, this good mood did not last for half a day before it was interrupted by these 3 people. He was very displeased. With the confidence of the Yi family's army of demonic beasts, from the flame dragon continent to the realm of gods, and having killed a supreme expert like the Cloud Emperor, Yi Qinghan's imposing manner was comparable to that of an ordinary supreme expert. With a cold shout and the inadvertent use of his soul skill, an indescribable imposing manner soared from his body, and scared the 5th grade war god, who spoke a step back. You. Once the 5th grade war god retreated, coupled with Yi Qinghan's domineering words, his face instantly became unbearably ashamed. However, he did not dare to act up. His eyes flickered as if he was looking for a way to get out of this situation. Lei Zhen and Feng Qi Wushan, on the other hand, were astonished. He could scare off a 5th grade war god with just his imposing manner. This kid was getting weirder and weirder. The Rain Empress and Yi Yao Rao's eyes lit up at the same time. The Rain Empress felt that today's show was not in vain. This young man was indeed mighty, unparalleled in might. Young master, let's both crawl out and forget about this matter. What do you think? How can we meet if we leave some incense behind? The other 5th grade war god clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice. The 2 of them were old, and it did not matter if they lost a bit of face. However, their young master represented the Lian family. If the master was humiliated, the servant would die. The young masters at the side looked at the 2 elders with admiration. Although the Lianhua young master was stupid, he had 2 good subordinates. Even Lei Zhen and Feng Qi showed a slight expression of admiration. You don't have to crawl, but your young master must crawl today. If it's not good to meet, then we don't have to. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. There was no need to guess that today's situation was caused by this good-for-nothing young master. If he told them to crawl, they might as well not crawl. What Yi Qinghan could not tolerate the most in his life was threats, so he was firm to the end. The Lianhua young master and the 2 5th grade war gods knew that it would be difficult for them to leave today's matter. Crawling out was impossible, so they could only fight. As for breaking their limbs or dying in battle, the 3 of them could not care less. Da-da-da. Right at this moment, there were countless chariots in the distance. Before the chariots could even reach the side, countless experts and guards rushed down and surrounded the entire courtyard of joy. Everyone was shocked. With a glance, they realized that it was the official army of Dripping Spring City. Sir Lihai. The 2 5th grade war gods saw an expert in white armor with an imposing manner walk in, surrounded by a group of guards, and hurriedly cried out in surprise. Although the flower pity prince couldn't speak, his body trembled even more violently. Even his lips began to tremble, and 2 fiery rays shot out from his eyes. His originally pale face instantly became flushed with health. Chapter 785. Lord Lihai. The few young masters and young masters in the hall were shocked. They recognized this Lord Lihai. He was the deputy commander of the city guards, Li family's elder. The main commander was Li He's deputy city lord, but Li He basically did not care about these matters. All the thousands of guards in the city basically had Lihai as their leader. The reason why these few young masters knew this Lord Lihai was because of Flower Pity young master. Not long ago, Flower Pity Young Master killed a young master in public, and finally, this Lord Li Hai appeared. That young master's corpse was carried away, but Flower Pity Young Master was drinking tea here today. In addition to the expressions of Flower Pity Young Master and the two guards, these few people basically determined that this Li Hai was related to Lian family, and the relationship was not ordinary. Who are you people? To actually dare to cause trouble in the city in public? Do you still not have any respect for Divine Realm's ironclad laws? Do you still not have any respect for my family's supremacy? After Li Hai came in, his gaze swept across and spoke. After this sentence, Yi Qinghan was very clear that this Lord Li Hai's relationship with Flower Pity Young Master was definitely not ordinary, because this person actually just swept a glance across the people on his side, and finally set his gaze on the one who spoke to Feng Qi. He did not even look at Flower Pity Young Master trio. This question was clearly directed at them. Lord Li Hai, this humble one's surname is Yi. Elder Li Bai knows me. Feng Qi cast his gaze towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan could only smile faintly, clasping his hands towards Li Hai, and said politely. He was thinking that since Li Bai had already acknowledged him as the young master of the soul-devouring manor, and he was someone that the Li He city lord valued highly, and had even done such a huge business with the Li clan, everyone in the Li clan should know of him. If this Li Hai knew his identity, he most likely would not be overly biased towards Flower Pity Young Master. However, he was wrong. Surname Yi? Li Bai? After Li He finished listening to Yi Qinghan's words, his eyes revealed a trace of mockery, and then he laughed coldly. He actually did not ask anything and directly ordered, "Come." This group of people have no respect for the ironclad laws, have no respect for supremacy. Those who are causing trouble publicly in the city, bring all of them away. If they dare to disobey, kill them on the spot. Scouts, prepare to release the family signal. Gather the family battle hall elders if necessary. Oh, Yi Qinghan and the Thunder Emperor Wen Qi raised their eyebrows at the same time, a playful expression appearing on their faces. This order was rather baffling to them, and it even made them a little confused. They were very clear about Li He City Lord's attitude towards Yi Qinghan. It was even said that Yi Qinghan had an unusual relationship with Li Shui. This little commander actually wanted to capture them without asking any questions, and it seemed like he only wanted to take them down. A few young masters at the side were also very surprised. They could all see that the identity of this green-robed young master was obviously not ordinary. How could a young master with a peak 6th grade war god bodyguard be ordinary? Did Commander Li Hai's head get kicked by a donkey? Pardon me. More than 10 experts among the guards flashed with divine power. They unsheathed their swords and sabers, and quickly surrounded Yi Qinghan's group of 5. The flower-sympathizing young master, and the 2 5th-grade war gods took advantage of the situation to retreat. The Thunder Emperor, Feng Qi, the Rain Empress, and Yi Yaorao naturally moved closer to Yi Qinghan. Buzz! When Feng Qi received Yi Qinghan's order, he did not have any misgivings. He released all of his divine power and imposing manner. His imposing manner was as powerful as a mountain, and it directly pushed back the dozen experts. The strength of the guards of Dripping Spring City was not bad. The experts among these guards had even reached the peak of 4th grade. This Commander Li Hai, however, clearly had the strength of a lower 6th grade war god. These people might be able to deal with ordinary martial artists with ease, but in front of Feng Qi, they did not even have the chance to attack. Lord Li Hai, I think you should investigate this matter first before making a decision. Yi Qinghan coldly looked at Commander Li Hai, and decided to give him a reminder. After all, he came here to make a deal with the Li family. Moreover, because of Li Shui's relationship with Li he could be considered friends with the Li family. If he fought, it would not be good to damage their friendship. Li Hai sneered, and the imposing manner on his body became more ferocious. Although he had the strength of a lower 6th grade war god, he did not fear Feng Qi at all. The sword in his hand glowed with divine light as he sneered. Investigate? What investigation is needed? The few of you relied on your powerful strength and openly bullied the weak. Furthermore, you refused to cooperate with the investigation, and attacked the Dripping Spring City guards. Everyone present is a witness. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender voluntarily. Otherwise, I'm going to gather the elders of the family's battle hall. At that time, when the elders of the battle hall come, all of you will die without a burial ground. Feng Qi's expression changed. He was so angry that he could only choke out a word. Wu Shanye's expression also changed. A trace of anger flashed across the eyes of Thunder Emperor and Rain Empress, but they still did not release their imposing manner. They still retracted their divine power. But Yi Qinghan smiled. His smile was very gentle. But in the eyes of Li Hai and the guards, it became a kind of provocation. This Li Hai city lord's ability to confuse black and white was truly formidable. Feng Qi's strength was higher than the flower-loving young master's. He directly determined the crime of bullying the weak and causing trouble. The moment he entered, he did not ask about the situation at all. Instead, he directly ordered to capture people. Furthermore, he only captured people from one side openly. Feng Qi did not make a move at all. He only used his pressure to scare off the guards. He actually directly said to attack the Dripping Spring City guards. What happened earlier was a small matter. The crime of attacking the guards at the back was a big one. Once it was proven, it would definitely be a capital crime. The guards in the city were the official army of the continent. Attacking the official army was equivalent to declaring war with Dripping Spring City and Misty Manor. Don't you think the crime is a big one? Send the signal. This young master can't be bothered to talk to a fool like you. Let your elders talk to this young master. You don't have the right. Under the burning gazes of the countless young masters and guards, Yi Qinghan said these words lightly. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. The guards of a city represented the dignity of the city. They represented the iron law of the divine realm. They represented the owner of the city. Under such circumstances, not only did Yi Qinghan not lower his head, he became even more arrogant. He actually insulted the deputy commander of the Dripping Spring City Guards in public. Not to mention that he, a deputy commander with the strength of a lower 6th grade war god, did not have the right to speak to him? Who did he think he was? Even those true peerless young masters, even young Master Tu Xie, did not have the confidence or the guts to say such words. What kind of arrogance was this? What kind of boldness was this? Good. Li Hai's face alternated between green and white. He pointed at Yi Qinghan, his entire body trembling with anger. How many years had it been since someone dared to point at his nose and scold him like this? As one of the top 10 major manners of the Misty Continent, even though he was only a deputy commander of the guards. However, even a manor lord with low cultivation would treat him politely when they saw him. Who would have thought that he would be slapped in public by a young master with no reputation at all? Chi. If not for his apprehension of Feng Qi's strength, Li Hai would have already unleashed his divine power and sent a palm strike. Without needing his order, his subordinates immediately took out their family's signal flare and released it. With a chi-chi sound, a huge firework blossomed in the sky above Dripping Spring City. Although it was daytime, it was still dazzling and beautiful. Brat, you're finished. All of you are finished. Li Hai's lips curled into a cruel smile. As the deputy commander of Dripping Spring City, he was well aware of the disciples and experts of the major clans on the continent. He was absolutely certain that these people were not members of major clans. Although he did not know where these madmen came from, he knew that based on the brat's words, these people would undoubtedly die. Chapter 786. Xiao. Out of the way. Not long after the fireworks were released, before the dust had completely dissipated, a black figure shot over from afar. He roared angrily as he sprinted. The guards surrounding the joyful red courtyard heard the angry roar and turned their heads to look. They quickly stepped aside, allowing the man to enter. They were very familiar with this person. He was a senior elder of the Li clan. Although he wasn't very strong, he was the favorite of the young lady, senior elder Li Bai. Li Hai. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Li Bai didn't pass by chance. He was brought here by the manager's beautiful maid. The message was simple. Someone wanted to touch the woman of the Heaven One customer. Li Bai jumped up in shock. Such a thing happening in Leaping Spring City. Not only would Li He City Lord lose face, it would also cause Yi Qinghan to have a bad impression of the Li clan. He hurried over, only to find his clan's guards surrounding Yi Qinghan. and even sent out a signal flare to gather the clan's war hall. He was naturally even more exasperated, immediately roaring at Li Hai. Who was Yi Qinghan? Who did Yi Qinghan represent? What was Yi Qinghan doing here? This young divine general was someone that Reverend Butterfly Dance valued. He came from the distant soul-devouring manor to Leaping Spring City, bringing a shocking business deal. Not only did his clan's people not protect him, but his woman was taken advantage of. Now his clan's guards surrounded him, and even wanted the War Hall's senior elder to kill Yi Qinghan, thinking that if he was a step late, the War Hall's madman would have killed Yi Qinghan. In the end, Reverend Butterfly Dance was enraged, descending to Leaping Spring City to fight with his family's reverend, causing the entire Leaping Spring City to turn into a river of blood. He couldn't help but feel even more agitated. If the one leading the group wasn't Li Hai, he would have slapped that person into pieces. Li Bai, what are you saying? Since when is it up to an inner hall's senior elder to point fingers at the outer hall's matters? Could it be that you want to replace Lord Li He? Besides, you and I are both doyens. What right do you have to speak to me in such a tone? Li Bai's words made Li Hai unhappy, extremely unhappy. This Li Bai actually dashed in and roared at him in front of everyone, and even used such a tone. Of course he wouldn't be courteous and directly went up, and even gave Li Bai a frighteningly high hat. You. Li Bai was angered to the point he almost jumped up again. His face flushed red as he wanted to argue a few words, yet didn't know what to refute. Although this Li Hai's words were not courteous, it stood on the side of reason. The elders of the inner hall indeed did not have the qualifications to ask about the matters of the outer hall. Furthermore, even though the two of them were elders, Li Bai was a 5th grade war god, while Li Hai was a lower 6th grade war god. Furthermore, the power in his hands was much greater than his. He was one of the top 10 elders in the family. Senior Li Bai, does this person have a grudge against you? Yi Qinghan could see through this. He glanced at Li Hai and transmitted his voice. It's not a great enmity. Li Bai laughed bitterly and transmitted back. My strength among the elders in the family isn't considered too high. This Li Hai has always looked down on me, but after mistransformed, she had the intention of letting me take over Li Hai's position as the deputy commander of the guards, so? And enough. You don't have to care about this matter anymore. Send a message to the Li He City Lord. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently. The matter was very clear. This Commander Li Hai clearly had an unusual relationship with young Master Lian Hua, yet he mentioned Li Bai's name. This Li Hai naturally fell out with him, and was prepared to pressure Li Bai through him and the others, making him take the initiative to withdraw. He didn't expect that he would fly into a rage and directly call him an idiot. The matter escalated and became irreconcilable. When Li Bai saw that Yi Qinghan had spoken, he also smiled bitterly, and directly sent a message to the Li He City Lord through the communication jade talisman. The atmosphere became a little strange. The young masters and martial artists nearby did not dare to breathe loudly. Today was originally going to be a pretty good show, and they were very delighted to watch it. But now it was getting more and more intense, rising to the level of mobilizing the Li clan's battle hall. At this moment, who would still have the mentality of watching a show? Countless people were crying bitterly in their hearts. Those crazy elders of the Li clan's battle hall were famous for being ruthless. If they were accidentally implicated later, there wouldn't even be a place to reason. It was just that the joyful red courtyard was currently surrounded. They wanted to leave, but there was nowhere to go. Swish! The elders of the battle hall arrived very quickly. The battle hall was specialized in handling matters that the guards could not handle. Normally, sending out a gathering order was a major matter. If these battle hall elders did not come quickly, wouldn't those little bastards from the guards be all chopped up? This time the battle hall sent 4 elders. They were completely wrapped in black battle armor, and even their faces were covered. But the aura of the 4 people was incomparably shocking. It made Feng Qi's brows twitch from far away, and it also made the Thunder Monarch and Rain Empress countenance change slightly. These 4 elders of the battle hall were actually all peak 6th grade experts. The Li clan's strength was so powerful combat strength. 4 lords, this group of people relied on their relationship with senior elder Li Bai to openly cause trouble here. They refused to be investigated, insulted us, and even dared to attack the guard army. Everyone present is a witness, so senior elders, please uphold justice for us. Clear Spring City's name. The guard swiftly retreated when the 4 elders sprinted over here. Before even approaching the joyful red courtyard, Li Hai bowed and saluted, directly accusing the guilty party first. Nonsense, Li Hai, you. Li Bai's strength originally belonged to the bottom among the elders of the clan. Normally, he even did not dare to speak in front of these important figures. Now that he was framed by Li Hai, a surge of hot blood rose in his heart, nearly wanting to burst out. Li Bai, back down. You all actually dare to release killing intent towards us? Looks like you're indeed a bunch of fanatics. Surrender yourselves and follow us back to the clan torture hall. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. The 4 black-armored battle hall elders did not respond to Li Hai's words. Instead, they looked at Feng Qi, who was still radiating with divine power, as well as the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor. Just now, these 3 people made the 4 of them feel a trace of danger. The 4 of them thought that these 3 people released killing intent towards them, so of course they were angry. They immediately radiated divine power, and prepared to fight the moment there was a disagreement. In Dripping Springs City, not to mention these 3 people, even if a peak 7th grade war god came, they would still dare to fight. In fact, there really was a peak 7th grade war god present. However, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress had concealed their cultivation level. Coupled with the Rain Empress soul skills, they were not discovered. Of course, they were not prepared to make a move. Not to mention that they were still fighting with Dripping Springs City. Even if there was an 8th grade war god in the city, they would not dare to make a move. Of course, Yi Qinghan was also very clear that if he and the Thunder Emperor exposed their identities, Venerable Li Quan would not dare to make a move. For elders, please wait for a moment. The Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor did not speak. Instead, it was Yi Qinghan who spoke lazily. It was already strange for a minor god general like him to be so calm and collected in front of so many experts. Now he actually dared to open his mouth and speak? The 4 elders and countless people present were startled. Could it be that they had reinforcements? His bodyguard, Feng Qi, was already at the peak of 6th grade. If he had reinforcements, didn't that mean that there would be a 7th grade war god making a move? Bang! There was indeed a 7th grade war god making a move. This 7th grade war god came without warning. His attack was decisive and resolute. He directly sent Commander Li Hai flying. While he was in the air, one could see that a large hole had appeared in his chest. Even his ribs had pierced through the muscles in front of his chest and were exposed. Fresh blood even drew a frighteningly thick red line in the air. This attack frightened the young masters and young masters in the hall. The flower lover young master and his 2 bodyguards began to tremble uncontrollably. Even the 4 elders seemed to be scared silly. They stared blankly as Commander Li Hai was sent flying. He directly crashed into an ancient tree and crashed heavily into the plaza. Everyone looked at the man in the middle of the plaza with bewildered and puzzled gazes. The man wore white armor, had a dignified appearance, and had a distinctive aquiline nose. Young Master Yi, are you satisfied with this explanation? If you are not satisfied, I can add another palm strike. The Leha City Lord clapped his hands, as if he had done something insignificant. He smiled faintly at Yi Qinghan. His carefree voice resounded in the hall, shocking the already dumbfounded crowd even more. Chapter 787. A 7th grade war god came, but he was from Leaping Spring City. However, he heavily injured Li Hai. Furthermore, he asked this young divine general if he was satisfied with this explanation. He even said that he could add another palm strike. That palm strike from Li Hai was already half dead. If he added another palm strike, wouldn't Li Hai be dead as well? Who was this young Master Yi? Everyone recalled that this young divine general said his surname was Yi. However, no matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out that there was a super family with the surname Yi on the Misty Continent. However, for the arrogant Leha City Lord to treat this young master in such a manner, how could he not have a frightening background? Leha City Lord is too courteous. I am already ashamed to have troubled you for such a small matter. How about this? I will treat another day. Leha City Lord, you must give me face and drink a few cups with me. Yi Qinghan bowed to the Leha City Lord, and said with incomparable gratitude, "This Liha city lord gave him too much face today. Not only did he heavily injure Li Hai, he even praised him with words. If he still didn't return the favor, he would really be a madman. Haha, of course I must drink young Master Ye's wine. Then I will wait for your good news. There are many things to do in the city. You can have fun. If there's anything, let Li Bai inform you." Li He laughed heartily, which made people feel close to him. He was even more direct in doing things. He lightly waved his hand and brought his men away, as if nothing had happened. The flower-pitting young master's legs began to tremble. Mother Fasterus Kerr. What kind of person did he provoke today? Commander Li Hai, the uncle he had been relying on, was now being carried away, and from the looks of it, his future might be ruined as well. He looked at the two guards beside him and discovered that their faces were ashen. Although their legs did not tremble, their bodies were trembling. He could even hear their thumping heartbeats. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was calmly looking at him, the flower-pitting young master believed that even if this person killed him here, nothing would happen to him. Even his family would not dare to stand up for him. Flower lover prince, right? When he heard Yi Qinghan's gentle voice and the faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth, young Master Lian Hua's legs could no longer tremble. He knelt down and kowtowed. His lips trembled as he said, "Young Master Yi, you are a magnanimous person. Please let me live. Please let me go like a fart. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Sha sha sha. As he kowtowed, he kept begging for mercy. However, he saw a pair of black boots walking towards him. The footsteps were very slow, but the footwork was very strange. It seemed to contain some kind of mystery. He became more and more nervous, and his pleas for mercy became more urgent. Plop. The two fifth-grade war gods behind the flower-sympathizing young master looked at the slowly approaching Yi Qinghan with their hearts in their throats. In the end, he couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt down as well. However, he didn't say anything and just kept kowtowing. "That's enough." Yi Qinghan half-squatted down and looked at young Master Lian Hua's handsome face. At this moment, it was slightly distorted from fear. He sighed and stopped young Master Lian Hua from kowtowing any further. When young Master Lian Hua raised his head in fright, Yi Qingyu extended a hand and lightly patted young Master Lian Hua's handsome face with the back of his hand. He calmly said, "In the future, change your name to Useless Prince. How do you want me to say that you're a good person? Do you have to make him grow up over such a small matter? Is it interesting? Not interesting. Is it fun? It's really not fun." Slap slap slap. Following Yi Qinghan's mocking words was a series of light slapping sounds. The sound was truly not loud. However, when it reached the ears of the young masters in the hall, it was so loud, so ear-piercing, and so frightening. At this moment, they were thinking that if they saw this person in the future, they would definitely take a detour and keep a low profile when they went out. This world was so dangerous. You can be arrogant, but you must have the capital. Also, since you're arrogant, you must be arrogant to the end. Death is not scary, but losing your dignity is scary. Sigh. Go back to that heavenly demon residence of yours. Otherwise, you will really die. Looking at young Master Lian Hua, who was lying on the ground like a boneless worm, Yi Qinghan no longer had the mood to let him crawl out. He felt that it was beneath him to compete with this kind of person. He stood up, pulled Yi Alluring Rao and the Empress of Rain, and slowly walked up the stairs. Go back. He didn't kill me? Young Master Lian Hua did not care about the burning pain on his face, nor did he notice the mocking gazes of the young masters beside him. He looked at the black boots in front of him walking up the stairs. He raised his head and muttered in ecstasy, "Let's go." The two fifth-grade war gods were also overjoyed. They hurriedly got up, carried the limp and weak young Master Lian Hua, and dashed out. They actually headed directly for the transportation array in the plaza. They were obviously frightened by Yi Qinghan, as if they were afraid that he would go back on his word. The young masters in the hall looked at each other, feeling a little lonely and ashamed, thinking about how arrogant they were in their families, thinking about how they stepped on others in their own territory. They felt so ironic and bitter at this moment. The people they stepped on, the way they stepped on them, were all trash compared to this young Master Lian Hua. They walked out at the same time. Their footsteps hurried. They did not know if they would ever see this young Master Lian Hua again. But they all knew that this young Master Lian Hua had become famous. In no time, his name would resound throughout the entire Dripping Spring City. My lord, what background does this young Master Lian Hua have? Inside the Dripping Water Pavilion, 4 elders followed behind Mayor Li He. As they slowly walked inside, one of the elders finally could not help but ask. They really could not remember that there was a super great family with the surname Yi in the Misty Continent. Are you all blind and deaf? Can't you feel that the 2 people behind him are at the 7th grade realm? Li He turned his head and sighed, looking at the 4 elders with disappointment. Did you train your peak 6th grade strength for nothing? I can honestly tell you that one of the 2 7th grade war gods could easily kill me. Do you think this young Master Lian Hua has any background? Hiss. The 4 elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Only a peak 7th grade war god could easily kill Li He. This time it was really too much. One of the Yun elders did not believe it. He said, My lord, how is this possible? A peak 7th grade guard? Which great family has such strength? Li He sneered. Frogs at the bottom of a well. Have you forgotten that woman in the north? Ah, this young Master Lian Hua is the young master of the Soul Devourer Manor? The 4 elders' expressions changed, exclaiming in surprise. Wrong. Li He recalled his conversation with Li Shui'er and said seriously, He is the young master of the Soul Devourer Manor. The eldest. Yi Qinghan did not know that Li He had given him face today, because of Lord Devour. He only knew that this woman in front of him needed to be taught a lesson and beaten up. Is it fun? Is it fun? The protective shield of the room had been closed. Yi Qinghan sensibly returned to her room. Yi Qinghan looked at the Rain Empress, who was smiling mischievously like a naughty girl, and said helplessly, Today's incident was caused by the Rain Empress. According to Yi Qinghan's character, he would not make such a big deal at this critical moment. However, it was obvious that the Rain Empress wanted to play, so he had to stand up for her. Hee. Sitting on the big bed, the Rain Empress recalled Yi Qinghan's domineering and arrogant behavior today. The smile on her face never faded. Today, Yi Qinghan had helped her fulfill a dream that she had had since she was a young girl. She was very happy. Tilting her head, she pondered for a while and then said seriously, Interesting, really interesting. Looking at the Rain Empress's beautiful lips, which opened and closed as she spoke, it was so alluring. Yi Qinghan revealed a hateful smile, and jumped on her directly. He flipped the Rain Empress's body, lying on the bed. Her plump buttocks were raised high. She flipped her blue floral dress and pulled down her underwear, revealing her Snow White and pink peach blossom valley. She said fiercely, It's fun, isn't it? Today, I will let you taste something even more fun. Yi Family's Overlord Spear. Chapter 788. Little man, how can Team Blue Rain bear to leave like this? After a series of fierce battles, Yi Qinghan relied on the strength of a divine general to defeat the level 7 Rain Empress. At this moment, she was like a dead dog, half of her body lying on top of Yi Qinghan. She didn't even have the strength to move her body. Her snow-white skin was a captivating red, incomparably attractive. Her beautiful eyes rippled with love, making Yi Qinghan incomparably ecstatic. If you can't bear to leave, then don't leave. Team Blue Rain, I find that I really like you. This has nothing to do with your strength. This has to do with you. Yi Qinghan said directly, stroking Empress Rain's soft light blue hair, and lightly kissing her forehead. After interacting with her, he found that he liked this girl who looked incomparably noble on the outside, but was as pure as a young girl on the inside. Perhaps his feelings for her in the past were somewhat unclear, but now he truly felt that in his heart, Team Blue Rain still had a certain place. Empress Rain's body trembled. She suddenly raised her head, and her eyes met Yi Qinghan's, but she didn't say anything. She lightly bit her lower lip, slightly shook her head, and just silently stared at him. After a moment, Empress Rain swam over like an octopus. Her hands and feet tightly hugged Yi Qinghan, and she softly sobbed. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything to comfort her. He only used one hand to hug Empress Rain tightly, and the other hand to constantly stroke her soft hair. In his heart, however, he felt a pang of pain. This supreme expert who stood at the peak and looked down on all the gods was actually a pitiful little woman. Behind her strong front, there was a fragile heart. Once she tore off her mask, she was no different from a weak little girl. Right, little man, you've been in seclusion for a month. Why haven't I seen any breakthroughs? After a long time, Empress Rain thought of something and softly asked. Hee hee, this time's a big breakthrough. My strength has at least multiplied several times. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He had indeed gained a lot from this closed-door cultivation. He had already completely grasped this soul extinguisher, but he had never tried it out. Thinking of this, he suddenly flipped over and pressed the Rain Empress down. He caressed her a few times before saying, Lan Yu, I learned a very powerful soul skill. Why don't you try it out? Release it. After being touched by Yi Qinghan a few times, Blue Rain's body trembled again. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and casually replied. She was a Grandmaster Soul Cultivator, who had studied the soul for hundreds of thousands of years. In her eyes, Yi Qinghan's soul strength and experience was like playing with a child. Yi Qinghan was furious. How dare they look down on him? He didn't want to remind her anymore. He was prepared to let her suffer a little. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he released his soul exterminator. His powerful divine sense turned into billions of invisible and colorless golden soul threads that rushed into the Rain Empress' mind. The Rain Empress didn't care at first. However, when Yi Qinghan released his soul exterminator, her face instantly turned serious. Then her body suddenly shook and stiffened. Her eyes emitted a dazzling light. Finally, she directly closed her eyes. After a short while, the Rain Empress opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. She looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief and said, Little man, what kind of ghost skill is this? Even I almost fell for it. How could she not be surprised? How could she not be shocked? Yi Qinghan had just entered the palace of soul cultivators. His soul strength was only at the first level of God King. Yi Qinghan used a soul skill to deal with a soul cultivator, who relied on souls. Wasn't that like playing with a big knife in front of Guan Yu? She didn't expect that just now. Yi Qinghan's golden soul threads almost broke through her soul barrier and entered her soul sea. The soul sea was a martial artist's origin. Once the spongy body below the soul sea collapsed, even a divine emperor supremacy couldn't save her. Hee hee. Do you still dare to look down on your man? Yi Qinghan grinned evilly. His hands and feet became naughty. He kneaded and fiddled with her, as if taking revenge on the Rain Empress for looking down on him. This servant was wrong. Little man, this servant was wrong. Please let this servant off. Don't touch me. I beg you, good man. The Rain Empress knew that her unintentional action had hurt Yi Qinghan's pride. She didn't dare to retaliate. She let Yi Qinghan touch her all over as she panted and begged for mercy. A woman like you is asking for a beating. Yi Qinghan snorted a few times. He flipped over and mounted his horse. Then he galloped away. The temperature in the room rose rapidly. The room was filled with the soft panting of the Rain Empress and Yi Qinghan's angry shouts of giddy giddy. Dripping Water Pavilion. As the residents of the Dripping Spring Mannersley family, many ordinary martial artists didn't even know of this place's existence, much less have the qualifications to enter. Outside the Dripping Water Pavilion, there were no mighty stone lions or strange beasts guarding the manor. There were no majestic gates or powerful guards guarding the entrance. Because this place didn't need anything. The 3 words Dripping Water Pavilion were more useful than anything else. Inside the Dripping Water Pavilion lived countless supreme experts. These were the strongest guards of the entire Dripping Water Pavilion, and even the Dripping Spring Manor. Today the quiet Dripping Water Pavilion welcomed a luxurious war chariot. The strange beasts in front of these war chariots were all strange and had a terrifying aura. The driver sitting at the front of the war chariot was also powerful. The weakest among them was at the God King realm. One could imagine how noble and illustrious the masters of the war chariots were. However, these noble figures all got off the war chariots in a low-profile manner. Then they respectfully handed a simple invitation card to the guards at the entrance. Only then did they politely walk inside under the lead of a guard. They didn't even make a sound as they walked. as if they were afraid of disturbing the quiet atmosphere of the dripping water pavilion. The strength of these guards wasn't high. They were all at the divine general realm. However, these people didn't feel inferior when facing the countless experts that had just walked in. Instead, they were slightly proud. Being a concierge was indeed a dishonorable job. However, they believed that being a concierge of the dripping water pavilion was more honorable than being a city lord. Didn't they see so many famous experts and young masters being so courteous to them? Da-da-da. At this moment, a war chariot slowly drove over. The chariot was luxurious, but it was still a war chariot. Moreover, the chariot didn't have any insignia. These 2 points made the guards at the entrance frown slightly. When the carriage stopped at the gate, a young god general in a green robe walked toward the gate under the protection of a 5th-grade war god. The guards furrowed their brows even more. Young master, the dripping water pavilion doesn't receive outsiders. A guard stopped him. Today, the young mistress had hosted a banquet, and the guests were all exceptional young masters. They had been staying in the dripping water pavilion for the past few days, so they clearly hadn't heard any rumors. The person in front of them only had the strength of a divine general realm. Moreover, he was accompanied by a 5th-grade war god guard. Most importantly, he came in a war chariot. He clearly thought that this person was a famous young master, and not an exceptional young master. Chapter 789. Yi Qinghan actually wanted to directly say that he was not an outsider or something like that, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. His status was different now, and his state of mind was naturally higher. Competing with a servant was a very low moral standard. Wu Shan did not speak, but silently took out an ancient invitation from his spatial ring and handed it over. Although he did not speak, his eyes were full of mockery and sarcasm. These 2 guests. The guard scanned the invitation and found that it was genuine. Seeing Yi Qinghan's indifferent expression and Wu Shan's mocking gaze, he knew that he had said the wrong thing today. It was just that before he had time to apologize, a white-clothed elderly hurriedly came to the door and shouted from afar, "Young Master Yi, forgive me, forgive me. Li Bai is late. Why hasn't he come in yet?" "Greetings, Senior Elder." When the guards saw Li Bai, they hurriedly saluted. Hearing Li Bai's words, their faces were full of shame and embarrassment. "Haha, I am admiring the scenery outside the dripping water pavilion." Yi Qinghan lifted his leg and walked inside, not exposing the awkward situation that the servants had just been in. His cultured and refined temperament made the faces of the group of servants even more ashamed. "Haha, let's go. The banquet has not started yet, and the Leha city lord specially instructed me to bring you to his place first." Although Li Bai did not know what had happened, seeing the embarrassed faces of the servants, he could guess a little. He sighed inwardly at Yi Qinghan's conduct. He glared fiercely at the group of servants and floated away with Yi Qinghan. "Leha city lord?" The few guards were so scared that their faces turned white. Fortunately, this young master did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, they would have been beaten to death by the disciplinary hall today. The outside of the dripping water pavilion was very simple, but the inside was a completely different world. There were lush ancient trees everywhere, and countless strange flowers and fruits that Yi Qinghan had never seen before grew on both sides of the road. In the distance, pavilions stood tall among the ancient trees, and from time to time, a faint mist floated up from the ground. The divine qi here was twice as rich as outside. Coupled with the fragrance of the strange flowers and fruits, the entire dripping water pavilion was like an ancient immortal realm. Following Li Bai, they came to an elegant pavilion. At the entrance of the loft, Li He was already standing there to welcome them. Very obviously, he had received Li Bai's message. Yi Qinghan did not find it strange that Li He had invited him over for a drink. Why did he say that he was doing his best as a host? But Li He personally came to welcome them. This made Yi Qinghan incomparably surprised. "Lord Li He, you are really too courteous." Yi Qinghan hurriedly bowed with clasped hands, his face revealing a moved expression. "Haha, little brother Yi, please come in. Then, if you don't mind, you can just call me Big Brother in the future. Calling me Lord or City Lord sounds awkward, it sounds awkward." Li He still gave a standard hearty laugh. The smile on his face was incomparably amiable, and his words caused Yi Qinghan to be even more startled. "Big Brother?" This Lihe city lord was a little too enthusiastic. Even if he was a soul cultivator, even if he was the young master of the Soul Devourer Manor, even if he brought a big business, there was no need for a 7th grade war god, Dripping Spring City's deputy city lord, to lower himself to befriend him, right? This big brother Li, you can just call me Qinghan. Hee, with a big brother like you, I can do whatever I want in Dripping Spring City in the future. Although he did not know the reason, Yi Qinghan immediately climbed up the pole and even joked. It would be a waste if he did not recognize this cheap big brother. Even if an ordinary young master wanted to call Lihe big brother, Lihe would probably not agree. Haha, you little brat. Lihe laughed again. Of course, he knew that Yi Qinghan was not a hedonistic son of rich parents. He clearly investigated the incident with the flower pity young master that day. As for the fact that Yi Qinghan did not make things difficult for him in the end, Lihe was very appreciative. However, his eyes turned to the left of the gate and he quietly said, Hee. Qinghan, if you want to do whatever you want in Dripping Spring City, relying on Big Brother is useless. If you can win the young lady's heart, half of Dripping Spring City will be yours. This. Hee. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and laughed foolishly. This was not a good reply. He was really not interested in Li Shui'er. Although he heard that Li Shui'er had transformed into a charming young lady, whenever Yi Qinghan thought about her true form being a divine beast, his heart would not feel good. This beast sex was something that only the people of Japan liked in his previous life. Although Yi Qinghan did not like it, it did not mean that others did not like it. At this moment, in a luxurious hall of dripping water pavilion, many young masters were secretly drooling. The hall was very large and very luxurious, with hundreds of white jade square tables placed on it. At this moment, many of the square tables were filled with extravagantly dressed young masters with extraordinary demeanors. At the tables behind them, the guards that were assigned to them by their respective families were seated. The young masters were divided into 2 rows and sat opposite each other. They were conversing softly and drinking with each other. From time to time, soft laughter could be heard. Their demeanors were incomparably elegant and could be said to be peerless. At the very top, there was a single white jade square table. In front of it, there were rows of pearls. At this moment, there was no one at all. It was obviously the seat of Li Shui'er. With regards to Li Shui'er, over 20 peerless young masters present were very concerned. It could be seen from the way they would glance at that seat from time to time. Even young Master Tu Xie, who was sitting at the front and closest to Li Shui'er, seemed to be very concerned. At this moment, young Master Tu Xie was sitting proudly on the first square table. He looked straight ahead and his entire person was like a treasured sword that was half unsheathed. He did not converse with the other young masters and only drank by himself. His mouth revealed a faint smile and unknowingly, he exuded a domineering aura. He indeed had the right to be arrogant. In less than 100 years, he had reached the peak of the God King realm, and was half a step into the God Tharch realm. Most importantly, Honorable Evil Moon was very fond of him. He even personally went to the Lei clan to ask for a marriage for him. Just based on this point, all the young masters present felt that he had the right to be arrogant. Honorable Evil Moon was the second most powerful honorable under the ethereal sovereign. With regards to young Master Tu Xie's appearance here, all the young masters felt that it was unfair and uncomfortable. He had just settled the marriage with the Lei clan, and now he was chasing after Li Shui'er. There were 2 peerless young ladies in the ethereal continent recently, and young Master Tu Xie wanted to get both of them? Have a threesome? There were countless beauties in the god world, but there were very few peerless ones. This peerless included their family background, their own talent, their temperament and looks. Lei Yanhua was one, and so was Li Shui'er. All the young masters present did not like to converse with young Master Tu Xie. Moreover, young Master Tu Xie had a domineering look on his face. Everyone was even more displeased, and this resulted in young Master Tu Xie drinking alone. Shushisho. A series of light footsteps could be heard, and everyone quickly stopped talking and drinking. They tidied up their clothes and straightened their spines. They revealed charming smiles and looked behind the bead curtain. Behind the bead curtain, there was a door. The door was opened and a young lady in white walked in. The moment the young lady appeared, All 20 young masters' eyes lit up with passion. Even young Master Tu Xie's arrogance had lessened a little. The young lady was tall but not voluptuous. Instead, she had a delicate look. However, her two ample bosoms were rather impressive. Her hair was black and shiny. She casually tied it up and hung it behind her back, revealing her snow-white neck. She had a goose-egg-shaped face, willowy eyebrows, a small nose and delicate red lips. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like water. What a peerless young lady. They had to get her. All 20 young masters had a strong conviction in their hearts. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to make a single sound, afraid that they might offend this beautiful lady. Disregarding Li Shui'er's status and strength, just her peerless looks and temperament were enough to make them extremely excited. Sha, sha, sha. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard and broke the pleasant atmosphere in the hall. All the young masters looked towards the door angrily, and saw a young god general dressed in green. He smiled shyly and cupped his fists towards Li Shui'er. Sorry nobody ye is late. Chapter 790. Countless young masters were speechless. Which muddle-headed young master was this? How dare he be late for Lady Li Shui'er's banquet? Was this person really muddle-headed? Or was he preparing to play hard to get? Yemo? There were still some people present who recalled a rumor that had spread far and wide in the past few days, and their hearts trembled. Could this person be that young Master Yi? A young god general in green with a gentle smile. That's right, it's him. These people began to take note of this rumor, and gave friendly smiles to Yi Qinghan. This young Master Yi had a peak 6th grade war god as his bodyguard. How could a young master that could make the mayor of Lihe City give him an explanation be an ordinary person? They knew they did not have the ability to do so. Young Master Yi sure is extravagant to make Lady Shui'er wait for you. Some people were friendly, but others were unhappy. For example, young Master Tu Xie. He was arrogant but not stupid. That day at the auction, when Yi Qinghan showed killing intent towards him, he did not mind it, but still secretly paid attention to it. Later on, Yi Qinghan made a name for himself in the Yihong brothel, which made him even more unhappy. He always thought that he was the only peerless young master, and that all the other young masters here were a level lower than him. However, Yi Qinghan seemed to be on equal footing with him. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to suppress Yi Qinghan. The young masters were startled. They did not expect young Master Tu Xie to be so disrespectful and immediately oppose him. At the same time, it was a good start. Even though they were unhappy, they did not dare to express it. They could only lower their heads and drink their tea. Li Shui'er also frowned slightly. It was unknown if it was because of Yi Qinghan's tardiness or young Master Tu Xie's overbearing words. Yi Qinghan was enraged. He had just chatted with Li He for a while, but now he was being mocked. Moreover, it was young Master Tu Xie. Thinking that he had yet to find trouble with young Master Tu Xie, he smiled faintly and swept his gaze across the young masters. Finally, he looked at young Master Tu Xie and raised his eyebrows. What does this have to do with you? Countless young masters spat out their mouths, causing tea and wine to fly everywhere. Some young masters even choked and coughed violently. At this moment, everyone's expression was extremely interesting. They looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a native. Where is this place? Who was sitting up there? What kind of occasion was this? Don't you see the boorish black bull of the ferocious bull manor sitting there, pretending to be cultured and refined? Everyone here wished that their temperament could be gentler and more elegant, so that they could leave a good impression on Li Shui'er. Not only was he late, but he also swore in front of everyone. Big brother. Was this the first time he met a peerless beauty in a brothel? Even if you want to act independently and attract Li Shui'er's attention, there's no need to do this, right? There was no change in young Master Tu Xie's expression, but his eyes met Yi Qinghan's for the first time. If he was a treasured sword that was half unsheathed earlier, then at this moment, this treasured sword was unsheathed. Divine light flickered, and the brilliance was dazzling. He didn't say much. He knew that the young divine general in front of him dared to swear in such an occasion. If he were to fight a war of words with him, he would definitely lose. Hence, he chose to use his aura that could shatter the 9 heavens and destroy the heavens to tell everyone, and to tell Li Shui'er that he was very angry. If they weren't here, his treasured sword would definitely slash down and chop Yi Qinghan into a pile of minced meat. This is young master spitting blood, right? Why are you staring at me? I'm telling you clearly that I don't come from the back mountain. I only like beauties. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Young Master Tu Xie's imposing manner was not worth mentioning in front of him. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Pfff." A few more streams of tea were sprayed out. A few of them didn't understand what Yi Qinghan meant by back mountain. Only when they heard the last sentence did they suddenly understand. Some of them almost laughed out loud. However, they suddenly realized it and tried to cover it up. They looked at Yi Qinghan with even more interesting expressions. Some of them even looked at Yi Qinghan with pleading eyes, as if begging Yi Qinghan to stop fooling around. If he continued to fool around, everyone's elegant temperament would be ruined by him. Swish! Young Master Tu Xie couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up immediately. His eyes were burning with anger that could melt Yi Qinghan. From the looks of it, a fight was about to break out. Enough! At this moment, a pleasant voice rang out, causing the tense atmosphere in the area to suddenly disappear without a trace. Li Shui'er's voice was very pleasant. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp and clear. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and revealed a trace of anger in her eyes. She then continued, "Young Master Yi, please sit. Stop fooling around." The faces of the young masters changed. Those who were initially friendly to Yi Qinghan were now showing their hostility. This Li Shui'er didn't ask young Master Tu Xie to sit. She only asked Yi Qinghan to sit alone. And she even said something very flirtatious at the end. "Stop fooling around? God damn it, why does it sound like a quarrel between lovers?" If this Li Shui'er and Yi Qinghan weren't old acquaintances, the situation today would be terrible. If they were old acquaintances, it would be even more goddamn it. Haha. My apologies, Miss Shui'er. Speaking of which, after you transformed, you look really good. Yi Qinghan laughed and walked over with Wu Shan. He then nodded his head and said seriously. His words were very direct and sounded more like nonsense. Even a blind man could see that Li Shui'er looked good. Hee, thank you, young Master Yi. But what made everyone astonished, and what made young Master Tu Xie really want to vomit blood, was that Li Shui'er actually laughed, and even looked a little shy. Motherf *Ker, you guys are already in cahoots. What does it have to do with us? Haha, you guys continue chatting. I'm a little hungry. Let's eat something first. Yi Qinghan laughed again. He then lowered his head and ate without a care. He didn't even look at Li Shui'er and the other young masters. It was as if he was withdrawing from the competition. And Li Shui'er didn't bother about Yi Qinghan anymore. Instead, she started chatting with the young masters. Of course, it was mainly the young masters who were talking. She listened quietly and occasionally added a few words. Such a phenomenon made the disheartened young masters excited again. They all displayed their coquettishness to the fullest. The hall was full of coquettishness and elegance. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't hungry. He was secretly communicating with Li Shui'er to find out about Lady Firework. After a great deal of effort, he finally managed to convince Li Shui'er. He then raised his head leisurely. A loud burp broke the elegant atmosphere in the hall once again. Yi Qinghan stood up embarrassedly. He touched his stomach and cupped his hands at the crowd. He said shamefully, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I ate too much. I'm full. You guys continue chatting. I'm going out to relieve myself." With that, Yi Qinghan ran out of the door without a care. He left the dumbfounded crowd and Li Shui'er who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Qinghan didn't eat much. His god-tier body didn't need to relieve himself. After he went out, he turned a corner and followed the maidservant who was waiting there towards a beautiful attic. The servant girl was Li Shui'er's servant girl. The beautiful pavilion was Li Shui'er's boudoir. Of course, he wasn't going there for sightseeing. He was going to see someone. He was going to see that unbelievably beautiful little firework. Chapter 791. Li Shui'er's pavilion was called the Blackwater Pavilion. The name was a little strange, but the courtyard was really beautiful. As the maidservant pushed open the door and entered, Yi Qinghan felt as if he had seen a sea of flowers. The entire courtyard was filled with a winding path and a small pond. The rest of the place was filled with colorful flowers that were dazzling to the eye. Something's wrong. Yi Qinghan's mind tightened. He noticed that the placement of the flowers was very particular. The winding path was also very orderly, as if it contained some kind of indescribable mystery. Young Master Yi, this is a defensive formation personally arranged by the Venerable. It can block an attack from a 7th grade war god. The maid noticed that Yi Qinghan had stopped in his tracks and his eyes were flickering. She knew that he had noticed something and explained with a smile. An attack from a 7th grade war god? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. This Venerable Li Quan was not only powerful, but he was also a master of restriction formations. Yi Qinghan had seen a casual attack from a 7th grade war god. Li Hai, who was a lower 6th grade war god, was severely injured and sent flying by this casual attack. It was easy to imagine that this Venerable Li Quan's level of restriction formations had reached an extremely high realm. When the new city is built, I will also study the restrictions of a war emperor, and set up some restrictions for my courtyard to protect the safety of my family. Yi Qinghan thought to himself as he followed the maid along the winding path. Finally, they arrived in front of a pink pavilion. The maid did not push open the door and enter. Instead, she turned into a side corridor and walked towards the backyard. The backyard was bigger than the front yard. There were fewer flowers in the backyard, but there was a huge lake. The lake water was clear, like a large green mirror. Beside the lake, there were many willow trees. Their long willow branches swayed in the wind, creating a pleasant scenery. There were more than 10 pavilions in the backyard. And within a few pavilions, there were a few women whispering to each other. Yi Qinghan swept his eyes over them one by one, and finally, his gaze stopped at a pavilion by the lake. There was a person in the pavilion, quietly looking at the lake in the distance. From Yi Qinghan's angle, he could see that person's side profile. When Yi Qinghan saw half of the face, his whole body trembled. What kind of woman was she? Looking at this half of her face, Yi Qinghan recalled the first time he met her. She was like a fairy that walked out of the jungle, so mischievous, so domineering. Thinking back to when he had followed her into the stream of baleful Een, she seemed to have changed into another person in the castle, her young face filled with the light of wisdom. Thinking back to when she released the wrath of the thunder god, she looked like a goddess of war. Thinking back to when Neopatian and the others died near the teleportation portal, she hugged her knees, sobbing softly in the pile of corpses. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up into a smile. The curve slowly became bigger, and his mood became more and more joyful. He looked at the half of the face in a daze and softly murmured, "Little firework, little firework." Little Firework had grown up. There was a girl in Longyang, and she was peerless and beautiful. Firework was wearing a white palace dress. The dress was well tailored, and it showed off her perfect figure. She was tall and slender, and the more fat she was, the less skinny she was. Her snow-white skin was like cream, and it emitted a faint crystal-like glow. Her black hair was braided into 2 cute ponytails, and her light eyebrows were slightly furrowed, making people feel sorry for her. Her big eyes were watery, and her lively nose was also wrinkled, making her look extremely cute. Her sharp chin made her look like a fairy that had jumped out of a painting, a fairy that had sneaked out of the jungle. Perfect. This was the only girl that Yi Qinghan couldn't find a single flaw with. Especially her face that was filled with spiritual energy. It left a deep and unforgettable impression on people. Young Master Yi. Li Shui, Er's personal maid, called out softly. She knew that any man who saw Neo Firework would be stunned. And even Li Shui, would admit that she wasn't as good as Firework. Li Shui, Er's appearance didn't lose to Firework, but her natural disposition was incomparable. Ask them to leave. I have something to discuss with Miss Firework. Yi Qinghan didn't even turn his head, and only spoke through a message. The personal maid was stunned, but she didn't question him. After all, Yi Qinghan was the peerless young master that Li Shui had invited. And since Li Shui had instructed her to bring Yi Qinghan in, he was someone that could be trusted. The message was relayed to the maids in the pavilion, and all the maids curiously sized up Yi Qinghan before leaving. Only Yi Qinghan and Little Firework were left in the huge backyard. Yi Qinghan walked over softly. He was curious as to what little Firework was thinking about. She was so engrossed that she didn't even notice that an outsider had come to the yard, and that the maid had left. Before he got close, Yi Qinghan smelled a faint fragrance. He knew that this wasn't the fragrance of a flower, but the fragrance of a virgin. This fragrance was like the body fragrance of an elk, and it smelled very good. But just when Yi Qinghan wanted to get closer and smell more, little Firework suddenly moved. She stretched out her lotus-like hand and plucked a weeping willow beside her. Then, with her other hand, she gently plucked a willow leaf and threw it into the lake. She softly murmured, "Bad person, bad person. You promised to wait for me for 4 years, but now you leave me all alone. Firework hates you to death. Big brother Yi, how can you leave me alone in this world? How can you do this?" Little Firework's voice was very pleasant and soft. Together with her slightly wrinkled nose and watery eyes, she looked like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. The wind started blowing a few strands of hair in front of the girl's face, and also messing up Yi Qinghan's heart. "Wait for me for 4 years. As long as you are in the misty continent, I will be able to find you." Thinking back to what Firework had said before she was teleported out, Yi Qinghan knew that he didn't hear wrongly. What he didn't understand was, after being separated for decades, why did Firework not only remember him, but also seem to hate him? But this tone, why did it sound so bitter and ambiguous? Firework finally realized that something was wrong. She suddenly turned around, but her body trembled, and the willow leaf in her hand fell to the ground and floated away with the wind. Firework's small mouth opened slightly, and her lively nose twitched. Her limpid eyes kept blinking, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. She looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze, her face full of confusion. Then, Firework did something that made Yi Qinghan not know whether to laugh or cry. She stretched out a hand and started rubbing her eyes. "Little Firework, stop rubbing, it's me." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly. This unintentional action of Firework allowed Yi Qinghan to confirm that this beautiful girl in front of him was not a fairy, but the silly little girl from back then. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Firework's body trembled again. Her watery eyes were completely flooded. Her tears flowed out like crazy, but little Firework rushed over and threw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms. Her jade-like hands started beating him, and then her small mouth bit down hard on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Hiss! Yi Qinghan sucked in a breath of cold air, and his heart trembled. This was not the immature little Firework from back then. This was the famous, peerless girl of the ethereal continent. This round of beating and touching, especially the 2 soft spots on Firework's chest that kept rubbing against each other, made Yi Qinghan feel a little overwhelmed. Another thing that made Yi Qinghan's heart tremble was, Firework's father was in Yi Qinghan's unfettered ring. Needless to say, his divine sense was constantly scanning. Thinking of Lei Zhen's fiery temper, he actually hugged his daughter in front of him. However, Firework was clearly very agitated at the moment. Seeing this delicate and pitiful face, Yi Qinghan did not push her away cruelly, and could only let her vent. Risking trouble from Lei Zhen in the future, he hugged little Firework very reluctantly, and the more he cried, the tighter he got. "Little Firework, do you believe me?" After a long while, when Firework had calmed down a little, Yi Qinghan said softly, "If you believe me, then come with me." Chapter 792. Of course I believe you. Why wouldn't I? Lei Yanhua's tear-stained expression made Yi Qinghan's heart ache. Her tears made her curly eyelashes wet, revealing a bit of flirtatiousness. Her big watery eyes made people have the urge to hug her in their arms and dote on her. She stared at Yi Qinghan with her big eyes. She bit her lips and said, "But I can't go with you." "Why?" Yi Qinghan asked in shock. His hand, like before, wanted to touch Lei Yanhua's head but realized that she was a big girl now, so he retracted his hand. Lei Yanhua saw that Yi Qinghan was going to touch her head and her body shuddered. But when she saw Yi Qinghan retract his hand, she looked disappointed. She thought for a moment and said, "Brother Yi, I have something to do. Once I'm done, I will go with you." "Haha, you are talking about that vomiting blood. Mr. Tu Xiefeng, right? Don't worry with me here. Nothing will happen." Yi Qinghan suddenly understood that Lei Yanhua was worried about him. He was touched. Back then, Lei Yanhua was afraid of dragging him down, so she left baleful Stream alone. She had to pretend that she didn't know him at the Dancing Phoenix City Square. You know, Brother Yi, I will not marry him even if I die. Lei Yanhua was shocked. As if afraid that Yi Qinghan would misunderstand, she quickly explained. But then she felt that something was wrong. If Yi Qinghan knew about this and could find her, then he should know everything. And how did he get in here? Everything you are worried about, I can solve it for you. Brother Yi is no longer the Brother Yi from before. I will explain some things to you later. If you believe me, then come with me. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Seeing Lei Yanhua looking at him in confusion, Yi Qinghan understood what she was thinking and explained to her with a smile. His calm words were filled with a strong sense of confidence. His gentle and calm demeanor made it seem as if his expression wouldn't change, even if a supreme expert were to appear in front of him. All right, I'll go with you. Lei Yanhua looked at Yi Qinghan quietly. He recalled the figure who carried a long saber on his back and roared as he shot into the distance. She recalled how she was sitting among the pile of corpses when Yi Qinghan walked out of the black fog, and told her that she was safe. She nodded heavily and grabbed Yi Qinghan's sleeve tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear from her sight again. Sit down and wait for a while. When Miss Li Shui arrives, I'll bring you away. Yi Qinghan held Lei Yanhua's hand and sat in the pavilion. The two of them did not speak as they gazed at the clear lake in the distance, enjoying the romantic atmosphere and the gentle night breeze. Li Shui came very quickly. Originally, this banquet was just to meet these peerless young masters face to face and give them some face. She waved her hand to dismiss the maids, then walked into the pavilion with slender steps. Her beautiful eyes scanned between Yi Qinghan and Lei Yanhua with a mischievous look. Greetings, Miss Shui. Yi Qinghan stood up and bowed gracefully. At the same time, he gave her a grateful look. Firstly, it was for taking care of Lei Yanhua, and secondly, it was for letting the two of them meet. Sister Shui. Lei Yanhua was a little embarrassed under Li Shui's mischievous look. She blushed and looked very beautiful. However, her hand didn't let go and held onto Yi Qinghan's arm tightly. Hee. Young Master Yi is too polite. I didn't help you for nothing. Li Shui sat down gracefully, picked up the teacups on the table and filled both of their cups. Miss Shui, please speak your mind. If I can do it, I'll definitely do my best. When Yi Qinghan and Li Shui were communicating, she wanted Yi Qinghan to help her before she agreed. Yi Qinghan wasn't surprised. You can do it, but I have to keep it a secret for now. Li Shui smiled at Lei Yanhua and turned to look at Yi Qinghan. She frowned and seemed to have thought of something. She asked, Oh yes, Mr. Yi, where's that silly brother of yours? He's called Xiaohei, right? Why don't I see him? He owes me a favor from last time. Xiaohei. Oh yes, big brother Yi, why don't I see Xiaohei? Lei Yanhua tilted her head and asked curiously. Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, He's in seclusion. I can't even wake him up now. I think he must have a big breakthrough after coming out of seclusion. Just wait and see. Oh, I see. Li Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with disappointment, but she hid it well and didn't let Yi Qinghan see it. She thought for a while and said, Mr. Yi, are you confident that you can defeat Mr. Tu Xie? I know you are a soul cultivator. Lei Yanhua's eyes lit up and she asked happily, Big brother Yi, you are a soul cultivator? Hee, I just broke through by luck. Yi Qinghan replied humbly and quickly changed the topic. But I think it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that Mr. Vomiting Blood. Oh, Li Shui was just asking casually and didn't expect to get such an answer. Her eyes lit up and she said after a long silence, Tu Moon Queen, it's Shu Er's coming-of-age ceremony. Mr. Yi, please go and watch the ceremony. At that time, I hope that Mr. Yi can help me with a small favor. Shui will be very grateful. After saying that, Li Shui actually stood up and bowed in respect. Yi Qinghan quickly stood up and pretended to help her up. He hesitated for a while and said, All right, I will definitely go. After he left Phoenix Dance City, Li Shui took good care of him, and now Lei Yanhua was indebted to her. Even though he was in a hurry to go to Soul Eater City, but since she had made a request, It wouldn't be right if he didn't agree. Li Shui stood up and Lei Yanhua bowed to her and said, Sister Shui, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Lei Yanhua, we'll leave with big brother Yi now. Ego. Mr. Yi can take care of you. He has the ability. Come and talk to me when you have time. Li Shui didn't ask her to stay. She smiled at the happy Lei Yanhua and winked mischievously. Li He City Lord told her everything. As the young master of Soul Eater Manor, Yi Qinghan had the protection of a 7th grade war god, who had the ability to hurt him. After watching the two of them leave, Li Shui turned her head and looked at the clear lake. Then she stretched out her hand and plucked a willow branch. Just like Lei Hua, she plucked the willow leaf and threw it into the lake. She pouted her lips and muttered softly, Seclusion? You better die in seclusion. Yi Qinghan asked Lei Yanhua to take out a scarf to cover her face. The two of them walked out of the front yard's winding path. Just as they walked out of the yard, they saw a stalwart figure standing at the door. His eyes were like a tiger's, staring at Yi Qinghan. He said coldly, Kid, who are you? Where do you plan to bring little firework? Chapter 793. Uncle Lei Yin. This is the big brother Yi I told you about. Seeing the fierce look in the old man's eyes, little firework quickly stood in front of Yi Qinghan and hurriedly explained. She knew the old man's strength and temper very well. He was afraid that he would accidentally slap Yi Qinghan to death. Yi Qinghan certainly knew the old man in front of him. He was the one who took Lei Yanhua away from the dancing Phoenix City. Yi Qinghan cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said humbly, Junior Yi Qinghan greets Lei Yun Martial Immortal. I want to take firework to an absolutely safe place. Oh, why are you so sure that place is safer than here? Lei Yun Martial Immortal sneered and said firmly. However, since Yi Qinghan had saved Lei Yanhua's life, the fierce look in his eyes faded a little. You'll know when you get there. Yi Qinghan didn't want to explain too much and said lightly. Arrogant. Do you know how many people are out there trying to catch little firework? Do you know who is behind young Master Tu Xie? Boy, you can be confident, but don't be arrogant. Lei Yun's fierce look became serious again. He is 6th grade war god, could only stay here at this moment. Did this boy not know his place? Lei Yun, it's me. You go with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and said no more. At this time, a divine sense floated out of his unfettered ring and attracted Lei Yun Martial Immortal's attention. The faint voice transmitted by the divine sense made the Lei Yun Martial God's body tremble in shock. You are. Lei Yun Martial Immortal's aura soared and his eyes emitted a fiery light. He had completely transformed into an ancient ferocious beast. His body slightly trembled as he pointed at Yi Qinghan's ring and shouted, We'll talk when we get back. The divine sense quickly said again. Lei Yun Martial Immortal suddenly came to his senses and stopped talking. He restrained his aura, but the excitement on his face became more intense. Uncle Lei Yun, what's wrong? Lei Yanhua was confused and asked worriedly. It's fine, let's go. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He held Lei Yanhua's hand and walked forward quickly. Lei Yun War God quickly followed. The way he looked at Yi Qinghan suddenly changed. The three of them quickly walked out of the dripping water pavilion. Wu Shan was already waiting there. The four of them entered the carriage and quickly disappeared into the distance. As soon as Yi Qinghan's carriage left, many maids and servants appeared in the dripping water pavilion. They walked out one after another to report what they had seen and heard to the people who needed the information. In the dripping water pavilion, the Leha City Lord was in a good mood. He drank several dozen times the alcohol content before leaving in a hurry. Li Bai, who went to report the news, made an exception and was invited to the banquet table by him, enjoying a treatment that made countless elders of the clan envious. In a man-made lake in the deepest part of the dripping water pavilion, an old man was fishing when he heard Li He's report. He turned his head slightly and smiled. He continued to stabilize the fishing platform without moving. Behind him, Li He felt that this old man seemed to be one with the lake and the heaven and earth. Lovely spring courtyard, heaven room. Young Master Tu Xie was very angry. He had already smashed hundreds of wine cups. The two elders of the Netherworld clan stood helplessly at the side. They were the two strongest experts of the Netherworld clan, But their 6th grade strength was nothing in the eyes of that person. The only way to solve this problem was through young Master Tu Xie's master, Evil Moon. I can only ask Master for help. Young Master Tu Xie smashed another cup and took out a communication jade talisman to send a message. At the same time, a piece of news quickly spread among countless peerless young masters. That young Master Yi actually entered Miss Li Shui's boudoir and stayed there for a long time. When he left, he took Miss Fireworks and Lei Yin War God with him. Countless young masters transferred all their hatred towards young Master Tu Xie to Yi Qinghan. Young Master Tu Xie wanted to have a threesome, but this young Master Yi who appeared out of nowhere seemed to have already had a threesome? The city was in turmoil. The entrance of the joyful red courtyard was filled with countless scouts. But no one dared to provoke him. After all, the reason why they knew Yi Qinghan was because he had trampled on a rather famous playboy, and the Lihe city lord had made a clear statement. They were not fools. Without a suitable opportunity, no one dared to show themselves. Joyful red courtyard, Heaven Room 1. Lei Yanhua looked around the luxurious room curiously. When she saw Yi Yao Rao walk out of one of the rooms, she happily ran towards her and was ready to say goodbye to her. But at this moment, she felt the space behind her ripple. A golden door suddenly appeared in the room. She turned her head to look at the golden door in surprise, but in the next second, she was petrified. A tall and mighty figure appeared in the door. His face was unusually emotional, and his eyes were shining with tears. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, but it was obvious that he was trembling slightly. In that pair of tiger eyes, Lei Yanhua saw endless affection, guilt and unparalleled pride. Yanhua, little Yanhua. Lei Zhen's lips were trembling. Even his outstretched hands were shaking. He wanted to hug Lei Yanhua, but he did not dare to. He was afraid that Lei Yanhua would reject him. He could only hang in the air, trembling. Lei Yin War God. The moment Lei Zhen appeared, he looked hundreds of thousands of years younger. His face was full of joy. Although he had confirmed it through the transmission just now, he was still very excited. Lei Zhen was back. Their Lei family's genius, Lei family's pride, was back. Empress Yu, who was following behind, had tears in her eyes. She quietly walked to Yi Qinghan's side. Yi Yao Rao also came over. Everyone looked at Lei Yanhua, waiting for her reaction. Who are you? Lei Yanhua blinked her big watery eyes. She looked at Lei Zhen and said uncertainly, "Why do I feel that you have a very familiar scent? But I have never seen you before." Lei Yanhua's words made Lei Zhen's body tremble even more. A familiar scent. How could there not be a familiar scent? The two of them had the same blood flowing in their bodies. This was the resonance between their bloodlines. Lei Zhen's trembling hands finally held Yanhua's shoulders. Strangely, Lei Yanhua did not show any reaction. Lei Zhen's expression became even more guilty. He said with a trembling voice, "Little Yanhua, you have never seen me before. In fact, this is the first time I have seen you. Let me introduce myself. I am Lei Zhen, your irresponsible father. I am a failure of being a father. I have let you and your mother down. Little Yanhua, I do not ask you to forgive me. I only ask that you give me a chance to redeem myself. Father is back. From now on, no one in this world can make you suffer. Not even a little bit." Boom. Lei Yanhua felt as if thunder had exploded in her mind. Her body swayed, but she did not fall. She finally understood why this man felt so familiar yet strange. Why this man gave her an incomparable sense of security. Why when this man held her shoulders, she instinctively did not want to resist. Her curved eyelashes were once again wet. Her perfect little face was filled with tears. She looked at Lei Zhen with tearful eyes, but she revealed a brilliant smile. It was an intoxicating smile, and a soft voice that made one's heart ache. "Father? You are my father? Yanhua finally has a father? Yanhua has a father." Chapter 794. A pair of father and daughter. A hug that had been delayed for decades. They hugged each other and cried, expressing their deep longing for each other with their tears. The crowd quietly left, leaving the father and daughter alone. Yi Qinghan brought the crowd to the small hall for tea. He felt relieved. With Lei Zhen and Lei Yin here, no one would be able to snatch firework away. The Lei family had several 7th grade war gods, But only Lei Jun and the Lei family patriarch were at the peak of 7th grade. As long as Lei Jun returned to Longyang Manor, the Lei family would not dare to let out a fart. In fact, Yi Qinghan was wrong. Lei Jun and Firework chatted for more than 2 hours before summoning Lei Yun. They then chatted for another 2 hours. Lei Jun brought the two into the small hall with a face full of smiles. He smiled at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little Yi, I wonder if your new city can accommodate us too?" Yi Qinghan was stunned. Empress Rain was also surprised. Feng Qi and Wu Shan were overjoyed, but Lei Yun was helpless. Lei Jun's words were clear. He did not want to return to the Lei family of Longyang Manor. "Uncle Lei Jun, you are right. As long as the new city is built, it will always be your home." Even though he did not know what the Lei family did to hurt Lei Jun, Yi Qinghan was not a fool. He immediately made his stand clear. A 7th grade war god. With this kind of power, he could even be the lord of a manor. Lei Firework's arrival in the first room brought endless joy. Lei Jun laughed all day long, as if his mouth was convulsing. Yi Qinghan also did not go out on Yi Qinghan's night. He accompanied Firework all day long, making her feel the warmth of a family member. 3 days later, Martial Immortal Lei Yun bade farewell bitterly and left. He brought back the news that Lei Jun was not willing to return to the Lei family. At the same time, he prepared to use this news to slap the faces of those old fellows in the Hall of Elders. As soon as Lei Yun left, the people of the Lei family in Leaping Spring City came to Yihong Brothel. This group of people was sent by the Lei family's elder hall to capture Lei Yanhua. The leader was a 6th-ranked elder, Lei Bo War God. The Thunderstorm War God obviously received the news after Yi Qinghan brought out the thunder fireworks, but he did not dare to make a move. They weren't afraid of Feng Qi, a war god at the peak of 6th grade, but they were wary of the Liha City Lord. After all, the Liha City Lord had made his stance very clear that if anyone provoked Yi Qinghan, he would even dare to slap a member of the Li clan, let alone an outsider. Before Lei Yun War God left, he made a trip to Lei Bao's place and used Lei Jun's news to slap Lei Bao in the face. Lei Bao was shocked and hurried over to greet him, hoping for Lei Jun's forgiveness. Otherwise, when Lei Yun invited the Lei clan patriarch out of seclusion and found out about this, he would definitely tear him apart. However, Lei Bao brought 2 men in and knelt in room number 1 for 3 days and 3 nights, but the door was still tightly shut. In the end, it was opened. Feng Qi picked them up one by one and threw them out of the joyful red courtyard. Lei Bao and the other 2 didn't dare to resist, allowing Feng Qi to throw them out the door like chickens. Lei Bao was clear that this was a serious matter. He got up and led the Lei clan's men to the transportation array to Longyang City to ask for forgiveness. He hoped that after the patriarch came out of seclusion, he would be able to save his life in a fit of rage. When this news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. Someone from Misty City came. It was the eldest disciple of Evil Moon the Honorable, Evil Fury War God, who had the strength of an upper 7th grade. Evil Moon the Honorable once again told the world how much he doted on this little disciple. However, young Master Tu Xie didn't dare to move. Although he didn't know what happened in the joyful red courtyard, he instinctively felt that if he brought people over, they would most likely end up crawling out. Evil Fury War God didn't come just for Tu Xie. In fact, the entire continent was shaken during this period of time. The ones who were shaken were of course the group of people who stood at the pinnacle of the continent. The Li clan released news that a mutant fruit had been born this time, and it was a top-grade mutant fruit. There were 5 types of top-grade mutant fruits, and the quantity was huge. Moreover, a rare treasure had been born in this auction. If Li Shui, Er's coming-of-age ceremony had shaken the famous young masters of the continent, then the Li clan's news had shaken all the experts of the continent. What was a mutant fruit? What did the appearance of so many mutant fruits mean? What was the rare treasure that the Li clan refused to reveal? Whether it was to fight for the mutant fruit or the rare treasure, or to find out the shocking secret behind the appearance of so many mutant fruits, Dripping Spring City was bustling. Countless experts flocked over. 6th grade war gods could be seen everywhere in Dripping Spring City. It was said that one of the 5 honorables under the Misty Monarch, Reverend Fragrance, had also come. The entire Dripping Spring City was incomparably noisy, but no one dared to cause trouble. With so many supreme powerhouses gathered here, a random god general might attract a group of supreme powerhouses. The gates of the dripping water pavilion opened once again. The Leha city lord welcomed batch after batch of experts into the dripping water pavilion. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. These were all god stones. Yi Qinghan naturally had to go to the auction. Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua also clamored to go and take a look. It wasn't convenient for Lei Zhen to show his face, so he could only ask Feng Qi Wushan to accompany them. Since the experts of Dripping Spring City had already guessed something, then it was a good time to ask Feng Qi Wushan to confuse them and intimidate them. They still sat in the luxurious carriage to the auction house. This time, no one dared to look down on this horse-drawn carriage. Just as the carriage arrived at the auction house, head shopkeeper Li Huang and Li Bai came forward to welcome them. Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua were masked with silk scarves, so their appearances couldn't be seen. However, when they got off the carriage, the passers-by and the martial artists nearby stared straight at them. Yi Yaorao had an icy temperament. Feng Qi was noble and unparalleled, and Lei Yanhua was spirited. Even though their appearances couldn't be seen, just from their temperament, one could tell that these three were absolute beauties. Yi Qinghan, who was in the middle of the three women, became the center of attention. He was almost drowned by the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Li Huang and Li Bai stared at Feng Qi and suddenly realized something. Feng Qi did not conceal her strength today. Her eyes sparkled, and it was as if she was looking at a vast sea of stars. This was a soul cultivator, and a very powerful one at that. Li Huang and Li Bai instantly came to this conclusion. Under Li Huang's personal guidance, they walked into a small hall. There was a transmission array in the small hall. With a flash of white light, they arrived at an incomparably spacious hall. The hall was divided into 2 levels. In the middle was a high platform with nearly 10,000 luxurious seats around it. The upper level was filled with small private rooms, and there were nearly 1,000 of them. Li Huang arranged for them to enter private room 18. This arrangement made Yi Qinghan very suspicious. Logically speaking, with his identity and Feng Qi, Lei Yanhua and Lei Yanhua following him, it should be enough to enter the top 10 private rooms. It seemed like there were really many big shots here this time. Little man, keep a low profile later. There are many powerful experts here today, and at least 10 of them are comparable to Lei Zhen. Venerable level experts, 2 of them are here. 2 hours later, Feng Qi's voice transmission made Yi Qinghan understand that there were indeed a lot of big shots here today. More than 10 peak rank 7s came. This did not surprise Yi Qinghan, but 2 venerable level experts came. This shocked Yi Qinghan a little. Chapter 795. The entire auction hall was crowded with people. The 10,000 seats below were almost all occupied. These people were whispering to each other and glancing at the private rooms on the second floor from time to time. They seemed to be guessing which big shot would come. The private rooms on the second floor had the same transparent barrier as Yi Qinghan's room. The people inside could clearly see outside, but the people outside could not. Of course, divine senses could enter, but no one dared to check. After all, those who could sit in the private rooms were all wealthy and important people. If you angered them, not only would they not teach you a lesson, they could easily ask the Li family to invite you out. The auction had not started yet. Countless beautiful maids were shuttling between the seats, bringing tea and wine to everyone. They also explained how to bid for the treasures they wanted. Yi Qinghan's private room, of course, had a professional maid serving outside the loft. She also brought a bunch of brochures to Yi Qinghan and the others, explaining the treasures to be auctioned and the process of the auction. Yi Qinghan came today because of Li He's invitation. He also wanted to see how much these fruits could be sold for. As for the treasures on the brochures, he was not interested. On the contrary, Lei Hua Yi Yao and Lei Hua gathered together and looked at it carefully. Wow, this thing is so beautiful. This is fun too. The 3 women exclaimed from time to time. Of course, it was mostly Lei Hua who said it. Although Lei Hua was a young girl, it was not appropriate for her to express her emotions. However, her eyes shone brightly. Yi Yao Rao was cold, but her face was full of excitement. This proved one thing. No matter what kind of woman they were, their desire to buy was very strong. Take a good look. Tell me what you want to buy later. and I will buy it for you. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He glanced at the items on the list. Most of them were worth tens of billions. Perhaps it would have been a sky-high price for him in the past, but now he really didn't feel any pressure. When the three women heard what Yi Qinghan said, they were even more excited. Many of the items on the brochures were useless to them, but they were beautiful. Women's resistance to beautiful things was basically zero. The auction was about to begin. Along with Li Huang's smile, the surroundings were deathly silent. Li Bai was wearing a black formal attire embroidered with gold rims, looking very pretentious. Following behind him was a row of beautiful women holding jade boxes. They bowed to the four directions before opening their mouths with a face full of smiles. Everyone, before the auction begins, allow me to represent Dripping Spring City to welcome the strongest of our misty continent. Reverend Fragrance. Hua. The quiet square instantly became noisy again. The martial artists below all consciously stood up and bowed towards the third private room with Li Huang. At the same time, he was incomparably shocked. This Reverend Fragrance was actually sitting in the third private room? Then who are the second and the first? But Venerable Fragrance didn't reply, and Li Huang didn't resolve this suspense. The auction had begun, and everyone had no choice but to pull their attention back. The first items to be auctioned were some ordinary goods, high-grade divine weapons, middle-grade pills, spiritual pets, and so on. The ones bidding were all the martial artists sitting below. None of the guests in the private rooms even participated in the bidding. 2 hours later, the second batch of treasures arrived. This was going to be interesting. The second batch belonged to the real rare treasures. The guests in the private rooms all made their moves, and the atmosphere of the auction heated up. The next item to be auctioned is a million-year-old water spirit pearl from the Star Sea. This water spirit pearl has the effect of resisting fire and water, and it has the effect of beautifying one's skin when worn all year round. It is said that it can make a woman more beautiful. Of course, it is only a little. It is also very helpful for cultivation. The starting price is 50 million divine stones, and each increment must be no less than 5 million divine stones. As Li Huang finished speaking, a beautiful woman opened the jade box in her hands, revealing a sky-blue pearl. The pearl was surrounded by mist, and it was shiny and beautiful beyond compare. Little man, help me bid for this pearl. The Rain Empress spoke. Her name was Lan Yu, and she liked blue things the most. Moreover, this pearl had the effect of beautifying one's skin. Although Li Huang emphasized that it was only a little, she was still successfully moved. Lei Yanhua and Yi Yarao actually liked it very much, but since the Rain Empress had spoken, they didn't say anything. All right. Yi Qinghan replied indifferently, but he picked up the dripping spring tea on the table and drank it slowly and politely. 100 million divine stones. The first to bid was the one in the 70-something private room upstairs, and he immediately doubled the price. 300 million. 500 million divine stones. The martial artists on the first floor wanted to bid, but they were scared off by the young masters in the private rooms upstairs. They knew that this item was not something they could touch. This item was so beautiful, and it had magical effects. Obviously, it would become the object of contention for these young masters. Everyone was here for Li Shu'er, and if they bought this treasure at her family's auction house and gave it to her, it would surely increase her impression. 800 million divine stones. 1.5 billion divine stones. 2 billion. The price gradually increased, and it was all in the hundreds of millions. The martial artists below were amazed by the generosity of these exceptional young masters. This item was at most worth 1 billion divine stones, but now it was auctioned for several billion. They were all prodigals. When the price reached 5 billion, it began to stop, and only the guests in private rooms 23 and 35 were still fighting for it. Moreover, every time the price was raised, it would increase by 10 or 20 million divine stones. It seemed that they had reached the bottom line. Yi Qinghan put down the teacup in his hand and estimated that it was about time. He picked up a communication jade stone on the table and wrapped it with his divine power. Then he said softly, 10 billion divine stones. The voice was transformed by the communication jade stone, and it became somewhat indistinguishable, but the three words 10 billion resounded in everyone's ears. The surroundings were deathly silent, And even Li Huang was slightly surprised as he raised his head and looked over. This water spirit pearl could be auctioned for 5 billion divine stones, which was already a sky-high price, but this young master in private room 18 had doubled it. Even if he had divine stones, he didn't have to spend it like this, right? Which peerless young master was this? How could he be so powerful? The 2 private rooms upstairs were completely silent. Firstly, they couldn't afford this price. Secondly, they knew that the guest who could bid for the top 20 private rooms had an extraordinary status. They didn't want to offend him for something like this. The Empress of Rain was excited, and she looked at Yi Qinghan with seductive eyes. It made Yi Qinghan's heart itch, and he wanted nothing more than to start a fight right now. In the next few rounds of the auction, the young master in room 18 shocked everyone again. A vanishing shadow god puppet with a snow-white body, black hooves, wings, and speed that could reach the peak of a god king. It also had a defensive shield that could withstand an attack from a peak god king. Not to mention the young ladies. Even the young masters were very happy with such a divine steed. This was an excellent gift. The auction became even more intense, and the price reached more than 10 billion divine stones. 30 billion divine stones. Lei Yanhua's eyes lit up, and she pulled Yi Qinghan's hand to bid for it. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to wait until the price reached 18 billion divine stones before he made his move again. As Yi Qinghan spoke, the hall fell silent again. If the water spirit pearl had any effect, then this divine steed was nothing more than a toy. This godly steed was nothing but a toy to a powerhouse. Although it was a beautiful toy, it was still a toy. No one was so stupid. What if Li Shui, or didn't like it and ate it? Chapter 796. 1 million divine stones. However, someone seemed to have figured out the identity of the guest in private room 18. He immediately started to bicker with him. His voice was very arrogant. He didn't use the communication stone, and just used the original voice. Moreover, he only added 1 million divine stones. It was a clear provocation. Young noble vomiting blood. It seems like he really wants to vomit blood. Yi Qinghan glanced at private room 19 and sneered. He picked up the communication stone and said, 40 billion divine stones. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from below. Everyone looked at private room 18. They thought that this person was crazy. He actually increased the bid by 10 billion. How was this a bid? He was obviously acting in a fit of anger. 1 million. Young noble Tuxia's faint voice came from private room 19 again. It seemed like he was going to fight. Yi Qinghan's mocking smile became even more intense. Lei Yin shook her head, indicating that she didn't want it. Yi Qinghan picked up the communication stone and said, 50 billion. Tuxia, you add another 1 million and this divine steed will be yours. Wow. There was an uproar below. They were shocked by young noble Tuxia's boldness. They were stunned by the fact that he didn't give young noble Tuxia any face. They were also excited by his domineering provocation. Although the original voice of private room 18 couldn't be heard, it was obviously the voice of a young noble. But he was actually ranked before young noble Tuxia. This was a little thought-provoking. And his domineering performance today clearly showed that he didn't put young noble Tuxia in his eyes. One had to know that Venerable Xie Yu had expressed his fondness for this young disciple several times. But this young noble still didn't give him any face. Bang! In private room 19, young noble Tuxia's eyes were burning with rage. The teacup in his hand shattered. However, he didn't dare to make a sound. He was indeed the continent's most powerful young noble Tuxia, but he didn't have many divine stones. His senior brother, Evil Fury Battle God, also had divine stones. But his divine stones were used to buy mutant fruits. In terms of wealth, he didn't have the confidence to suppress Yi Qinghan. The Evil Fury Battle God narrowed his eyes as he sat on the side. He didn't seem to notice Tuxia's anger. With his sole consciousness, he found Yi Qinghan and Yu Ho. He told Tuxia that his original intention was to use Yi Qinghan to suppress Tuxia's arrogance. Of course, he wouldn't say anything now. Before coming here, Venerable Evil Moon had said that they should not get involved in the affairs of young people. Evil 2 was good at everything, but he was too arrogant. Seeing that the Evil Fury Battle God did not respond, Tuxia had no choice but to shut up. Room 19 fell silent. This made the martial artists below think that young Master Tu Xie had lowered his head. The arrogant young Master Tu Xie actually lowered his head to another young master? This news was a little shocking. The identity of the young master in private room number 18 was even more puzzling. The rest of the auction was even more interesting. The guest in private room number 18 stopped bidding, but as soon as private room number 19 opened his mouth, private room number 18 would immediately follow up with an additional 1 million godly stones. Moreover, the bidding was very clever and stopped at the right time. It was obvious that they were taking revenge on young Master Tu Xie for bickering just now. Young Master Tu Xie was fuming with anger, but at the same time, he let his own people pass on the identity of private room number 18 to those peerless young masters. When these peerless young masters heard this, they were all angry. This young Master Yi was so high profile, he was obviously preparing to suppress everyone and give the Li family and Li Shuier a good impression. Young Master Yi, who came out of the mud, was really preparing to have a threesome? Just as everyone was rubbing their hands and preparing to suppress the young master in private room number 18, private room number 18 suddenly fell silent. It seemed that he had played enough and was tormented by them. The young masters gathered their strength and prepared to punch the air, but they smashed the air. Their chest was so stuffy that they wanted to vomit blood. Yarao, are you not going to bid? Tell me what you like. We don't lack godly stones. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He could see that Yi Yarao wanted to buy some, but in the previous auction, she could see that someone was targeting her. So she was very sensible and didn't say anything. This made Yi Qinghan feel moved in his heart. To be honest, he really didn't lack godly stones. At most, after buying this batch of strange fruits, he would continue to sell them after a period of time. All right, I will tell you if I like something. Yi Yarao smiled and said in a low voice. However, Yi Qinghan could see that she would definitely not open her mouth. It was not because she was afraid that he would spend godly stones, but because she was afraid that he would fight with others for her. She was really a good wife. Yi Yarao was not in the mood to bid. After Yu Ho and Lei Yin were also satisfied. Yi Qinghan had played enough. Of course, they wouldn't make a sound. Private room number 18 became silent. The young masters also found that there was no target to vent their anger. The following auction was not as lively as before, until the last treasure of the second batch appeared. This is the final heavenly treasure of the second batch of treasures. Everyone look carefully. This is a true strange treasure. Divine power revolved around Li Huang's hand, and he gently attached it to a jade box held by a beautiful woman beside him. The jade box slowly opened, revealing a blue jade stone. This jade stone was not big, only the size of half a palm. This jade stone was sparkling and translucent, and a white light circulated around it. It was as if a miniature dragon was swimming inside. It was very beautiful. Top-grade soul jade, a peerless treasure. Li Huang stood to the side, not saying anything. He kept everyone in suspense. After Yu Ho's eyes lit up and she exclaimed. Yi Qinghan's heart also tensed up. Since Yu Ho called it a top-grade soul jade, it was definitely a treasure related to the soul. He was a soul cultivator, so he was definitely interested in this kind of treasure. I believe that many of the experts present have already seen it. That's right. This is a soul jade, a top-grade soul jade. Perhaps some of you are not clear about the use of this soul jade. Let me give you a simple explanation. The soul jade is, of course, a treasure related to the soul of a martial artist. After this soul jade is refined, it will stay above the martial artist's soul ocean. First, it can protect the soul. The soul jade can easily block the soul attack of a soul cultivator below the Godtharch realm. Even if the soul cultivator's attack is not strong, it can still block it. Second, the soul jade can stimulate the soul ocean, allowing the soul ocean to grow continuously. Of course, the soul ocean can only grow to the peak of the God King realm before it stops growing. This is the only flaw of the soul jade. Alright, everyone, start bidding. The starting bid is 100 billion divine stones. Each bid must not be less than 10 billion divine stones. Li Huang lightly opened his mouth and gave a simple explanation of the soul jade. He only explained the two functions of the soul jade clearly. However, the moment he finished speaking, the entire auction house went into an uproar. What was the soul? It was the foundation of a martial artist. Why were soul cultivators so strong? It was because they could silently attack the soul of their enemies, killing them without leaving a trace. The consensus of the martial artists on the continent was that they would rather offend a peak grade 7 expert than a soul cultivator who had just entered the Goddarch realm. This was the strength of a soul cultivator. Now this small jade could actually block all the soul attacks of a soul cultivator below the Goddarch realm. It could even block the attacks of an ordinary Goddarch realm soul cultivator. What kind of powerful soul defense divine artifact was this? Furthermore, this jade could allow a martial artist's soul to continuously improve. What was one of the conditions to become a soul cultivator? That was that the soul had to cross the threshold and reach the strength of a god king. With this soul jade, this threshold was no longer a threshold. With this soul jade, a large family clan could continue to produce batch after batch of god king realm martial artists. If this batch of martial artists produced a soul cultivator, everything would be worth it. What shocked the crowd the most was the price of this soul jade. The starting bid was 100 billion divine stones. Furthermore, each bid would not be less than 10 billion. This starting bid was enough to purchase a top-grade mutant fruit. Chapter 797. None of the martial artists below spoke. Everyone knew that they did not have the qualifications to participate in this item. Even the young masters above did not have the qualifications. This item could only be used by the supreme experts of the super clans. Little man, you must obtain this item. This item is too important to you. With this item, your soul will continue to improve. Moreover, this soul jade has special effects. Those who are not soul cultivators will not understand. The Rain Empress looked at Yi Qinghan with a burning gaze, and quickly transmitted a message to him. The fire in her eyes was abnormally obvious. Yi Qinghan was also shocked. The Rain Empress actually said that this item had other effects. This item was truly a heaven-defying treasure. But he knew in his heart that this item was very tricky, and would probably be very difficult to obtain. 500 billion. Private room number 10 spoke for the first time. The price that came out shocked everyone. The first time he spoke, he actually increased the price by 5 times. The bitterness in the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth became even thicker. He beckoned to the maid beside him, and asked her to call Li Bai up. Li Bai came very quickly. Yi Qinghan did not have the time to be polite with him. He directly said, "Send a message to the Leha city lord. What is the highest price I can offer?" Li Bai understood the meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Yi Qinghan was asking how much he could borrow from the auction house. The Leha city lord's message came very quickly and decisively. Even Li Bai was shocked. He swallowed his saliva and said, "My lord has replied. Besides the divine stones on you, he can guarantee you 10 trillion divine stones." "All right. I will remember this favor." Yi Qinghan was slightly shocked. He knew that he owed a big favor this time. At the same time, he was a little dazed. When he first came to the divine world, he was anxious to buy the Flame Dragon Overlord's 1 billion divine stones. Now his name was actually worth 10 trillion divine stones. 3 trillion divine stones. 4 trillion. 5 trillion. 5 trillion. Just as Yi Qinghan summoned the white essence, the price had already soared to 5 trillion. All the experts present were so shocked that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The martial artists in the audience knew very well that they were only here to be bystanders. However, they never expected that they would be able to witness what a super clan was like and what it meant to have unparalleled wealth. Those who participated in the auction were all VIPs from private rooms 4 to 15. When the bid reached 5 trillion, only private rooms 6, 10, and 13 were left to compete. However, the price continued to rise rapidly. Before long, it had risen to 7 trillion divinity stones. And it was still increasing by 2 to 300 billion. God damn it, let's go all out. Yi Qinghan was no longer calm. If they were to carry it up like this, when would it end? Since the Rain Empress said that she must bid for it, then let's smash it. Wasn't it just God's stones? God's stones are king bastards. I'll earn them after I've spent them. He even forgot to take the communication jade stone, and directly used his divine power to amplify the message. He gritted his teeth and said, "This young master bids 10 trillion. The entire audience was dead silent. All the martial artists in the audience had their eyes locked onto private room 18. 10 trillion. Even the entire wealth of a mid-sized clan wouldn't be this much. If it was someone in the first 10 private rooms who made such a bid, perhaps no one would be shocked. However, Yi Qinghan had actually used his original voice in a moment of desperation. This was the voice of a young master. A young master's voice wasn't strange. What was strange was that in such an occasion, a young master actually dared to speak. Such a large transaction. Normally only the number 1 or 2 figures of a super clan would dare to make the decision. What did this mean? It meant that this young master could replace the clan head in his super clan. Or perhaps, he was the clan head of a super clan. The second possibility was obviously impossible, but the first one was also very thought-provoking. The relationships within every super clan were complicated. The status of a young clan head was very high, but unless it was a clan like Li Shui's, who only had one direct descendant, he absolutely didn't have the authority or the guts to represent the clan head. Few people had heard of Yi Qinghan's voice, but his identity was quickly spread throughout the entire auction hall. It was this 10 trillion. That young Master Ye's name was destined to spread throughout the entire ethereal continent. To be able to suppress young Master Tu Xie and bid 10 trillion, it would be difficult for him not to become famous. 11 trillion divine stones. At this moment, a shout pulled everyone back from their thoughts. After being stunned for a moment, everyone was shocked again. Their gazes turned and finally stopped at a private room, unable to move away. Private room 3? Venerable Fragrance actually made a bid. This time, the entire audience was completely silent. No one dared to make another bid. 11 trillion divine stones. Perhaps some people could add a little more, but no one dared to do so. Although Venerable Fragrance was ranked last among the 5 supremacies of the ethereal sovereign, she was a supremacy, right? She could represent the ethereal sovereign, right? And everyone clearly felt that this Venerable Fragrance seemed to be suppressing this young Master Yi? Or was she using another method to tell Yi Qinghan that young Master Tu Xie was from the ethereal city, and not just anyone could suppress him? Thank you, Uncle Master. At this moment, a respectful and grateful voice came from room 19, causing everyone's expressions to become extremely interesting. It also caused everyone in room 18 to instantly turn gloomy. This slap was very loud. Yi Qinghan's face was boiling hot. This slap made him feel a burning pain. 3 hands reached out at the same time, and 3 pretty faces looked over worriedly. The Rain Empress sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. Let's not fight over a temporary advantage." Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly and laughed bitterly. Of course he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't go against Reverend Fragrance so openly. But there was still a ball of fire in his heart. He despised Venerable Fragrance in his heart. Young people are fighting. Why is an elder like you interfering? Isn't this lowering your status? Since Venerable Fragrance had spoken, of course no one dared to continue interfering. Li Huang looked in Yi Qinghan's direction and said, "No one else is bidding, right? Alright, congratulations." Wait. Just as Li Huang was about to announce that the peak-grade soul jade belonged to Venerable Piaoxiang, a light voice rang out. The voice was clearly transmitted through a communication jade. It was impossible to tell the gender or age of the speaker. However, it was these 2 light words that caused everyone present to be stunned. Who was so daring? He was preparing to defy the heavens. When they looked for the source of the voice, it made countless people break out in a cold sweat, and their bodies began to tremble. The source of the voice came from not far from Venerable Fragrance. Room 1. Even with Venerable Fragrance's status, she could only condescend to the 3rd room. One could imagine the identity of the guest in the 1st room. It was definitely a person who could defy the heavens. Yet, the next words of the owner of the voice made everyone's gazes turn to room 18 again. If they were said to be shocked before, then they were all petrified now. The voice was still indistinguishable from the original, and the tone was still light, as if it was saying something insignificant. 12 trillion divine stones. Fragrance, I want the soul stone. That young Master Yi. I admire him very much. Give the soul stone to him. Chapter 798. Piaoxiang. That name was so smooth to the tongue. Young Master Yi, I admire him very much. This soul jade is for him. 12 trillion god stones. For him. Since he was called Piao Xiang, it was needless to say that he was much more powerful than Reverend Piao Xiang. However, Reverend Piao Xiang's strength was in the top 10 of the Misty Continent. Who was this? Could it be the Misty Sovereign? Thinking of this, everyone began to tremble slightly. The Misty Sovereign, the legendary 9th grade invincible war god, was a mysterious person. No one expected him to appear here. Some people even wanted to worship him. At this moment, everyone looked at room 18 in a different way. Many peerless young masters even wanted to retreat. But the hatred in young Master Tu Xie's eyes became even more intense. All right, since my lord has spoken, how can Piao Xiang refuse? Reverend Piao Xiang's vague voice came from room 3 again, confirming everyone's guess. Since Reverend Piao Xiang called him my lord, this person was definitely much more powerful than her. But some people still felt a trace of resentment from Reverend Piao Xiang's words. Could it be that the guest in room 1 was not the Misty Sovereign? Then who could it be? Who could make Reverend Piao Xiang not dare to have any intention of fighting? Since the guest in room 1 had spoken, no one else dared to say anything else. The soul jade was sent directly to room 18 under the instruction of the owner of room 1. When Yi Qinghan held the sparkling and translucent soul jade in his hands, he was still in a daze. This was 2 billion godstones. This was the combined wealth of 2 mid-level clans. The guest in room 1 had given it to him just like that? Who was he? Little man, I didn't expect you to hide so much. Hurry up and thank me. Let me tell you, the guests in room 1 and 2 are very powerful. I don't even dare to use my divine sense to investigate. Empress Rain's face was full of smiles. The more she interacted with Yi Qinghan, the more she found him to be unfathomable. At first, he pulled out a young lady from the Li clan. Now it was even more frightening. He pulled out a person even more powerful than Reverend Piao Xiang. Only now did Yi Qinghan come to his senses, and he walked towards the number 1 private room under Li Bai's lead. Unexpectedly, he'd just walked out of the back door when he saw Leha City's governor walking over with a face full of smiles, and he was extremely amiable as he directly sent a voice transmission. Little brother Yi, don't go thank him. That lord said that if we're fated to meet in the future, then thank him face to face. Fate brought us together? Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose. He wanted to see him, but no one was giving him the chance. Just who was this person? At first, Yi Qinghan thought that it was Lord Devour. But if it was Lord Devour, he should meet him. Was he wrong? Who was this person? Big brother Li He, who is this lord? Yi Qinghan's expression did not change, but he secretly transmitted his voice. Li He's expression didn't change. He turned around and returned to private room 1, continuing to stand guard outside. Halfway there, he sent a voice transmission over. How am I qualified to know? My venerable must know, but I don't think he'll say it. Embarrassed, he returned to the private room. The third batch of treasures was on the stage. This was today's finale treasure, the strange fruit. It was also the reason why all the experts had come here. Soul jades might be able to create a batch of disciples with strong souls, but the chances of them becoming soul cultivators were very low, maybe even 0. Moreover, supreme experts usually had soul defensive divine artifacts, so these things were useless to them. But the strange fruits were different. The strange fruits were divided into combat, defense, soul, speed, and cultivation aids. In the past, when 1 or 2 strange fruits appeared, the Li clan wouldn't advertise it too much. Moreover, a portion of the strange fruits were won by the Li clan themselves, so how could they have a chance? But this time it was different. There were all kinds of strange fruits. Those who wanted to strengthen their attack could bid for the offensive fruit, and those who wanted to strengthen their defense could bid for the defensive fruit. As long as you could afford the price, you could get what you wanted. Moreover, following the appearance of this batch of strange fruits, everyone started to search for the source of these strange fruits. One had to know that it was very unusual for there to be so many strange fruits appearing at the same time. The reason behind this was really thought-provoking. The beautiful woman beside Li Huang left, and then she brought up a batch of green jade boxes. Without any nonsense, Li Huang directly spoke. Next, we will auction the strange fruits. First, we will auction the ordinary strange fruits, with 5 of each type of strange fruit. The first 50 will be auctioned, and the remaining 50 will be auctioned separately. Now we will auction the first one. The starting price is 20 billion, and each increment must be no less than 5 billion. As soon as Li Huang's words came out, Yi Qinghan was shocked. This auction was too ruthless, wasn't it? The starting price was 20 billion, and on average it was 4 billion each. And each increment must be no less than 5 billion. This price was a little high. I want 5 and each one is priced at 200 billion. Just as Li Huang finished speaking, a voice rang out, causing everyone in the auction hall to faint, including Li Huang and Li He. And it even caused Yi Qinghan to faint. The one who spoke was the supreme expert in Private Room 1. And he directly asked for 5, and each one was actually 200 billion. In other words, each fruit was actually worth 40 billion. This far exceeded the expectations of Yi Qinghan and Li He. Moreover, he wanted 5 at once. The two of them had originally planned to sell these ordinary fruits for 10 billion godstones, which would be pretty good already. I want 5 as well, and each one is priced at 200 billion. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the owner of Private Room 2 who'd been silent until now spoke. The voice wasn't transmitted through communication jades, and everyone was able to clearly discern that it was the voice of a middle-aged man. However, it was precisely this ordinary voice that shocked countless people in the auction hall. Even Li Bai's eyes lit up. Some of them had heard this voice before. It was the voice of Exalt Li Quan. Exalt Li Quan had arrived, and he was even sitting in Private Room 2. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Exalt Fragrance would lower herself to sit in the third private room. It was because Exalt Li Quan's strength was ranked above Exalt Fragrance's, and he was even the host. Meanwhile, everyone was even more curious about the identity of the owner of Private Room 1. Because Exalt Li Quan's tone was exactly the same as the owner of Private Room 1. It was obvious that he was trying to support him and flatter him. I want 5 as well, and each one is priced at 200 billion. Exalt Fragrance spoke once more, and she asked for 5 as well. I want 5 as well, and each one is priced at the same price. Me too. Subsequently, Yi Qinghan and everyone else was dumbstruck because starting from Private Room 4 to 10, everyone directly asked for 5 fruits, and each of them was priced at 200 billion. Moreover, towards the end, there were even a few guests in private rooms that spoke at the same time, as if they were afraid that there would be none left if they were too late. Li Huang was stunned. Motherfucker. How is this an auction? They're directly bidding for the fruits. Although the price has exceeded their budget, this is against the rules. 10 trillion godstones. A black light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and he noticed that everything in front of him was filled with godstones. Only 250 ordinary strange fruits have been sold for 10 trillion godstones. It looks like it'll be very difficult for me to not get rich this time. Li He, who was standing outside Private Room 1, also felt a wave of dizziness. He knew that with so many big shots here, this batch of strange fruits would definitely be auctioned for a high price, but he didn't expect such an outcome. Of course, he understood that this was all because of the owner of the private room in front of him. This person was obviously supporting Yi Qinghan, but the other person was supporting him. Li Huang, it's settled. Exalt Li Quan gave the order, and the helpless Li Huang heaved a sigh of relief. The first batch of strange fruits was successfully sold, and they were sold for a sky-high price. Chapter 799. The next 50 ordinary mutant fruits were auctioned off without a hitch. Each of them was sold for more than 20 billion divine stones, which made Yi Qinghan very happy. He thought to himself, if the Lord in Private Room 1 also took the lead to bid for these top-grade mutant fruits, I'll be rich today. Things went beyond Yi Qinghan's expectations. The Lord in Private Room 1 didn't say anything else. Instead, Supremacy Li Quan took the lead to bid for a defensive mutant fruit, and a mutant fruit that could assist in cultivation, directly bidding 1 trillion divine stones. This caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to be filled with black divine stones once again. With Supremacy Li Quan taking the lead, the prices of the following mutant fruits could be imagined. Divine stones were just a few numbers to the patriarchs of the super clans. However, it was obvious that the Lord and Supremacy Li Quan were very supportive today. They were also willing to spend a bit more divine stones to give the two some face, so that they could meet again in the future. Thus, after all 320 mutant fruits were auctioned off, Yi Qinghan fainted for a long time before waking up. Even Empress Yu and the others fainted for a while. Wu Shan kept swallowing his saliva and rubbing his eyes. This batch of mutant fruits that could be sold for about 5 trillion divine stones were auctioned off for 21 trillion divine stones. After deducting the processing fees to the Li clan, they still had about 20 trillion divine stones left. Li He also fainted. This profit was a small matter, but after this auction, the name of the Li clan's auction house would be completely shaken. There was no doubt that they would become the #1 auction house on the continent. In the future, there would be an endless supply of divine stones. He was incomparably glad that he had made friends with this little brother Yi Qinghan. This little brother indeed had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. Yi Qinghan returned to the courtyard of joy in a daze. Today had given him too many shocks. When he returned and told the Thunder Emperor about it, the latter was even more delighted. With so many divine stones, the Thunder Emperor's original plan for building a city had been completely overturned. He had decided to build a super large city that could rival Leaping Spring City. Time was of the essence. The Thunder Emperor decided to act immediately, but he didn't appear. He also didn't dare to continue buying construction materials in Leaping Spring City. He had Wu Shan and Feng Qi each bring a few 100 million divine stones to the nearby prefectures to buy materials. The Thunder Monarch believed that if the two of them were not fools, they would definitely not covet these divine stones. After all, once the new city was built, there would be an endless supply of parangons. Although Yi Qinghan's background wasn't clear, it was only the tip of the iceberg that had been revealed. Lei Zhen and Yu Ho started to design the layout of the new city. Lei Yanhua and Yi Yao Rao had nothing to do, so they joined in. Yi Qinghan went into seclusion once again. Firstly, he refined the supreme-grade soul jade, and secondly, he tried to break through to the God King realm. Since Yi Qinghan had promised Li Shui'er to attend his coming-of-age ceremony, he could only resist the urge to rush into the teleportation array and wait for another month. Although he wasn't sure what Li Shui'er would ask him to do, but from the fact that Li Shui'er had asked him if he could defeat young Master Tu Xie, she might need him to take action. Since he was going to take action, it wouldn't be wrong to be stronger. Entering the War Monarch Palace, Yi Qinghan first refined the soul jade according to the method taught by Yu Ho. He dripped his blood on it, and used his god power to make the soul jade disappear from his hand. Using his divine sense, the soul jade had indeed appeared above his soul sea. Furthermore, it had appeared on the black bridge between Yi Qinghan's two souls. It was emitting a gentle white light that complemented the green light outside of Yi Qinghan's soul sea. It was extremely beautiful. Yi Qinghan immediately entered the soul's silent state, and realized that the growth of his soul was indeed 2 times faster than before. This was even before the soul jade had completely fused with his soul. According to Yu Ho's estimation, once the soul jade was completely fused, Yi Qinghan would enter the soul silent state, and his soul would grow 3 times faster. 2 souls revolved at the same time. Yi Qinghan started to fuse the special mystic art, so close, yet worlds apart. At the same time, he opened up all the restrictions in the palace. The god aura inside the palace was 10 times stronger than outside. As he comprehended the mystic art, the god crystals and meridians in his body operated at full force, absorbing the god aura and transforming it into god power. The auction had ended, but these absolute formidable martial artists, the clan heads and elders of the great families, did not leave. Under Supremacy Li Quan's invitation, they waited for Li Shui'er's coming-of-age ceremony. Of course, most of them stayed behind to find out where this batch of strange fruits came from. The news had not been kept under wraps for long. Perhaps someone had purposely released it. This batch of strange fruits came from the soul-devouring manor. It was said that Supremacy Butterfly Dance had found them on an island in the Wandering Sea. Most formidable martial artists agreed with this news. After all, the Sealed God Valley was the second most dangerous place on the continent. It was not so easy to break the seal. What's more, if the seal was forcefully broken, there would definitely be a huge commotion. However, no news had spread during this period of time. The Phoenix Glow mountain range was peaceful. Of course, the Phoenix Glow mountain range was peaceful. Under the instructions of Yi Qinghan and the Thunder Tharch, the Wind Tharch and the Demon Tharch had captured all the god bandits and spies who had barged into the mountain. They had also forced them to send a message back. Everything was normal here. Some people believed it. Of course, some didn't. For example, Li Hai. Li Hai had not been doing well recently. Although he had not done much wrong in that matter, it was obvious that Li He was trying to rope in Yi Qinghan. He had no choice but to suffer. He had been promoted from the Guard Army's deputy commander, who controlled the lives and deaths of tens of billions of god-tier martial artists in Dripping Springs City. He had been transferred to the Scout Hall's senior commander, who was in charge of intelligence on the continent. It looked like he had been promoted from a deputy commander to a senior commander. However, anyone who understood the situation knew that Li Hai's future was bleak. Although the Scout Hall was a hall, it only had a few thousand people. What's more, they were all low-grade martial artists. What kind of person was Supremacy Li Quan? If there was any important news, countless people would report it to him immediately. What's more, the continent's various prefectures were in charge of their own affairs. You play with your women, I play with my birds. Nobody had anything to do with each other. What's more, the continent was at peace. What kind of important news could there be? Hence, Li Hai blamed all the humiliation and treatment he had suffered on Yi Qinghan. He made full use of his authority as a senior commander. He started to mobilize the thousands of people under him to collect all the information he could about Yi Qinghan. In the end, he really discovered a huge problem. Yi Qinghan came from Beacon Smoke Manor's Nether City. The people around him bought countless city construction materials. Recently, one of his two subordinates went to Beacon Smoke Manor. The other went to the North's Golden Horn Manor. They both brought large amounts of divine stones to buy city construction materials. Furthermore, they even invited a famous array formation master of the continent in Beacon Smoke Manor. He was very clear that there was something fishy going on here. But he did not understand what Yi Qinghan was doing. Furthermore, the news that the scouts who went to Phoenix Glow Mountain Range sent back was that everything was normal. He did not report the news up. He knew the relationship between Li He City Lord and Yi Qinghan. He also knew that the Exalted Lord seemed to value Yi Qinghan very much. He was waiting for an opportunity. Furthermore, he felt that this opportunity would not let him wait for too long. Chapter 800. At the same time, there were many people investigating Yi Qinghan. Young Master Tu Xie was one of them. Young Master Tu Xie's information network was much better than that of Leaping Ocean because he was from Misty City and was Venerable Evil Moon's favorite disciple. Naturally, many people in Misty City had to give him face. He only sent a message to Misty City, and the entire information department of Misty City began to operate at high speed. Information on Yi Qinghan was extracted bit by bit and organized into a file which was sent to Leaping Springs City. Yi Qinghan and Thunder Monarch had underestimated young Master Tu Xie's power. In less than 3 days, all the information on Yi Qinghan's arrival in the Divine Realm had been dug out. Of course, there were still some details that were unknown. However, Yi Qinghan ascended from the material plane decades ago and fell into the baleful Een stream. He became the frigid night war god and fell into the sealed god valley. The last place he appeared was Nether City. Just this information alone would allow young Master Tu Xie to do many things. Yi Qinghan, the frigid night war god. Elder Tu Hua. I seem to remember that Golden Horn Residence is also looking for a person called Yi Qinghan. Send this information to the crippled emperor. I think he will be very interested. Young Master Tu Xie coldly snorted a few times and said to a netherworld race elder behind him with a gloomy expression. Then he turned to look at another Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder Tu Shan, I remember that our flame dragon plane was seized, and the Lord was also called Yi Qinghan, and our young Master Yi seems to be closely related to that woman in the north. Although his registration information is in the Huaxia plane, I feel that they are the same person. Go to Floating City again and confirm if our young Master Yi's soul information is the same. If it is the same, it will be really fun this time. Young Master, this matter needs to be discussed at length. That woman is not someone we can offend. Elder Tushan frowned and reminded. No worries. Young Master Tuxie's lips curled into a mocking smile. I'm not that stupid. Even if this is true, I won't make a move. But I think a lot of people would want to make a move. Although that woman is powerful, this continent is still ruled by a sovereign, isn't it? The Doyen sighed and could only turn around and leave. Although young Master Tuxie's strength was not high, his status was extraordinary. In the clan other than the patriarch, his words were the law. Since he had decided on something, even young Master Tuxie couldn't go against it. If no one had treated me like this, I would still be able to live. My dear Lord Yi, you won't be able to live much longer. After the two of them left, young Master Tuxie laughed sinisterly in an empty room. Although he wasn't sure what was going to happen, he had a strong feeling that something big was about to happen. What Lei Jun and the others did not know was that many pairs of eyes were secretly watching them. It was true that Lei Jun was strong, but he had always been the commander of the clan's battle hall. Aside from fighting and training, he didn't know much else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been trapped in the conferred God Valley. The Rain Empress was even more of an idiot in this aspect. Feng Qi and Wu Shan knew a little, but they were unfamiliar with the place and had just come out from the conferred God Valley. Thus, they had carelessly overlooked it. Most importantly, they all believed that they had 4 7th-grade war gods, several hundred supreme experts, and over 100,000 Yi family soldiers. Even if someone discovered that they were preparing to build a city, they would be able to withstand it. Furthermore, they believed that before the city was built, the sovereign's decree of the floating city would have already been applied for. There wouldn't be any slip-ups. Even the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress didn't care. So Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't think about it. At this moment, he was in a deep state of soul stillness. He was fusing with his unique mysteries at a speed that was several times faster than others. After 20 days of seclusion, his divine power had already reached the peak of the divine general realm. Now he only needed to fuse the nomological laws to break through to the divine king realm. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for 29 days. In the 2 seas of souls, 2 green figures were rushing toward the middle grade one. The soul jade on top of their heads was emitting a gentle white radiance. After the 2 figures collided, they instantly fused together and turned into a single figure. This figure traversed between the 2 seas of souls. His figure was graceful, sometimes turning into a gust of wind, and sometimes disappearing. He was like a ghost in the night, and his footwork was incomparably strange. Originally, this peculiar mystery was about to be fused to the great success stage. After a month of seclusion, he finally succeeded. As the figure traversed cheerfully in the Sea of Souls, unknown to Yi Qinghan, a shocking change suddenly occurred in the sky 10,000 miles above Dripping Spring City. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of miles above the sky, several 5-colored clouds floated over from an unknown place. These clouds had a terrifying aura and emitted 5-colored radiance. They were filled with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. At the same time, they were filled with an extremely dense aura of the origin of heaven and earth. A frightening golden lightning flickered and wandered among the 5-colored clouds. Electric snakes coiled around it, and sparks flew in all directions. The lightning was filled with the violent energy of life and death. The floating clouds and lightning enveloped the entire Dripping Spring City within 100 miles radius. At this moment, the space within 100 miles seemed to have solidified. Even the wind stopped blowing. The birds and small demonic beasts that were flying in the sky all landed on the ground. The entire place was filled with that terrifying aura. These 5-colored clouds and golden lightning, when compared to the dark clouds and white lightning created by the sealed God Valley's restrictions, were like a huge mountain compared to a huge mountain. The lightning of the sealed God Valley could easily blast the 7th-grade mountain's Cloud Emperor into pieces. This lightning, the billions of God Realm martial artists in Dripping Spring City were all alarmed at this moment. Countless people in the city instantly fell limp to the ground. They looked at the terrifying floating clouds and golden lightning in the sky with horrified expressions. They didn't even have the strength to move their bodies. Some people even had yellow, stinky liquid flowing out of their pants. Swish! Within the restaurants by the dripping river and the pavilions of the dripping water pavilions, countless figures rapidly soared into the sky. These were the supreme experts that lived in Dripping Spring City. Many of them were the elders and patriarchs of the super clans. These were all people that could transcend the heavens. However, at this moment, all the supreme experts' faces were filled with astonishment and doubt. They silently looked at the floating clouds that were slowly moving in the sky, and the golden lightning that was getting thicker and thicker, moving faster and faster like a real dragon. Their bodies were tense, and they didn't dare to make a single sound. What is this? The auspicious clouds don't look like auspicious clouds, and the lightning is even more golden. This is definitely not a heaven and earth anomaly caused by someone breaking through to the God realm. Furthermore, this is the divine world. Shouldn't heaven and earth anomalies only appear in material planes? What's going on? Could it be? Could it be? How is this possible? How is this possible? It's very possible. According to the records of my clan, when the Misty Monarch became a 9th grade invincible war god, there was also a heaven and earth anomaly. Apart from this, no other heaven and earth anomaly has ever appeared in the divine world. Heavens, we actually witnessed the birth of a 9th grade 5 emperor war god. Who is he? Countless voice transmissions started to spread crazily in Dripping Spring City. The supreme experts and those who could move started to spread the news. It was too abnormal for a heaven and earth anomaly to appear in the divine world. Furthermore, it was such a terrifying heaven and earth anomaly. No one doubted that once this golden lightning struck down, the entire Dripping Spring City would be turned into dust. Apart from a few people who could escape with their lives, billions of people would die. Countless people started to speculate if there was a supreme expert who had broken through to 9th grade invincible war god and become a true invincible god emperor. A true supreme expert who stood at the pinnacle of the divine world with disdain. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a ripple in space, and 3 figures appeared in the sky above the group of supreme experts. One of the 3 figures was a middle-aged man in a white robe, the other was a young man in a purple robe, and the one in front was a fiery red figure. It was obvious that it was a woman. She had a slim figure, and her face could not be seen clearly. Greetings to the 3 venerable ones. The supreme experts in the sky all bowed and cupped their hands in greeting. The martial artists in the city below who could move also hurriedly bowed. Only an 8th grade war god or above could appear in the air and teleport. The 3 of them stood proudly in the sky and looked at the extremely terrifying heaven and earth anomaly. Their expressions did not change at all. The middle-aged man in the white robe was Venerable Li Quan. He sent a voice transmission to Li He and asked him to stabilize the city. Only then did he exchange a glance with the purple-robed Venerable Fragrance. They released their god domains to prevent others from hearing their conversation. The 2 of them cupped their hands at the red-robed woman in front of them and said, "My lady, is this the heaven and earth anomaly of the birth of an invincible war god?" "It doesn't look like it." The woman did not turn around. Her voice was faint and filled with doubt. "I feel like this is the law of heaven and earth preparing to bestow a martial artist with origin energy. This martial artist must have done something shocking that even the law of heaven and earth is affected." Chapter 801. Power of Origin. Honorable Li Quan and Honorable Fragrance's expressions changed for the first time. The horrifying phenomenon in the sky did not move them, but the red-robed woman's words shocked them. "Of course, I'm not sure. Let's wait and see," the red-robed woman said indifferently, and became completely silent. Honorable Li Quan and Honorable Fragrance did not speak. The 3 of them did not make any moves and just stood proudly in the sky with their hands clasped behind their backs. The roar in the sky became louder and louder. The golden lightning also became bigger and faster. The sky was filled with dancing electric snakes and sparks. The world-destroying aura in the air became more violent. The martial artists in the city calmed down after the 3 honorable masters appeared. Since the 3 honorable masters did not say anything and did not allow anyone to escape, then it should be fine. However, the aura still made the lower 5th grade war god martial artists unable to stand up straight. "What's going on?" The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress noticed it immediately. However, the Thunder Emperor did not want to reveal himself, so the Rain Empress did not go out. Lei Zhen released his aura and protected Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua. He used his supreme aura to resist the heavenly might. Boom. An earth-shattering sound reverberated in all directions. A dazzling ray of light shone from the five-colored floating cloud. A thick thunderbolt finally whizzed out from the cloud. The entire world seemed to be trembling at this moment. The dazzling white light instantly blinded all the martial artists in the city. The loud roar deafened everyone's ears. At this moment, no one could even release their divine sense. The complexions of the cultivators below completely changed. Their faces were ashen and their bodies stiffened. The experts in the sky also changed. Their bodies shone with divine power and released their strongest defense. However, their bodies still trembled slightly. At this moment, Honorable Fragrance and Honorable Li Quan's expressions changed as well. They knew that this was a natural phenomenon, and not the world-destroying lightning. They naturally thought that this lightning would not harm anyone. However, they did not expect that they could not see clearly and their ears would go deaf. Most importantly, they could not even release a trace of their divine sense. How long had it been? How long had it been since they had encountered such an uncontrollable situation? All of the 10 billion people in the city were terrified, except for one person. The eyes of the red-robed woman in the sky suddenly lit up, and her blurry face began to return to normal. If Yi Qinghan saw him, he would jump up in astonishment. This man was the king of the dark forest, the king of the fire dragon continent, Lord Devour. Lord Devour's eyes twinkled like the brightest star in the dark night. Her bright eyes gazed at the lightning bolt that looked like an ancient dragon. Her soul consciousness shot out without reservation, entering a pavilion together with the lightning bolt. The violent thunder and lightning that carried the aura of annihilation came crashing down. Even the sparks from the side enveloped all the supreme experts in the air. Finally, it shot into a pavilion beside Lei Shui and disappeared. What was strange was that when such a terrifying thunderbolt struck down, not only was the supreme expert in midair unharmed, but even the pavilion that had fallen into it was completely unharmed. It's fighting. At this moment, Lord Devour's eyes brightened, his face thrilled. Then he resumed his original look, and his face became blurry. Lord, what happened? Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Piaoxiang, who were standing next to him, suddenly recovered, their faces frightened as they asked Lord Devour. I'm not sure. Lord Devour answered faintly, disappearing into the sky all of a sudden. Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Piaoxiang exchanged looks, watching the five-colored divine clouds disappearing in the sky. Their soul consciousness raked through the entire Lei Shui city, but they didn't find anything. They sighed begrudgingly, disappearing into the sky. What happened? Until the moment Lord Devour left, the experts in the sky got their minds back. They were frightened, trying to ask around. However, just like Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Piaoxiang, they couldn't find anything. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress didn't find anything either. Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua were still unconscious. Except for Lord Devour, there was another person who had found something. Mother **Ker, what is this? Yi Qinghan had just completed the fusion of the mysterious mysteries close, yet poles apart, breaking through to the King God realm. He was about to go out and tell the others the good news. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a massive golden lightning strike down from the sky, smashing toward him. He was so scared that his soul left his body, rolling on the ground. Swish. However, the speed of the lightning was frighteningly fast, directly enveloping Yi Qinghan's entire body. Yi Qinghan's heart surged with despair, but in his heart, he was so angry that he kept cursing. Wasn't this Battle Emperor the #1 restriction expert in the world? Where did this lightning come from? If it came from the outside, what was the use of this restriction? And he said that his defense was strong? If it came from the inside, it was even more ridiculous. However, what surprised Yi Qinghan was that he only felt his body tremble and his soul tremble. After that, nothing happened to him. Mother **Ker, did I see a ghost in broad daylight? Yi Qinghan crawled up and looked around in bewilderment. Eventually, he looked above his head and used his divine senses to scan the entire sky, but he didn't find anything. He sat cross-legged and looked inside. His body was fine, the divine crystals were fine, the two soul seas were fine, and the soul jade above the soul sea was fine. That bridge was still above the two souls, and there was nothing wrong with it. No. Why did the bridge turn white? Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was so scared that his legs went soft again. What was the soul? The soul was the Motherf *Ker, the root of a martial artist. Why did it mutate again? After being dazed for a long time, he looked inside again, and found that the bridge in his soul sea was really white, and there was a cloud of white mist floating in the middle of the bridge. It was like a ball of floating cotton, moving left and right, but it didn't leave the bridge. What the *CK is this thing? Why is there an extra cloud of this thing in my soul sea? I've seen a ghost, I've really seen a ghost. Yi Qinghan was completely frightened. This soul sea wasn't something else. Limbs could be broken, and even divine crystals could be broken, but nothing could happen to the soul. If something happened, he wouldn't even know how he died. After checking it dozens of times and trying many methods, Yi Qinghan finally found that no matter whether he believed it or not, this white cotton thing was staying there, and couldn't be chased away. His mighty black bridge had also been dyed white by it. Most importantly, this thing didn't have any use at all, no benefits, and no disadvantages. After 2 days of trouble in the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan came out helplessly. The entire dripping spring city was also troubled for 2 days, and Li Shui's coming-of-age ceremony was also delayed to 3 days later. Looking at the situation, Supremacy Li Quan was prepared to struggle for another 3 days to see if he could find any clues to find that person. After Yi Qinghan flashed out of the War Emperor Palace, he saw Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua chatting in his room. He quickly asked with a guilty conscience, "Did you guys see a huge lightning bolt?" Chapter 802. Brother Yi, you're out of seclusion? Lightning? I didn't see it. Lei Yanhua blinked her eyes and shook her head. Then she tilted her head cutely and said, "But I was scared to death yesterday. It was so loud. Sister Lan Yu said that there was an anomaly yesterday. Even the 3 supremacies were alarmed. All the spies in the city are now flying around." Qinghan, weren't you in seclusion? Why did you see the lightning too? Yi Qianrao frowned and asked curiously. Me? I felt something was wrong. I just broke through to the King God realm, so I came out to take a look. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to admit it. Only the Rain Empress and Xiao He knew that he had 2 souls. He didn't want them to look at him like he was a monster. He quickly asked, "What exactly happened? And what about the 3 supremacies? Tell me in detail." Lei Yanhua's eyes lit up when she recalled what had happened yesterday. She quickly told Yi Qinghan everything that Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress had told her. When Yi Qinghan heard that Lei Zhen and Yu Ho were struck by lightning, they couldn't see or hear anything. Their divine senses couldn't detect anything either. Even Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua fainted. Only then did he relax. However, he was even more confused. How did this lightning enter the War Imperial Hall? One had to know that the War Imperial Hall was in a parallel space, and the only key to enter that parallel space was in the black stone in his divine crystal. Logically speaking, there should be no other way to enter the War Imperial Hall after he used it. This ghostly lightning was truly strange. However, since the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress couldn't discover that the lightning had entered the War Imperial Hall, then no one else could either. Yi Qinghan's mood instantly lightened up. However, when he thought of the anomaly, he became extremely confused. What was going on? He had fused a profound mystery to great success, and it shocked the heavens and earth? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to pursue the matter too much. He made a trip to the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress, and discovered that the 2 of them were excitedly designing the new city. As for Yi Qinghan, they only asked him a few questions as per usual. Clearly, he did not realize that Yi Qinghan could cause such a huge phenomenon. Instead, it gave Yi Qinghan the chance to go to the Li clan and ask if they had found anything. What made Yi Qinghan a little excited was that the Rain Empress said that the strongest person in Private Room 1 had appeared, and it was a red-robed woman. Although he couldn't see the face, Yi Qinghan had a vague feeling that this person was most likely Lord Devour. Not long after, Li Bai came to visit and told Yi Qinghan the news that Li Shui's coming-of-age ceremony was delayed by 3 days. Of course, Yi Qinghan beat around the bush and asked about the phenomenon. In the end, Li Bai said that countless experts in Dripping Spring City were dizzy and no one knew what had happened. And from Li He's tone, it seemed that even Supremacy Li Quan was very confused. With this, Yi Qinghan was even more at ease. He entered the War Imperial Palace again and carefully checked the restrictions inside. He discovered that they were all intact. He used his inner vision to study the ball of cotton in his mind for 2 days, but he still found nothing. Yi Qinghan decided he could not tell anyone about this. This matter would become an important secret, just like how he was a shameless transmigrator. He planned to bury it in his heart. He was very clear that if this matter were to be leaked, he would definitely be captured by all the supreme experts in the continent, or even the immortal realm, and dissected for research. After all, such a terrifying and powerful phenomenon would definitely make countless people want to know what this phenomenon represented. After thinking and studying for 3 days, Yi Qinghan's state of mind calmed down again. As the saying goes, a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. His soul had already become 2, so would he care about the ball of cotton in his soul sea? 3 days later, Li Bai came early in the morning to invite Yi Qinghan to attend Li Xue's coming-of-age ceremony. Thunder Monarch still didn't show up, and Feng Qi Wushan was still buying materials. In the end, Yi Qinghan brought thunder fireworks and Yi Yarao along. The coming-of-age ceremony was at Dripping Water Pavilion. However, it wasn't in the pavilion, but in the backyard of Dripping Water Pavilion, on an incomparably wide grassland. Wow! It's so lively! Under Li Bai's lead, Yi Qinghan walked into the backyard of Dripping Water Pavilion. At a glance, the spacious grassland was filled with square tables, and there were thousands of them. These square tables formed a square and formed a circle, and they were filled with fine wine and delicacies. At this moment, other than the northern table which was empty, the other 3 seats were filled with people. There were young masters who were dressed up beautifully, and there were also famous absolute experts. In the middle, there were hundreds of beautiful maidservants who were dancing gracefully, and the sounds of bamboo and bamboo instruments were echoing incessantly. There were also countless maidservants walking among these distinguished guests, providing warm services. When Yi Qinghan appeared, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes swept over. The intentional actions of the supreme expert in private room number 1 had caused young Master Ye's reputation to skyrocket. He suppressed all the exceptional young masters, and even some of the less famous Manor Lord class experts weren't as famous as young Master Yi. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands in a friendly manner, but he wasn't arrogant and insufferably arrogant. He was very clear that his strength was his own, and everything else was just fleeting clouds. If you didn't work hard, even if you had a heaven-defying background, you would still be looked down upon by others, and you would be useless. If you really wanted to be valued and respected by others, then you must climb up step by step. When you stood proudly at the peak, you would realize that other people's opinions really weren't important. Little brother Yi, there were many things to do today, so I didn't specially welcome you. Li He came very quickly and politely arranged for Yi Qinghan to sit at the 10th square table on the left in front. When Yi Qinghan discovered that the seats below him were actually all Manor Lord class experts, he felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. Sometimes being too famous wasn't a good thing. The tallest tree in the forest would definitely be destroyed by the wind. He sat quietly with the 3 girls and greeted the guests at the 2 nearby square tables with a smile. Yi Qinghan quickly made up his mind to keep a low profile today. He wouldn't make a move unless a knife was placed on his neck. Along with the passage of time, there were more and more experts present, and Li Bai simply sat by Yi Qinghan's side and didn't leave. He transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan and introduced the supreme experts present here, allowing Yi Qinghan to broaden his horizons. Yi Qinghan secretly remembered the strength, status, and names of these people. When Li Bai introduced a Manor Lord expert sitting at the 23rd table opposite him, Yi Qinghan's eyes shrank. His face didn't show any expression, but his heart was secretly on guard. Crippled Emperor. The Manor Lord of Golden Horn Prefecture. A 7th-grade war god, the king of the Golden Horn clan. Yi Qinghan clearly remembered that when the Golden Horn god clan had descended upon the Fire Dragon continent, more than half of the continent's experts had been killed or injured. Even the Sword Emperor had died in that battle. It was also that battle that forced him to seek refuge on the Purple Island, which also led to Yi Ruoshui's death. This person knew that the 12th divine sword had appeared, and he also knew that the divine sword was in the hands of the Fire Dragon Continent's humans. It was highly possible that it was in the hands of the Fire Dragon Continent's lord, Yi Qinghan. Perhaps he already knew that he was that Yi Qinghan. This person had to be killed when he had the chance. Yi Qinghan quickly came to a conclusion in his heart. This was a very dangerous hidden danger. If the news that he had the divine sword was exposed, even with Lord Devour's reputation, there would be many people who would plot against him. Not long after, almost all the guests had arrived. After all, this was a formal occasion, and it was impossible to be late. The row of seats in the north was also full. The only empty ones were the 4 white jade square tables. Buzz. All of a sudden the space trembled. Everybody stopped talking and what they were doing, standing up at the same time. Yi Qinghan's heart tightened. He knew that the main character had arrived. However, he was a little disappointed at first glance. He saw 3 people, a white-clothed middle-aged man, a purple-clothed young man, and Li Shui, who was held by the white-clothed middle-aged man. Obviously, the strongest expert in the first private room hadn't appeared yet. Thus, Yi Qinghan couldn't confirm whether this person was Lord Devour or not. Chapter 803. Greetings to Supremacy Li Quan. Greetings to Supremacy Piao Xiang. Greetings to young Lady Shuer. Everyone greeted, giving the 2 supremacies enough face. Even Li Shui, accepted everyone's greetings. Today Li Shui, wore a snow-white dress with her hair tied up in a ponytail, revealing her snow-white neck. Her ears were adorned with 2 strings of pink beads. She had a faint smile on her face, looking elegant and charming. The white-robed supremacy Li Quan gestured for everyone to sit down. Then he smiled and said, "Welcome to my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. Little Shui, spent 8,500 years to break through the God the Arch realm and transform into a human. I am very happy, very proud, very proud." Supremacy Li Quan didn't conceal his fondness for Li Shui, his admiration for her exceptional talent, and his pride for having such a daughter. His words were spoken naturally, and the crowd didn't find it harsh at all. Instead, more young masters were excited. Obtaining Li Shui, was equivalent to obtaining half of the Li Quan estate. These words weren't wrong. Young Lady Shui is a genius. As a super divine beast and the little princess of the Li clan, she is so diligent in her cultivation. This is indeed rare. Young Lady Shui, has a gentle temperament and character. She doesn't have the slightest bit of impulsiveness. Young Lady Shui, is like a dazzling pearl in the deepest part of the Star Sea. Young Lady Shui, in an instant, all the young masters stood up, and all sorts of flattery could be heard. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, but he didn't go up. Instead, he observed the young masters around him quietly. He noticed that young Master Tu Xie was also smiling faintly. This young Master Tu Xie might be arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. Words were always so powerless in this world. Only true strength was the most important. Thank you for your compliments. If you continue, my daughter will become Tsundra. Supremacy Li Quan waved his hand, gesturing for the flattery to stop. There were close to 1,000 young masters present, and they wouldn't be able to finish praising them in a few days. Li Shui, was also very sensible. She smiled faintly, pulled her skirt and bowed. Enough with the pleasantries. In fact, there is an important matter today. My daughter must choose a prospective husband today. This is also the reason why I invited most of the young masters of the continent. As long as any of you can win my daughter's favor and eventually get married, I will gift 50 cities to him. Venerable Li Quan's words were like a clap of thunder from a few days ago, completely stunning all the young masters and supreme experts present. Even Venerable Piao Xiang opened her mouth in astonishment. On the other hand, Li Shui's face was calm, only revealing faint shyness and helplessness. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and looked at thunder after the rain, fireworks and night alluring. The 4 of them looked at each other. Had Venerable Li Quan gone mad? Was he afraid that his daughter wouldn't be able to get married? Must I choose a future husband today? And he even said in front of everyone that he wanted to give 50 cities as a dowry? Everyone felt dizzy for a few seconds. It should be known that all the young masters and supreme experts present had seen the world. But they were still dumbfounded by Venerable Li Kuan's words. 50 cities. That was truly half of the Li Kuan Manor. Venerable Li Kuan had ruled the Li Kuan Manor for millions of years. The entire Li Kuan Manor had been toyed with by him, and basically everyone was a member of the Li clan. With a single order from Venerable Li Kuan, any little god general could take down the city lord challenge. Yi Qinghan noticed that Li Bai wasn't surprised at all. It was obvious that this decision had been made internally in the Li clan. However, Yi Qinghan was still very puzzled. Why did Venerable Li Kuan make such a decision? Especially since he had to choose a prospective husband today. This was really a little rash. All the young masters' eyes started to light up. They were like groups of fireflies flying in the dark night, or wolves hiding in the forest. Their eyes were frighteningly bright, as though they wanted to swallow someone alive. There was an ancient saying that marrying a good wife would reduce one's struggles by 20 years. As long as they could win over Li Shui, they wouldn't have to worry for generations to come. Everyone. Venerable Li Kuan raised his hand again, and gave everyone an explanation. Perhaps everyone feels that my decision is a little rash. Actually, there is a reason for it. I have always been unrestrained and unrestrained. I used my meager strength to stir up a storm in the divine realm. I caused many troubles and did some foolish things. It was only when I met Shui, Er's mother in the Star Sea, that my heart finally calmed down. It was a pity that Shui, Er's mother, was attacked by our enemies when she was giving birth to Shui. At that time, I was still below the 7th grade. After a bitter battle, the two of us escaped from the Star Sea and returned to the Misty Continent. However, Shui, Er's mother, suffered a heavy injury. After giving birth to Shui, she floated to the west. Venerable Li Kuan's calm voice sounded. He told a beautiful story, but it was a pity that the story ended in tragedy. His calm voice contained soaring anger and boundless desolation. The entire place was silent. Li Shui, Er's face was already covered in tears. Lei Hua and the other two beside Yi Qinghan also had tears in their eyes. Before Shui, Er's mother, passed away, she asked me to find the most exceptional young master in the continent for Shui. She also said that on the day of Shui, Er's coming-of-age ceremony, Shui, should bring her husband to pay respects to her. She wanted me to give Shui, the grandest wedding. For this goal, I worked tirelessly and finally became Venerable Li Kuan. I have Li Kuan residence. I want to give my daughter the grandest wedding. Everyone here is an exceptional young master. As long as you think you are exceptional, then bring it on. Use your shocking talents to move my daughter. Once Venerable Li Kuan's words landed, the entire place erupted. If Yi Qinghan didn't have any misgivings about Li Shui, being a divine beast, just based on Venerable Li Kuan's words and the shocking dowry, he would have done it too. Of course, Yi Qinghan's point of view was not correct. Once a divine beast transformed into a human, it was no different from a human. The people of the God realm naturally had no misgivings. Perhaps this was Yi Qinghan's previous life's influence. He always felt that human and beast intercourse was something that only the people of the island would do. Many of the experts present were excited by the atmosphere, and they wished they could be a few 100,000 years younger. Unfortunately, Li Kuan City Lord limited the age of the young masters. They could only be younger than 100 years and couldn't have a wife. Li Shui was a super divine beast. Although she had cultivated for more than 8,000 years, she was no different from a young girl who had just grown up. She was a perfect match for a young master within 100 years. These experts were clear that the 50 cities weren't important. What was important was the feelings Venerable Li Kuan had for Li Shui. As long as he got Li Shui, whoever dared to touch him would have to wait for Venerable Li Kuan to bring countless experts of the Li family to hunt them down. Little man, go up later and perform well. Maybe this half of Li Kuan residence will be yours. Rain Empress revealed a trace of craftiness in her eyes. She used her arm to nudge Yi Qinghan and giggled. That's right, big brother Yi. Take down big sister Shui. Don't let an outsider take advantage of her. Lei Yanhua's eyes lit up as she said excitedly. Unexpectedly, she realized that there was something wrong with her words. She blushed. Yi Yarao smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She was very smart. When a man had many women, it was better not to fight. The more jealous a woman was, the higher the chance of her being banished to the cold palace. Yi Qinghan glared at the few of them. He pretended to be displeased and said in a low voice, "You two don't cause trouble. We are here to watch a show today." Yi Qinghan had decided to keep a low profile and not stand out even if he was beaten to death. Didn't you see those young masters with bloodshot eyes? If he dared to stand out today, he would definitely be gang-raped by them. Chapter 804. Haha, I am Meng Lang from the Lotus Pond Manor. Today, I will throw a brick to attract jade and present a flower to Buddha to celebrate Lady Shui's coming-of-age ceremony. At this moment, a voice resounded. The voice was full of vigor and the laughter was hearty and friendly, suppressing the noise in the area. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice to see how the first young master would perform. Swish! The one who spoke was a young master in a white floral robe. He looked easygoing, but there was a sense of sharpness in his easygoing manner, which made people feel that he was different from the rest. As he spoke, he gave Li Shui an elegant smile before suddenly disappearing from the sky. In the next second, he appeared before Li Shui with a golden purple flower in his hand. He knelt down on one knee and looked at Li Shui with deep emotions on his face. His bearing was unparalleled. Wow! Young Master Meng Lang's move caused a commotion. Even Yi Qinghan was astonished. The skill that young Master Meng Lang used seemed to be teleportation? This was impossible. In the divine world, it was impossible to teleport below grade 8. This young Master Meng Lang was only at the 3rd level of the Divine King realm. How could it be possible? Also, there was something wrong with the golden purple flower he was holding. Yi Qinghan felt that the flower was emitting an unusual aura. This isn't teleportation. It's a high-level profound mystery of space. This kid is quite talented. The Rain Empress saw through Yi Qinghan's doubt and explained. That flower is a specialty of the Fragrant Flower Manor in the Grace Mainland. It's called Drunken Core Fragrance. It doesn't wither even after 100,000 years, and is very beneficial for cultivation. It's worth hundreds of billions of divine stones. This person is really thoughtful. Lady Shui, you are so beautiful today. Young Master Meng Lang looked rash, but he wasn't rash at all. Although his words were direct, they seemed sincere. Li Shui received the flower and revealed a faint smile. She opened her lips and said in a melodious voice, "Thank you. Young Master Meng Lang is thoughtful." Young Master Meng Lang smiled and stood up gracefully. He nodded and didn't show off his high-level profound mystery of space. Instead, he slowly walked back. It was obvious that young Master Meng Lang had won the first round. From the slight nod of Reverend Li Quan and Reverend Fragrance. From the envious gazes of the young masters and the appreciative gazes of the experts, one could see that this young Master Meng Lang's bearing is really not bad. Yi Qinghan also praised sincerely. His mentality was very good. He never thought that he was the best in the world. Good things were good things. Instead of being jealous, it was better to learn. Since he had learned good things, he would let others be jealous. I am Yang Chui Hua of 100 Battles House. With someone taking the lead, countless peerless young masters began to make their moves. All kinds of techniques and treasures appeared. The atmosphere was harmonious, and it was a feast for the eyes of Yi Qinghan, Lei Yanhua, and the others. That young master just used the profound mysteries of darkness, a supreme law of the universe. The Rain Empress sat on the side and explained to Yi Qinghan. She came from a large family clan, and during her time in the family clan, she had learned a lot of theoretical knowledge. Furthermore, after so many years in the Sealed God Valley, she had seen many things. The explanation allowed Yi Qinghan, a country bumpkin from the material plane, to reap a bountiful harvest. A wave of emotions surged in his heart. He had still underestimated the heroes of the world. A peerless young master, who could shake an entire region, definitely had something special about him. He could not be underestimated. More than 2 hours later, the harmonious atmosphere in the field was broken. A person made his move. Young Master Tu Xia. One of the young masters was about to make his move, but he was interrupted by a soaring aura. It was hard to imagine that a young peerless young master's aura alone could move the supreme experts present. Every expert had their own aura. The profound mysteries of cultivation and status could bring about different auras for everyone. The stronger one's strength and status were, the stronger one's aura would be. The aura of a supreme expert could even cause the souls of some low-level martial artists to crumble. But today, the aura released by young Master Tu Xie, who was at the peak of the divine general realm, was comparable to some of the supreme experts present. How could they not be moved? Young Master Tu Xie's face was dignified, and his spine was ramrod straight. He slowly stood up, and his eyes were like lightning. His robe and black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Even the space around him was faintly distorted. He was like an invincible demon descending to the mortal world, like a supreme divine weapon coming into being. He was so dazzling, so sharp that even the aura of the 2 6th-grade war god elders of the Netherworld tribe paled in comparison. This young master has such a powerful aura. This is an inherent divine weapon's aura. He transformed himself into a peerless divine weapon, and killed all demons and demons. This kind of aura has been recorded in our family's records. When fighting with him, he can suppress 30% of your strength with just his aura. He is very powerful. Empress Yu's eyes were very bright, and she sincerely sighed. Yi Qinghan's eyes were also shining. He did not expect young Master Tu Xie to release all his aura to be so terrifying. When they met at the dripping water pavilion, he probably only released 30% of his aura. It was all for today's amazing feat. Today, Yi Qinghan once again learned his lesson. None of these peerless young masters were vegetarians. Previously, he had even told Li Shui'er that smacking young Master Tu Xie would be like playing a game. Only now did he realize that he was about to bite his tongue. How could young Master Tu Xie, who was one of the most famous young masters of the continent, be looked down upon? How could someone who was valued by Honorable Evil Moon be looked down upon? Yi Qinghan slightly shrunk his body, and he decided that he would not make a move today. He had no intention of taking down Li Shui'er. If he made a move, he would not get any benefits. Instead, he might be smacked to the ground. That would be really embarrassing. Young Master Tu Xie did not care about what the crowd thought. In fact, he did not even look at the crowd. His arrogance soared to the sky, and his aura pierced through the dome of heaven. His star-like eyes stared at Li Shui'er, and he walked towards her step by step. As his figure moved, the surrounding space distorted again. His aura was terrifying, and his domineering aura was unparalleled. Lady Shui'er, I am willing to be the second man in this world to protect you. As long as my sword is here, whoever dares to hurt you will have to step over my dead body. Swish. Along with young Master Tu Xie's resolute words, a golden sword appeared in his hand. He pulled out the scabbard slowly, and a dazzling radiance pierced into the eyes of the crowd. Countless people felt a stinging pain in their eyes. All of them took in a deep cold breath. What a peerless divine weapon. Just by relying on the radiance of the sword. It was definitely a transcendent grade divine weapon, that was above the superior grade divine weapon. That is the God-slaying sword. Honorable Evil Moon's renowned transcendent grade divine weapon. Lei Yanhua had obviously seen this sword before, and she whispered to Yi Qinghan. Young Master Tu Xie's lightning-like gaze swept across the crowd. The God-slaying sword in his hand danced a few times, and he pointed it at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He said provocatively, "Today is Lady Shui'er's coming-of-age ceremony, and I, Tu Xie, am willing to play a few moves." With a smile from Lady Shui'er, "I wonder who among the thousands of young masters here would dare to play with me?" Wow. As young Master Tu Xie's words landed, the crowd was in an uproar. Chapter 805. This young Master Tu Xie is F** king, arrogant to the heavens. Yi Qinghan felt his blood rush to his head. If this was any other occasion, if the person in front of him wasn't Tu Xie, he would have slapped him away. But he didn't. Not only was the occasion wrong, but the person was wrong. Not only him, many other peerless young masters were enraged. More than a dozen of them even stood up and almost jumped out. But they were stopped by a telepathic message. They didn't make a move, and just stared angrily at young Master Tu Xie. One could be arrogant. In fact, no matter how gentle these peerless young masters looked, they were all proud and arrogant. But no one was as arrogant as young Master Tu Xie. One man and one sword stood proudly in the arena, ready to suppress nearly 1,000 young masters. This act of looking down on the heroes of the world, and everyone else completely agitated all the young masters present. There were even some supreme powerhouses who expressed their dissatisfaction slightly, but no one dared to stand out. Young Master Tu Xie's unparalleled aura and god-slaying sword had frightened all the young masters present. Supremacy Evil Moon's favorite disciple must have unparalleled battle strength. Who would dare to challenge him? Young man, this young Master Tu Xie cultivates the supreme law of time, and he has also mastered a high-level occult. Coupled with the supreme divine weapon in his hand, his battle prowess is comparable to a celestial arch. If you fight him, you must be careful. Empress Rain's eyes were grave as she transmitted her message. Yi Qinghan nodded but didn't mind. He didn't intend to make a move. It was none of his business. He was just going to watch the show. Reverend Fragrance and Evil Wrath War God, who were sitting at the head of the table, smiled warmly. Young Master Tu Xie represented Misty City to a certain extent. They were also proud to see him in such glory. Reverend Li Quan also showed a trace of admiration. Seeing young Master Tu Xie reminded him of himself in the past. The same arrogance, the same disregard for the heroes of the world. Li Shui sat there quietly. No change in her expression could be seen. No one is going to fight? Are you looking down on me? Or are you looking down on Lady Shui? Or perhaps, you don't have the guts? Young Master Tu Xie's lips curled into a mocking smile as his aura grew even more violent. His words were incomparably incisive, directly provoking Jun Mo Xie. Xiao. These words completely infuriated all the young masters present. The sky full of gasoline was completely ignited by a single spark. Countless figures stood up. These people understood one thing. If young Master Tu Xie continued to suppress them like this, all their previous efforts would go to waste. Venerable Li Quan had said that he wanted to find a peerless young master to be his daughter's husband. Young Master Tu Xie was obviously trying to prove his words. A single person who could suppress all the peerless young masters of the continent. If that wasn't the #1 young master of the continent, then what was? Meng Lang is willing to play with young Master Tu Xie. Young Master Meng Lang was once again rash. Of course, this time his rash was just right. He knew that he wasn't Tu Xie's match, but even if he lost, he would still gain a lot of points from Li Shui heir and revered Li Quan. A long spear appeared in young Master Meng Lang's hands. With a sway of his body, he appeared 1,000 meters high in the air. His hair and robes fluttered in the wind as he looked down at young Master Tu Xie. His long spear danced in the air, causing the space around him to tremble. His aura was like that of a dragon. It was obvious that he wanted to compete in terms of aura. You aren't my match. Get down. Young Master Tu Xie's lips curled into a mocking smile. His eyes shone brightly as he swung his god-slaying sword lightly, creating a deep crack in the ground. Borrowing the force of the impact, his body shot up into the sky. His speed wasn't fast, but wherever his body passed, the space would distort. It was a very strange sight. Arrogant. The long spear in young Master Meng Lang's hand left a series of afterimages as he used his ultimate move. The spearhead turned blurry, and the space around the spearhead trembled. It shot down from the sky, piercing towards young Master Tu Xie's head. The space of the divine world was incomparably stable. Young Master Meng Lang's spear could cause the space to tremble. His comprehension of the spatial laws must have reached an extremely high level. A grain of light dares to compete with the sun and moon? Young Master Tu Xie laughed coldly. His body didn't move, and he didn't even look at the incoming spear. He only lightly waved the god-slaying sword in his hand. Furthermore, he arrogantly used the blade of the sword to block it, as if he didn't want to hurt anyone. The speed of the long spear was obviously faster than the god-slaying sword. If things were to progress normally, the long spear would definitely pierce through young Master Tu Xie's head first, causing his head to explode. However, what caused everyone present to be incomparably shocked, and what caused countless supreme experts to burst out beams of light, was that at this moment, young Master Meng Lang's long spear suddenly slowed down, while young Master Tu Xie's god-slaying sword abruptly sped up. Just as the long spear reached young Master Tu Xie's face, his god-slaying sword had already landed heavily on young Master Meng Lang's left shoulder. Under the immense force, young Master Meng Lang was sent flying dozens of miles away. Although Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change, he was extremely shocked. It was obvious that young Master Meng Lang wouldn't have slowed down halfway. So why did he suddenly slow down? Moreover, young Master Tu Xie seemed to know that he would slow down. This battle was won so easily and so openly. This was really a freaking victory. Young Master Meng Lang, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine King realm, was defeated in one move. And he was sent flying so easily. Isn't it strange? This is the power of a supreme law. The Rain Empress smiled and said softly. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He turned to the Rain Empress in disbelief and asked, Supreme law? Could he be using the law of time? That's right. This young Master Tu Xie was using the law of time. The Rain Empress nodded and explained. He slowed down the flow of time around young Master Meng Lang and sped up the flow of time around him. Of course, one of his attacks would slow down and the other would speed up. It's normal for him to be sent flying. Gulp, gulp. Yi Qinghan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and looked at the arrogant young Master Tu Xie in disbelief. At this moment, he felt that young Master Tu Xie's arrogance was reasonable and justified. Young Master Tu Xie drew a flower with his sword and looked coldly at the young masters below. He said calmly, Next. Let me. Another young master rushed forward. Some of them did not believe in Tu Xie's strength. Some knew that they would lose but decided to fight. Some of them did not even show their strength at the start, and could only muster up their courage to show off. The result was spectacular. In just an hour, more than 20 young masters rushed forward. More than 10 of them were sent flying with one move. A few of them only lasted a few moves. The strongest of them, young Master Yang Chuehua, only managed to scratch a corner of Tu Xie's clothes. Who else? Young Master Tu Xie stood proudly in the air. His aura became more and more domineering. His god-slaying sword swept across the crowd. His eyes shone with a demonic light, and he was unparalleled. Yi Qinghan reckoned that he should leave early. The show was almost over. He had a bad feeling in his heart. If he continued to watch, something bad might happen. Young Master Yi, go and take him down. In the end, something really happened. A faint voice transmission shocked Yi Qinghan so much that he almost jumped up. It was Li Shui's voice transmission. Chapter 806. Yi Qinghan knew that his intuition was right. Yi Qinghan had the urge to give himself a few slaps. This Li Shui'er didn't have any good intentions. It was just a small matter. Yet he insisted on owing her a favor. In the Blackwater Pavilion, he even boasted that it wouldn't be difficult for him to slap young Master Tu Xie to death. In the end, something happened. More than 20 peerless young masters. Since they were called peerless young masters, they had to have something special about them. In the end, they were all defeated. Demon Slayer's comprehension of the supreme laws of time had already reached a very deep level. He could slow down the flow of time around one's body. No matter how strong one's attack was, by the time one launched it, he would be able to dodge it. He could only take a beating. Most importantly, his saber was strange. Even if it was the time law, many young masters would not be defeated in one move. Although he couldn't tell what it was, Yi Qinghan's instincts told him that something was off. After all, this was the weapon that Venerable Evil Moon used to dominate the world. Blue Rain. Do I have a chance of winning? Yi Qinghan didn't look at Li Shui'er. Instead, he turned around and transmitted his voice to the Rain Empress. Yes. The Rain Empress answered very straightforwardly. After pondering for a moment, she transmitted her voice. If he doesn't have a soul defense artifact, you can rely on that damn speed of yours and soul exterminator to directly exhaust him to death. If he has a soul defense divine artifact, you won't stand a chance. Did he? Yi Qinghan nodded. The Rain Empress had the same thoughts as him. He was a soul cultivator and could attack from afar. Moreover, his soul attack was useless against the time law. I don't know. Soul defensive divine artifacts are very rare, and every single one of them is comparable to a transcendent grade divine artifact. Even I don't have one. The Rain Empress shook her head and sighed. Then we can do it. Yi Qinghan nodded, but he thought of another problem. What if Venerable Li Quan wanted him to be his son-in-law if he won? But looking at Li Shui'er Er's appearance, she didn't seem to have any interest in him at all. This confused Yi Qinghan. Why did Li Shui want him to suppress young Master Tu Xie? Did she simply find him an eyesore? Miss Shui, can you change your request? No matter how he thought about it, Yi Qinghan still felt that it wasn't worth it. If he was photographed in front of the enchanting thunder fireworks on the night after the rain, he would lose a lot of face. Big brother Yi, I owe you one. Li Shui, Er's voice transmission came very quickly, and there was even a hint of pleading in her tone. Why? Isn't young Master Tu Xie good? Yi Qinghan asked curiously. The main reason was that he really didn't want to stand out. It wasn't easy to be in the limelight. My heart belongs to someone. Li Shui, Er's answer shocked Yi Qinghan. If she had someone she liked, she could have just told Supremacy Li Quan about it. Since Supremacy doted on her so much, why did she still need a coming-of-age ceremony? He was even more dissatisfied in his heart. If you have a sweetheart, ask your sweetheart to go up. What's the meaning of asking this young master to take the lead? Li Shui, Er's expression didn't change, but she saw that Yi Qinghan had become silent. In the sky, young Master Tu Xie had sent another exceptional young master flying, and he was roaring arrogantly, who else? At the side, the admiration in Supremacy Li Quan's eyes became even more intense. He seemed to be very satisfied with this young Master Tu Xie. He became anxious and transmitted his voice again. My sweetheart is Xiao He. What? Yi Qinghan was completely shocked, and he immediately stood up. In the end, swoosh swoosh swoosh, everyone's gaze swept over. Young Master Tu Xie's eyes were frighteningly bright. The person who had been forcing him to make a move was finally going to make a move. Supremacy Li Quan and Supremacy Piao Xiang also looked over. Both of them were very clear that this was Supremacy Butterfly Dance's subordinate, and a soul cultivator at that. The smile on Supremacy Li Quan's face became even wider, while Supremacy Piao Xiang revealed a faint mocking smile. Xiao He. Yi Qinghan didn't care about everyone's gazes, and his heart was still immersed in Li Shui's words. Li Shui, Er's sweetheart was actually Xiao He? When did this brat Xiao He hook up with her? He's grown up. That's right. This brat must have hooked up with her in the mountain god's armor. Weren't the two of them very passionate during that period of time? Xiao He said that Li Shui, had asked him to spar with her today. Now it seemed like sparring was a wooden club. The two of them must have been flirting with each other all day long. You hook up with me, I hook up with you. This brat actually didn't reveal anything at all. He was rebelling. Also the Blackwater Pavilion. Yi Qinghan once again came to a realization. Wasn't Li Shui, staying at the Blackwater Pavilion? Blackwater. Mother Fasterous Cur. The love nest was already built, and he was still kept in the dark. How immoral. Now that this brat was out of seclusion, it was time to give him a good beating. Everyone's eyes were still on Yi Qinghan. Even the Rain Empress. And the other two were looking at Yi Qinghan. Everyone thought that he was ready to make a move. Unexpectedly, he stood there in a daze and didn't say a word, as though he was thinking about something. Young Master Tu Xie was anxious. He had finally revealed himself, and he couldn't let Yi Qinghan shrink back. He quickly pointed his god-slaying sword at Yi Qinghan and said coldly, Young Master Yi, are you not convinced? Hua. This made things even more lively. This young Master Tu Xie was openly provoking him. Not to mention Yi Qinghan's reputation. Even an ordinary young master would be forced to fight after being provoked by him. Yi Qinghan didn't even look at young Master Tu Xie and directly ignored him. He smiled at Li Shui, and transmitted a message. All right, little Shui, Big Brother will help you in this matter. Your sister-in-law. I acknowledge her. Since he had acknowledged her as his sister-in-law, there was no other choice but to fight. Otherwise, if Xiao He's wife was abducted, he wouldn't be able to play anymore. Xiao He had helped him a lot. Without Xiao He, there wouldn't be today's Yi Qinghan. However, he didn't think that he had done much for Xiao He. Now he could do something for Xiao He. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would do it. Young Master Yi, are you afraid? Young Master Tu Xie was getting more anxious. If Yi Qinghan didn't accept the challenge, there was nothing he could do. Yi Qinghan's reputation was above his. If he could suppress Yi Qinghan today, Not only would he be able to vent his anger, but he would also be able to solidify his position as the continent's #1 young master. Quack! Yi Qinghan finally came to his senses. When he heard Tu Xie's second shout, he didn't stand on ceremony. He shot a mocking look at the sky and retorted. Then he slowly took out a flexible sword from his ring. He caressed the flexible sword with one hand and said, "Young master spitting blood, right? Didn't you spit enough blood the last time? Since you want to fight with me so much, then let's play. You only know how to talk." Young master Tu Xie's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to retort, he realized that Yi Qinghan's body was slowly fading away. A sharp killing intent came from behind him. He didn't bother to retort. He immediately released his time law and swept the god-slaying sword behind him. At the same time, he retreated quickly. Unfortunately, his reaction was a little too late. Although the time law had slowed down Yi Qinghan's attack, and the god-slaying sword had blocked his flexible sword, the flexible sword was still flexible and could bend. A piece of flesh and countless pieces of cloth fell from the sky like snowflakes. Young master Tu Xie's back had been sliced off by the flexible sword, revealing his white bones. Yi Qinghan's attack was successful. The entire crowd was in an uproar. Young master Yi, who was only at the first level of the Divine King realm, actually dared to attack. He even injured his opponent in one move. Chapter 807. This young master Yi was really fast. A first-level God King realm martial artist was actually as fast as a God Emperor realm expert. Moreover, wasn't this young master Yi a little too shameless? Sneak attack? With his reputation, it wouldn't be good if it was spread out, right? The eyes of Venerable Li Quan, Venerable Piaoxiang, and some other experts lit up. Yi Qinghan's speed was ridiculously fast. Even if he had comprehended the advanced profound mysteries of speed, he shouldn't be able to reach this speed, right? Moreover, they felt that it didn't look like a profound mystery of wind. It was as if no one had seen such a profound mystery before. Could it be a lost ancient secret technique? Young Master Yi, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack with your status? Don't you think it's degrading? Young Master Tu Xie's face was filled with rage. His injuries were a small matter, but he had been humiliated by Yi Qinghan. This caused him to be extremely furious. Yi Qinghan swung his flexible sword. Without even looking at young Master Tu Xie, he shook off the blood on his flexible sword. It was as if he felt that the blood had dirted his sword. However, he still felt that it was not enough. He took out a piece of white cloth from his spatial ring, and in front of everyone he wiped young Master Tu Xie's blood. After wiping off all the blood, he raised his head lazily and said, "Your fart stinks." PFFF. The experts below immediately spat out the tea in their mouths. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Was this the peerless young Master Yi, whose name shook the entire Dripping Spring City? Didn't he have a super powerful background? Since he was from a super family, why didn't he have any manners? Why did he act like a hoodlum and swear in such a situation? Wasn't he afraid that Lei Shui would hate him? Wasn't he afraid that Venerable Li Quan would deny his right to be a son-in-law? If he really didn't care about such things, why did he come here? To simply humiliate young Master Tu Xie? Even if he wasn't here to ask for a marriage, wasn't he afraid that his reputation would be ruined? Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid. In fact, he didn't swear on purpose. He did it on purpose. He had never cared about his own reputation. In other words, other than his own people, he didn't care about how others looked at him. Fame was nothing to him. What he really wanted were tangible benefits. He wasn't from a super big family, but he still had some manners. The reason why he did this today was entirely intentional. Attack the stratagem with the army. Since they wanted to fight, then they were enemies. Against enemies, he dared to use any means. What was the purpose of starting a war? It was to win. As for how they played their cards, that was not important. If it was just a few simple words that could disturb the enemy's mind and cause their combat power to drop, he would be more than happy to do so. Looking at Tu Xie's pale face, Yi Qinghan became even happier. He continued, "What do you mean by sneak attack? Young master vomiting blood, is there something wrong with your brain? Since you want to fight with yours truly, Yours truly shall satisfy you then. Since it was a battle, then they were enemies. But if the enemy started a battle with you, would they tell you that they were going to attack? You had to be careful, right? Would they tell you what angle to attack from and what moves to use against you? Yi Qinghan's words reverberated in the air and traveled far away, amusing the group of people. Of course, it also made the group of people's faces turn even darker. Young Master Tu Xie's vision darkened. His body swayed and he almost fell. But at this moment, his heart tightened again. His eyes swept downward, and his heart was filled with rage. This young Master Yi actually launched another sneak attack. Furthermore, the sneak attack was on his lower body. If he were to be sliced off, his penis would be sliced off along with a bloody mist in the air. That scene would be awesome. At this moment, he didn't dare to conserve his strength anymore. Activating the law of time, the god-slaying sword in his hand slashed downward violently. At this moment, the shining god-slaying sword released a golden current that transformed into a raging dragon that whizzed toward the flexible sword that had just appeared. At the same time, a domineering aura that made one's heart palpitate enveloped the area below. F***ck. When Yi Qinghan sensed the aura emitted from the god-slaying sword, he realized that something was wrong. This was because he was very familiar with this aura. The Slaughter God blade also had this aura. Immediately, he threw the flexible sword in his hand upwards. Without any hesitation, he fled into the distance. Boom! That raging golden dragon directly smashed Yi Qinghan's flexible sword into pieces. As Yi Qinghan was affected by the law of time and the raging golden dragon, his speed was reduced by 3 times. He barely dodged the dragon's attack. However, the back of his robe and hair were directly smashed into pieces. He was in an extremely sorry state. It really is the soul of an ancient true dragon. Releasing the soul of the weapon to attack the enemy? This god-slaying sword is indeed as the legends say. Just one sword is comparable to a god-tharch. This is under the situation where young Master Tu Xie is unable to fully activate the power of the sword, but it is already so powerful. Young Master Ye's speed and reaction speed are so fast. If it was an ordinary peak God King, that attack would have killed him. How is this a fight between God Kings? It's like a fight between God Thearchs. Just the attack just now had shocked all the martial artists present. They were shocked by the power of the legendary god-slaying sword. They were shocked by Yi Qinghan's reaction speed and movement speed. Of course, there were also some people who were worried. Sister Lan Yu, will Qinghan be alright? Yi Qianrao grabbed Empress Yu's robe tightly, almost tearing it apart. Little Firework blinked her big eyes and asked anxiously. Yes, Sister Lan Yu, will Big Brother Yi still be able to win? Look, little man. There are still many trump cards that he has not shown. The outcome is not yet decided. However, I think he will be more careful later. Nothing big will happen. Aren't there 2 supremacies here? Tu Xie can't kill him. Empress Yu was not worried at all. She looked at the sky with a smile, waiting for Yi Qinghan to flip out. Yi Qinghan really wanted to flip out. That furious golden dragon just now had almost pulverized his entire Oblivion city. This Tu Xie wanted to kill him. Suppressing the anger in his heart, and the urge to take out the Slaughter God blade to kill him, Yi Qinghan did not dare to play around anymore. Of course, he did not dare to take out the Slaughter God blade. Body fusion would probably be useless as well. Then he could only rely on his soul skills to destroy the soul. With a flip of his hand, a fiery red blade appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand again. The saber was more than 10 meters long and had a curved shape. God energy was directly injected into it, causing it to spit out a green saber wave that was hundreds of meters long. Yi Qinghan gripped the saber with both hands and slashed it down. A huge crescent-shaped saber light shot towards young noble Tu Xie. At the same time, his body flashed to the side and appeared a few kilometers behind young Master Tu Xie. Once again, he slashed out another crescent blade light. With another flash, he appeared on the right side and slashed out another blade light. The crescent blade light was very fast, but Yi Qinghan so close, yet worlds apart was even faster. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 blade lights flew towards young Master Tu Xie from all directions. The momentum was so great that it seemed like it was going to cut through the void and turn young Master Tu Xie into a pile of minced meat.